chosen by the Primordials. What if the Naruto-verse saw him enter DxD?
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto-verse reacts to What If Naruto was sent to DxD World by Primordial Gods movie. Before we start, please go support Gabriel Casas 545 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. In this story, the characters of Naruto and Dxd will react to Naruto, the rebirth of the child of the prophecy, and we'll see what happens when Naruto is betrayed. Explanations. Those that will be brought from Dxd are Ria's her entourage, the fallen angels, Amaterasu, Zeus Michael, the Mayu and other gods. They will be brought after the Kakabial fight. Those brought from Naruto are the leaders of the 5 nations, the Jinchurikis, the Bijuas, the dead Hokages, the Uzumaki clan, the 12 rookies, among others. Naruto's will be before the Konoha 12 go to rescue Sasuke. They will bring those from Fairy Tail. Zeref, the wizards of the Fairy Tail Guild, Acnologia, Igneal. The ones brought are from the original universes, but with one or another small change in the protagonist Naruto. Naruto will not be there at the beginning, he will arrive in due time. Maybe I'll bring in other characters later. Well, this will be the first time I do a reading and I'm just starting the story, but I hope you like it since I'm new to this type of story. Prologue and Chapter. Currently in the DxD dimension, the various factions were doing various things until suddenly several of the leaders of the various factions and some important figures from the supernatural world were surrounded by a white light. In the fairy tale dimension, the same thing happened surrounding both the heroes of that dimension and the villains. The same thing happened in Naruto's original dimension when the village leaders and various ninjas were surrounded by a white light that was teleporting them into a void. After everyone was teleported, they were on guard because they saw people they didn't recognize. Tsunade, who are you and what are we doing here? You brought us here. Makarov, I say the same, who they are and what we are doing here and why Zeref and Acnologia are in this place. Azazel, this is strange but very interesting. Everyone looked at each other suspiciously and were going to attack each other until suddenly someone appeared in a light. HG-15. Don't fight, faction leaders, elemental nation leaders, mages guild leaders, I am the one who brought everyone to this place, so you can read a story from another dimension. Several raised an eyebrow at him, and some were ready to attack. HG-15, don't bother attacking me, as your powers will be sealed until the story ends. This story is very important to several of you, especially those from the elemental nations and the leaders of the various factions. Who are you exactly and how will this affect us? Asked Yusaka curiously. Simple, someone who is bored. My name is HG-15, a pleasure, and I want to teach you how a dimension can be affected by a person. You will read the story of the boy who lived in poverty and misery and rose as one of the strongest existences of multiple dimensions, a being whose name alone makes even the multidimensional gods tremble. But before starting the story, I will bring other beings to read this spectacular story of this boy, said HG-15 with a small smile. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and the 9 Bijuas appeared, terrifying everyone from the elemental nations. The Akatsukis, the Hokages, the Uzumaki clan, Kushina, Great Red, Office also appeared. They all looked stunned but prepared for combat until they were explained why they were in this place and what they would do. Habarama, that is to say, they were not brought to this place to read a story that will not only affect our world but other dimensions as well. Office, it will be interesting. I wonder if this being can help me get Bakaret out of the dimensional gap. Big Red just rolled his eyes. No matter who he was, no one would get him out of his dimensional gap. HG-15, well, the story you are going to read is called The Rebirth of the Child of the Prophecy, and you don't have to worry, since everything the person who reads will see on the screen, and the person who is reading this could also see it, so everyone is ready to read this fabulous story of one of the most dangerous and kind beings among hundreds of dimensions. After I said that, a big book appeared in my hand. Well, who wants to start reading this story? Ask. I'm going to do it. I'm curious what this story is about. I wonder how it will affect our world, said Yusaka. After Yusaka said that, the book went towards her, making her amazed and smile, since she was curious to know how the arrival of this character would affect the supernatural world. Well, I'll start, said Yusaka. Chapter 1. The New Opportunity. Currently a huge fight was taking place between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. These two were battling, since the Uchiha, like most Uchihas, wanted power, and the Sannin of the Snakes Orochimaru offered him the power to kill his brother in the battle that was taking place. Both Naruto and Sasuke were fighting in an even way until they both collided their attacks, Naruto with his Rasengan and Sasuke with his Chidori. When both techniques collided, it caused a gigantic explosion that sent both flying. From one side to the other, Naruto recovered first and went at a gigantic speed toward Sasuke, but from one moment to another, a hole opened and absorbed Naruto. The blonde tried to get out of that hole, but couldn't manage to absorb. Sasuke opened his eyes in surprise. Sasuke? What the hell happened to the dope? Well, no matter what, trash, get out of my way now. I will go with Orochimaru and get the power to kill Itachi very soon. Itachi, you will die for killing the entire clan very soon. I will have your blood. After the Uchiha left, Kakashi suddenly appeared with his dog Pakken to look for his students, or rather his student, since he considered Naruto a lost cause. He was the only cause of the death of his sensei and Kushina-sama, whom he considered his family. After a few minutes, the copy ninja appeared and frowned at the two headbands, one with a lot of blood and the other striped, which implies that they had deserted. Kakashi. Pakken looks for Naruto's trail, and Sasuke finds his trail. Do it quickly. We need to bring them to the village. We can't let any of them die, especially Sasuke, since he is the last Uchiha. Pakken. Okay Kakashi, I do it now, but I have a very bad feeling about everything that's happening. Kakashi. I hope the demon is dead. He must pay for the death of Minato-sama and Kushina-sama. I hope Pakken finds his corpse, so he can burn it and turn it into ashes, as it should have been since he was born. After a few minutes, Pakken sniffed the entire place where Kakashi's students fought and frowned, since the Uchiha's scent was disappearing while Naruto's remained in the valley, but his body was not there, which he did not understand. At least there should be a trace, so he assumed that the river took him or he died in the battle, so he nodded to himself and reported everything he found out to Kakashi. Kakashi. So the demon brat is most likely dead. Well, I will report it to Tsunade-sama. It would be a shame to lose the Jinchuriki, but he was useless, so it is not a great military loss for Konoha, no matter how good it is that Kushina-sama and Minato-sama have already been avenged. Several of the emissaries of the elemental nation saw Kakashi and Sasuke in a bad light for calling Naruto a demon and for betraying him in such a way. Even the rookies and several jounin saw them in a bad light for everything Kakashi said about Naruto. My baby, my precious baby, died and that idiot Kakashi didn't look for him, said Kushina, sobbing with her hair raised in 9 tails. Minato bowed his head in sadness, hatred and disappointment for everything Kakashi said and regretted saving the leaf and condemning his son to hatred. While Sasuke looked indifferent to what happened on screen, he didn't care about Naruto in the slightest. If he had to die for him to gain power, well, it didn't matter. Kakashi looked incredulous. He wasn't like that with Naruto. He didn't see him as a demon, or well, he didn't see him like that anymore. Now he saw him as the son of his sensei. That couldn't be real. Kushina was stopped crying and was ready to massacre Kakashi and the Uchiha for abandoning and calling her baby a demon. HC 15. Please calm down, remember that it is another dimension, and as many of you may have noticed, this story is about Naruto, and those who offend him or say something negative about him will go to my personal hell to be tortured for all eternity, or until I feel like it, he said, looking at Sakura and Sasuke. HC 15, Yasaka-chan, you can continue. The beautiful Kitsune nodded and continued reading, somewhat nervous because of the feeling of death coming from the red-haired woman and the blonde man. She was a supreme being on par with a Satan, but now she was afraid of that couple. In Konoha at the same time, a conversation was taking place between two of the strongest ninjas that have ever existed in the Leaf Village. One of these ninjas was the god Aim Hokage Senju Tsunade, and the second ninja was Jiraiya of the Sannin, the sage of the Toads. They were talking about the mission that was given to the Genin and Naruto. Tsunade. Well, Jiraiya, how do you think the brats and the demon will fare on the Uchiha recovery mission? Jiraiya. I don't care if they get that stupid Uchiha back, I just hope the demon dies on that mission and that Kushina and Minato are finally avenged. It's a shame I can't kill him because he was our Jinchuriki. It's a shame, otherwise I would have killed that stupid brat a long time ago to avenge Minato. Tsunade. That's it, we agree, pervert. How I wish that stupid demon would die in the Uchiha recovery mission, and if not, I'll simply kill him myself. He'll die for what he did to Kushina-chan. Off-screen you could see Kushina and Minato with a red and yellow aura surrounding them, holding back the urge to kill Jiraiya and Tsunade, while the cages looked at the Sannin in a bad way, and in the case of Hashirama, Tobirama and the Uzumaki clan, they looked at Tsunade with disappointment and disgust for seeing her recruit speak like that about a child who was a relative of her clan. That can't be me, said Tsunade. She wouldn't do anything to Naruto, she saw him as her little brother, she would never think that he was a demon, or that he was the one responsible for the death of Kushina and Minato. It's another dimension, you'll see what happens when they betray Naruto, I said. Meanwhile, the entire battle was seen by 3 primordial deities of immense power, that even Kugai Otsutsuki, the rabbit goddess, would hesitate to even fight them for the power that these 3 primordial gods have, were Kami, the primordial goddess of creation and light, Shinigami, the primordial god of death and darkness, and Yami, the primordial god of order and chaos. The trio of primordials were frowning. Since the child of the prophecy was now in limbo, they also saw with furious eyes by what they heard from Kakashi Tsunade and Jiraiya. Those pathetic mortals were not enough to humiliate Naruto, their champion. But now they speak badly of him. That human garbage from Konoha was beyond repair. But one of them was more furious, and this was Yami, the god of chaos and order, and the most powerful of these three gods, since the imbeciles of the leaf dared to harm their champion. Yami. Shinigami, Kami, we will go to limbo. The child of the prophecy cannot die like this. We need to save him as quickly as possible. He does not have to die. He is my champion. He deserves a second chance where he can live a happy life in peace. I no longer care what happens in the elemental nations. Those shinobi cannot be fixed. The two primordial gods looked at each other and sighed but nodded. They did not want the child of the prophecy to die. They had to save him. The child lived in darkness. The child lived in the hatred of the village. He did not deserve that. He deserved to be happy. He deserved at least peace. So the three primordial gods disappeared in three lights into limbo where the child of the prophecy was, the one who was the savior of the shinobi world. But Naruto, he was in limbo talking to the one he considered his father in his mindscape. Maybe you shouldn't have held back with the Uchiha. You already had an even higher level than those foolish Sannin. But your gravity seals limited you because you didn't remove them or kill the Uchiha, you power-hungry fool, roared the Kyuubi, also called Kurama. By the sage of the six paths, you know well that if I killed Sasuke all of Konoha, I would get married like a dog. You know that well, Father Naruto replied. Sadly, since now he was trapped in this place in this void, the Kyuubi looked at the one he came to consider his son of everything but blood and sighed sadly, remembering how he met Naruto when the foolish blonde was 1 year old and approached him without fear, entering his cage, hugging him from there. Naruto was his ray of sunshine, always visited him unconsciously, and little by little, his hatred decreased considerably, and his reason for living, his reason for existing focused on a single person, and that was Naruto, his puppy. What do you think I can do to get out of this place? Naruto asked, hoping that his father knows how to get out of this place. Kurama was going to answer until suddenly both the Uzumaki and the Kyuubi called Kurama felt three enormous presences that made even Kurama open his eyes in shock by the power erupted by those three presences. But in the same way, he was not going to be intimidated. He had to protect his cub. He had to protect Naruto. My baby is alive, said Kushina with a sigh, while Minato's eyes shone with joy, but he was curious what those primordial gods wanted with their son, since as he understood, the gods do not get involved with mortals. The Uzumaki and Senju were sighing in relief that the child is alive, but they were also curious, since the child attracted the attention of those gods too. They were wondering who the hell Kagaya was, although the Uzumaki had the impression of knowing that name. While the Kyuubi watched that scene curiously, his Jinchuriki attracted those gods that his father warned him about. That was strange to say the least, since he never thought that his Jinchuriki was so important to the gods, and he realized that he is the child of the prophecy. He is the child that his father mentioned when they returned to the elemental nations. He would be in charge of guiding the brat to greatness. Jiraiya also noticed that and smiled evilly. Jiraiya's thoughts. Haha, I will guide Naruto on the path I wish for the good of Konoha and for my good, and then I will kill him and take all his glory. Who are you and what are you doing in my cub's mind? Roared Kurama, filtering as much killing intent as he could to scare the individuals that entered Naruto's mind. He would not allow anyone to hurt the one he considered his son. He would fight. Wow, your killing intent is very powerful. You are definitely powerful. Kyuubi said. A very one that radiated an aura full of life and happiness. Kyuubi and Naruto narrowed their eyes but did nothing. Yes, you are definitely powerful, the nine-tailed Bijuu, said a man who radiated an amount of power equal to that of the woman. Indeed, he is very strong. Obviously, he does not have as much power as us, but powerful enough to defeat any being in this dimension except Jubi, the sage of the six paths, Hamura, and Kagaya. Said a man who was all in black, who radiated a power comparable to that of the woman and the man before. At those names, Kurama opened his eyes in shock, since these beings knew his father, the sage of the six paths, his uncle, Hamura, the founder of the Hyuga clan, and his father's mother. Brahma Kagaya, the rabbit goddess. Besides knowing the Jubi, a beast of destruction. Who are you all? Can't be normal if you know father, Kurama asked with curiosity and caution. The three beings looked at Kurama and Naruto and answered at the same time, oh well, we are gods, or to be more specific, we are primordial gods, beings above the gods. We rule not one, but several dimensions. At that, Kurama and Naruto turned pale. Before them were three primordial gods. Kurama was worse than Naruto since his father mentioned that the primordial gods were beings of unimaginable power to the point that not even his mother Kagaya would mess with them for fear of being killed. Did he know that these primordials were so strong that Kagaya, Hamura, Hagoromo, Indra and Ashura would be needed so that they could even fight on equal terms. What do the gods want with me? And my father Naruto asked cautiously. Oh well, young Naruto, first let me introduce myself. I am Kami, goddess of life. It is a pleasure to meet the child of the prophecy, said a woman who appeared about 27 years old. I say the same. I am Yami, god of balance, said a man who appeared to be 32 years old. In the same way, although we have already met, it is a pleasure to see you, Naruto. I am Shinigami, god of death, said the man dressed in black with a dead voice but with a half smile, who appeared to be about 30 years old. At that, both Kurama and Naruto opened their eyes in surprise, especially Kurama, since he had heard his father talk about the primordials, but there were three that stood out above all. They were the pinnacle of power, and these were Yami, Shinigami and Kami, so he sweated cold. He didn't want to anger the three strongest primordial deities. Well, and what do such strong beings want with me? Naruto asked curiously. Nothing, we are only surprised that you are trapped in limbo, but what surprises me more is what your teacher said, and what your village is saying at the moment. At that, Naruto raised an eyebrow, and Kurama had a bad feeling. Off screen. Enko. That means the Gaki faked his personality and power, and is currently strong enough to fight the Hokage and the perverts. Azazel. Very interesting and clever to pretend to be weak so that they lower their guard against you. The boy is very skillful. HC 15. Well, I'm not completely sure if Naruto is that strong in his world. I'll just say that Naruto hides under a mask of happiness. I hope you managed to discover what I mean. I understand, that is to say that depending on the dimensions the power of the Gaki can vary, said Anko, surprised. HC 15. Yes, but Yusaka-chan, you can continue. Kami. You will see what your master did, and you will see what your village is doing today. You will see the few beings who truly love you, and the behavior of the entire village of Konoha regarding your death. I hope you are prepared, little son of the prophecy, since what you will see is very hard, but first it is time for you to leave Kurama, and both of you see with your own eyes what happened after Naruto was left in limbo. After Kami said that, the trio of gods snapped their fingers and the gate containing Kurama broke. Then the three gods Naruto and Kurama disappeared, and Naruto's mind appeared alone in limbo. After Kami and the other two primordials did that, they opened a small portal where Naruto could see the moment that Kakashi said words that truly hurt his heart. He saw how the village seemed happy with his disappearance and supposed death. He saw how they blamed him for Sasuke's desertion. Not even the San and Jiraiya spoke good things about him. Instead, he seemed to despise and hate him with all his being, and that hurt him. Since Naruto began to consider him part of his precious people, and now he realizes that it was all a vile lie to keep him loyal to Konoha, just because he had Kurama inside him. He also saw the few people who cried for his death, and saw with more pain who they were. Kakashi. So the demon brat is most likely dead. Well, I will report it to Tsunade-sama. It would be a shame to lose the Jinchuriki, but he was useless, so it is not a great military loss. Jiraiya. Well, it's a shame that our weapon was killed so easily by the Uchiha, but at least the Kyuubi is dead, and Minato and Kushina have been avenged. I'm somewhat disappointed that I wasn't the one who killed that fool Naruto. Civilians. Finally, the demon died at the hands of Sasuke-sama. Long live the death of the demon, long live the death of the hindrance. Finally, the Kyuubi is gone. It's time to party, the demon is gone. Shikamaru. It's a shame that it's troublesome, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's too troublesome to think about Naruto's death. Iruka. It's a shame Naruto died, but finally I don't have to pretend to be his older brother anymore. That order was the one I hated the most from the Sandaime. Finally, the demon has died, now my parents can rest in peace. Niji. Fate determined that the demon died. What a pity. I wanted to kill him with my own hands. Tsunade. Finally the brat died. Finally Kushina-chan and Minato.kun have been avenged. If he had lived, I myself would have killed him with my own hands. It is a shame to lose the last Uchiha, but it is a price that they are willing to give for the death of the Kyuubi. Hinata. Naruto.kun, I promise that Sasuke will pay for killing you. I will no longer be the shy girl I always was. I promise you that he will die by my hand. It is the least I owe you for giving me the courage to be strong. I wish I could have told you how much I respect you and love you, even though we didn't know each other that well. I hope you are better wherever you are now. A.M. Naruto, I wish you were alive. You were my family, and you will always be my little brother. Gucci. I wish I could have done so much more for you, son. I wish I had the strength to have protected you from this spiteful village that didn't deserve you. They didn't deserve how good you were to those bastards. Kurama. I knew that scarecrow was more fake than the stupid toad you have for a godfather, and the busty woman who is the godame. Those stupid people, that trash from Konoha will pay for doing that to my puppy. Very soon I will get revenge for all the tears they brought to Naruto. Kushina Minato made a grave mistake saving Konoha. They did not treat their legacy as they should. Naruto lowered his head. He thought that at least Kakashi saw him as a valuable student. He thought he would be loved by his sensei, that he was someone who at least esteemed him as an apprentice. He also thought that his friends would at least cry for him, and that the village at least wouldn't shout in joy for his death. But he was also happy that Hinata saw him as her friend, and that Tucci and Am saw him as family, but it still hurt that the majority who he considered his friends didn't say anything, and some of them celebrated his death. Don't cry about it, puppy. That pervert isn't worth your tears. Those people aren't worth your loyalty, or that you're sad, puppy, roared Kurama. His puppy shouldn't cry over that trash. Naruto nodded sadly. The Primordials frowned, but continued with the images bar videos where Naruto could see how Kakashi reported his death. He saw how the village celebrated, how his friends celebrated his death. He saw how Sakura cursed him for not bringing Sasuke out. Team 19 wasn't affected by his death, rather, they celebrated his death because the Kyuubi had finally died. Naruto. So I was just a tool, I was just a toy for them. Well, no more, there will be no more ray of sunshine. Now anyone who wants to use me will be destroyed, will be killed and tortured. Hami. Yes, that's why we want to give you a new opportunity where you will be sent and you will be cared for. Shinigami. We the Primordials will give you some gifts so that you become stronger than ever. You will be so powerful that even the various gods will fear you. In time you will be superior to any god, titan, dragon, and even Primordials. Little Naruto. Yami. You will have a family, someone to take care of you, someone to protect you. You will have people to protect. You will no longer only have Kurama, now you will have more people, and with time you will become much more powerful. So much so that I see in you the potential to be one of the strongest beings in that dimension. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise because he wanted to have a family apart from Kurama, whom he considered his father, the only one who cared about him. The blonde-haired boy was happy, very happy to finally have a happier life, but that would not change the fact that he sought revenge against the traitors and against the people who hurt him as a child. He would kill them and do everything possible to return to the dimension of the elemental nations. Hami. Yes, but first we will give you different gifts that will be useful to you when you go to this new world where dragons, angels, fallen angels, demons, magicians, dragon gods and even some very strong primordials live. The Primordials looked at each other and nodded, implying what they would give Naruto and how beneficial their gifts would be for him. What happened first was the primordial god of death. Well, I am the first, said Shinigami with a somewhat dead voice. I will give you the power of darkness manipulation and the powers of Reiatsu manipulation, as well as the knowledge of how to use it. And finally, I will give you the ability to remove the souls of any being and absorb their power and knowledge when killing them. Remember this ability, you have to use it carefully, since it will take time when you absorb a soul to have and process all its knowledge. Finally, I will give you Kurama, the rest of your power, which is possessed by the Yondaime Hokage, and an extra gift for you to protect Naruto. After saying that, the Shinigami takes out a red energy ball and a white ball which he threw towards Kurama, causing him to grow and greatly increase his power, and changing his fur from orange to red with white stripes. The Kyuubi roared with joy. Finally be complete, but he looked at himself again and saw the changes. He realized that not only was he complete, but now he was much stronger if he calculated well. It may be 2 or maybe 3 times more powerful. When the Biju calmed down, he looked at the Shinigami and said, because you made me stronger too. That the Shinigami looked at the Kyuubi and replied, you may be strong, but in the world that I will send them, there will be stronger beings, so your power will increase. Train well, Kyuubi, and become more powerful. You have the potential to surpass even the Jubi at full power. To that, Kurama looked at Naruto, then at the Shinigami, and said, thanked him for giving him back my power and making me much stronger. With this power I will be able to protect my cub. The Shinigami nodded with a smile hidden on his face. Well, I will be next. I am Kami. I will give you the power to use light and be able to use magic, as well as powers of regeneration and accelerated healing, to such an extent that you can regenerate even a limb. You can become a man of light with time. Train this element well. In addition to those eyes that possess the Rinnegan, evolve it into Renacimiento, the most powerful version of those eyes. And finally you will receive 2 legendary summons. The first is that of the Phoenix, and the second is that of the Wolf. They are 2 of the legendary contracts. Use them very small before those abilities. Both Naruto and Kurama opened their eyes in surprise, since the power that Kami was giving them was enormous. I am Yami, the god of chaos, and order Uzumaki Naruto for your heroic deeds in this dimension, for everything you have been through, son of the prophecy, for everything you have had to endure in that village that was your home. I will give you 2 sets of chess pieces. They are unique. They are very similar to the pieces that the demon faction has in the dimension that we will send you, with the difference that with these pieces, you can reincarnate almost any being, but if the individual is too strong, he We'll have to use more than one piece. One of these sets will be for you and the other for Kurama. I will also give you in Kurama the Zenkai ability where you will become stronger every time you receive any damage, and to you Naruto I will give you some extra genes from other species of the universes. Thanks to these genes, you will be able to access various transformations and powers, in addition to the fact that with these pieces, the person you reincarnate will considerably increase their power. I will also provide you with a very powerful servant who will protect you, one who already lived in that world, to which you will be sent like this. Yami taking out a light that formed a young man who had light blonde hair, thin build, and white skin. What is the name of that young man? Naruto asked curiously. Well, introduce yourself, boy, Yami ordered seriously. The aforementioned only gave a sigh of resignation, but nodded anyway, frowning at the audacity of that Primordial, but said nothing since he was somewhat curious to see that his new companion. My name is Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. I have seen your half-breed life thanks to Yami, and I respect everything you did and all the hatred you have endured. I am surprised that you have not destroyed your old home. You are worthy of serving, but I warn you, do not impose your will on me, and I will be loyal to you. Naruto was surprised but nodded in understanding, since he understood the blonde-haired man in front of him, not to impose something he did not like. Well, I introduce myself, my name is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, it will be a pleasure to be friends. Gilgamesh nodded somewhat impressed, since they were supposed to be his servants, but he smiled, since he was someone worthy to serve. It will be a pleasure to help you Naruto.san. Naruto nodded, happy to have new friends and allies, while Kurama looked cautiously at the figure in front of him. It was noticeable that he exuded power, maybe almost as much as him. This king of heroes was someone very interesting, and he was quite amazed by the power he exuded, so smiling to himself, he sighed with satisfaction that his cub has such strong allies. Hami. Well, Naruto, you will be sent to another dimension, you will live a new life, and Kurama, you don't have to worry, you will be partially free with Naruto. You can be up to 4 kilometers away, but when the little blonde turns 4 you will be completely free, since the seal will be broken. Kurama. I see, I don't mind being like this with the puppy. Yami. And not only that, Naruto will re-emerge as a Kyuubi, that is, as a Yakai to the world where he will go thanks to our gifts and blessings. His power will increase rapidly as he grows. After Yami finished, without the Shinigami and Kami realizing it, he sent his essence and a large amount of his vital energy to Naruto. He wanted to see how strong Naruto would be with his essence and vital energy, although that would make him his son, he supposed, but that didn't matter. He wanted to see how strong the child of the prophecy would be with his power. Besides, he deserved that gift after what he lived through. He also knew that soon he would face the Otsutsuki space clan, and that was dangerous, and he didn't want Naruto to die. His champion didn't have to die, and if he had to break some rules, so be it. But the gods had other thoughts, since Naruto would not only be a Kyuubi, but over time he would become a Jubi, one far superior to the original Biju, and with that power, he will be one of the strongest existences in the world where he will go, and in the world of the elemental nations. He will be so strong that neither Kagaya nor Hagoromo can compare to Naruto, and that is without the powers of the Uzumaki, since if Naruto manages to awaken the Uzumaki genes, he will become even stronger than they suppose. At what Naruto said, Kurama opened his eyes in surprise, since now Naruto would be a Kyuubi, he would be the same as Kurama, or at least partially similar to him. That was very good, he would finally be the same as what he considered his father, since Kurama was a Biju, a being made of chakra. Well, it's time for Naruto to be a child, it's time for you to go live happily, said Kami with a smile, it's time for you to live as you should. We will take you to the Yakai faction of Kyoto where there will be other Yakai, locate Isaka, the leader of Kyoto, when they find out that you are Kyuubi, you will have her protection, said Yami, so Kurama will take your human form, you will be able to get out of the seal that was made by me, I hope you take care of the child from the prophecies, the same with you Gilgamesh ordered Shinigami with an authoritative voice. Kurama and Gilgamesh nodded to the Shinigami. Well Naru, it's time for you to have retribution and the love that you could not have. All the gods nod happily, and Kami says, well Naruto.kun we say goodbye. I will tell you this to the dimension in which you will go, only the Yakai have chakra, there will be dragons, demons, gods, dragon gods, angels among other beings of great power. After the gods finished speaking they waved their hands, and Naruto shrank to the size of a newborn child which was placed in a basket, and from the blonde came out a red chakra formed into a young man of 20 years of age, from which radiated a gigantic power. Shinigami. Well Gilgamesh Kurama, it's time for you to go to a new opportunity, take care of Naruto, he will be the savior or the destroyer, it only depends on you, remember you will be sent to Kyoto, where the leader of the Yakai is, and remember that Naruto will awaken his Uzumaki genes, most likely his hair will change from blonde to red, and he will be able to have his adamantine chains among other Kekkei Genkai of his clan training well. After the gods finished speaking, they snapped their fingers and transported baby Naruto, Gilgamesh, and Kurama to the world of DxD, more exactly to Kyoto, where the Yokai faction was, so that they could meet the leader of the Yokai, Yasaka, the strongest Kyuubi, or that will be until Naruto and Kurama arrive. You're trash, sensei. I hate you. If it weren't for the fact that HG-15 was here, I would kill you. But when you die, I'll be waiting to skin you alive. Minato said with all the venom possible in his voice. Minato, but it's not me, said Jiraiya with frustration. Kushina and Minato looked at him with distrust as they realized that Jiraiya did not raise his baby, that is, he did not keep his promise, therefore in their eyes he was garbage, and they were somewhat amazed that the Kyuubi of all beings saw his baby as his son. On the one hand they were relieved, and on the other hand they were sad that Naruto saw the Kyuubi as his father. Meanwhile, all the Bijuas and Kurama himself were with their mouths open for two reasons. Kurama showed his human form and considered his Jinchuriki as his son. That blocks them. They never thought to see the proud Kurama as a good father, but apparently they were wrong. Shukaku. This story is strange. I never thought I would see the furball as a father, much less as a good father. The Kyuubi frowned at that but said nothing. He was curious to see what would happen to the child whom he believed was the child of the prophecy, whom when they arrive in his world, he would take care of with all his power, realizing that the brat was not bad, just an idiot. Although he knew that the brat was not what he seemed, he knew that the child was pretending to be an idiot, that was his mask. But the emissaries of DxD, they were nervous to see Gilgamesh alive again, since several of the oldest gods knew his power, and it was enormous, perhaps on par with the 5th ranked, and that was bad for anyone who was the enemy of the King of Heroes. They only hoped that the arrogant king would not attack them, since very few of their dimension could against him, and all the Mao gods and other beings wondered why they chose the arrogant king to take care of a child. While Yasaka and Amaterasu were surprised that the boy was going to Kyoto and intrigued that he was now a Kyuubi, Yasaka was blushing at seeing Kurama in his human form with his 9 tails. HC-15. Well, I see that everyone is nervous, so we will continue with the story. You will see what happens with Naruto and the change that he will make to the elemental nations and all the factions, so be patient. Shinigami. What we did with Naruto was right, intervening like that is strange and bad. You know very well that doing what we did is wrong. Kami. Yes, what we did was right. Naruto needs power and we just gave it to him. Besides, he's their reincarnation. He's the balance. Yami. You know well that by being turned into a yokai he will not only be a Kyuubi, but a Jubi. His power and potential is above all. Perhaps even with time he will surpass us, and I know that he will do it. Naruto's power is almost unlimited, his potential is the greatest that exists in the elemental nations and many other dimensions, and you know well that when he returns to the elemental nations, he will be able to balance this place, either by means of destruction or by means of peace. Ami frowned but sighed. She knew that Yami was right, and she still wasn't sure that the arrogant king would be Naruto's guardian. She still didn't know if he would be a negative or positive influence. She just hoped that Naruto wouldn't kill everyone in the elemental nations. She just hoped that he would be the kind boy he should have been in the elemental nations, and that nothing would happen to him in the dimension he was going to. She knew that the strongest being in that dimension was strong enough to fight her and give her a good fight with his 50% power, but she couldn't get involved in those matters, not unless she was attacked, and she doubted that something like that would happen. Kami. Lose Yami, but both you and Shinigami know well that Naruto is a being of light and darkness. What worries me is that he will turn bad if he succumbs 100% to the darkness. Neither I nor the Shinigami will be able to stop him. His potential is above ours. I just hope that the boy does not succumb to the darkness, but the dimension to which he was going, and many more dimensions, will be in danger. Shinigami. I highly doubt that will happen, sister. He is a being too loyal to do that. I know well that his enemies will suffer. I do not consider him a bad being, and I do not think he will become that, but I know well that being a gray being will not be in the light and darkness, but in a middle ground. He no longer cares what happens to the rest. He will only worry about his precious people. Kami. It was good to leave him under the protection of the arrogant king. You know very well that he hates the gods and must be hating us for having revived him so that he can take care of Naruto. His pride will not make him kill Naruto before he gets stronger. Yami. The King of Heroes is strong. He will be able to protect him. My other option was King Arthur, or Queen as you like to call her, but you know well that to protect Naruto, she would not be enough. She is strong, but not that strong, in addition to enhancing Gilgamesh's abilities, and I know that he will not betray Naruto. He will keep his word. Gilgamesh will be anything, but he is a man of his word. He will take care of Naruto with all his power. Although I do know his personality, it is most likely that he will not follow all of Naruto's rules, although I doubt that he sets many rules. Shinigami. You really have a lot of faith in that man, right, Yami? That surprises me. What are you planning? You're not normally like that. You're someone neutral who doesn't think about others, but you've made sure that Naruto is very well protected. Yami frowned, I'm not planning anything Shinigami, I'm just curious how Naruto.kun changes the perspectives of the King of Heroes, and I want to see how Naruto changes too. I know that both influence each other in a positive way. Naruto will stop being so good to everyone, and Gilgamesh will put aside a little of his arrogance. Ami and Shinigami raised an eyebrow in curiosity, since Yami was not there so they assumed he was up to something, but they didn't know what, and that made him frown. They knew that of the three Yami was the strongest, even if they joined forces they doubted they could beat him. Hell, Yami was so strong that if a fight between them occurred they would most likely perish in battle, so they sighed in resignation, since they would have to be prepared for what their brother is doing. Yami's thought. I hope Naruto becomes strong, since he not only has to worry about the beasts of that world, but also the Otsutsuki clan, he has to become strong for his own good and that of his own. I just hope that his true self and true power awaken soon. He has my essence and part of my power that will be like a seed in him, making him not only a yokai, but also a divine being like me, and I feel that in power in a couple of years, he will surpass Kami and Shinigami, and I know for sure that shortly after he surpasses them, Naruto will surpass him. Inoki. What do they mean by Otsutsuki clan and what do the gods mean by beasts of the world? This is too much information. All this stupidity is because of Konoha. Those from Konoha frowned but said nothing, since it was the fault of Konoha from another dimension, but at the same time they were nervous. HG-15 how strong are those primordial gods, asked Gabriel, curious to know how strong those gods will be. HG-15. Well, Kami is strong enough to fight against 666, Great Red and Office at the same time and defeat them, although it was difficult for him, but he could defeat all three at the same time. The same with Shinigami, he is at Kami's level, but Yami, his power is so great that he could against Kami and Shinigami at the same time with ease, and for those of the elemental nations, I will only say that those gods are strong enough to defeat the 9 Biju, along with Madara and Hashirama with ease, and for the Uchihas and others, those gods are immune to the Sharingan, so do not even try to control what cannot be controlled. Those from the elemental nations and those from DxD turned pale when they found out and sweated profusely to know that these gods existed. HG-15. We'll take a short break. He snapped his fingers and snacks appeared. Serve yourselves and then we'll decide who reads the next chapter. From what I saw, everyone is interested in seeing what will happen, cuckoo. End of chapter. Chapter 2. HG-15. Well, I think everyone is calmer now. I think the time has come to see the second chapter of this story. Now you will see how Naruto will change the supernatural world in such a way that for some it could favor or harm them, it all depends on the cuckoo people. Everyone raised an eyebrow at what the author said, and some felt a chill at the dark laugh he let out, while Kurama, Yasaka, Kushina and Amaterasu were interested in what Naruto would do. Well, before we continue with the story, I will bring some characters from another dimension who will also see this story. After saying that, the author snapped his fingers, and those from Fate appeared, both the masters and the servants, that at the moment of appearing everyone was on guard, since none of them knew those who were in the place. HC-15. You don't have to worry, I brought you to this place to see a story about a boy from another dimension, and you won't be able to leave until you finish it, so shut up and take a seat. And you, Gilgamesh, King of Heroes, listen carefully to this story because you are also part of this story. In fact, you will be one of the main characters in this story and someone very important in the life of our protagonist. Gilgamesh and several of the heroes of Fate became curious now, since they would see a story where the King of Heroes appears, and they wondered who the protagonist was. Well, whoever wants to continue with chapter 2, asked the author something curious, since he saw everyone nervous about what would happen. I will continue, it will be interesting to see this story. I wonder what changes Kurama.san, Gilgamesh and especially Naruto.kun will bring, Amaterasu said calmly. After Amaterasu said that the book appeared in her hand, she opened it and began with chapter 2 of the story. Chapter 2. Arrival in a New World. After Kurama and Gilgamesh were teleported to the world of DxD, more exactly to Kyoto, where the Yokai faction was being led by Yasaka, the leader of the Yokai. Kurama. Okay Gilgamesh, let's go find the leader of Kyoto. It's best to keep Naruto safe until he can protect himself. The King of Heroes nodded with a sigh of tiredness, since now he would be a babysitter, and he did not like that, since he was the great King of Heroes, the strongest hero, but they dismissed him and felt the strongest energies of Kyoto to find the leader of the Yokai. What the hell? In that story there will be a nanny, Gilgamesh asked and demanded, making Amaterasu stop reading because of the scream of the King of Heroes, and the author looks at him with annoyance for explaining to Gilgamesh how it ended like that. HC-15. That's simple, I'll summarize it for you in the first chapter. The multidimensional gods, or well, one of them told you that you will be the protector of that child, and well, later on you will see exactly how you ended up like that, but I will tell you this. The Gilgamesh on the screen is much stronger than your current self, and when I say a lot, I mean it. At the moment the author said that, Gilgamesh now became curious, and the other servants became nervous to see a Gilgamesh much stronger than the current one, since Gilgamesh is one of the strongest servants, if not the most powerful. Several of the servants opened their eyes in disbelief to see the most arrogant king now being a nanny. That was strange for everyone. Now they were more curious to see the story, and in the case of Gilgamesh, he was angry to see himself as a nanny, but at the same time curious as to how it ended like that, but they did not say anything to see the story and see how it would end. HC 15 continues the story of Lady Amaterasu. The sun goddess nodded and continued with the story that was making her curious. Meanwhile with Yusaka she was talking with the sun goddess Amaterasu about some political issues until suddenly she and Amaterasu felt several high-level presences that could even surpass the sun goddess, and that amazed and scared both women, since Amaterasu despite not being in the top 10, she was powerful enough to be at the top of the class of the gods, being as powerful if not more than Odin. Yusaka. Amaterasu-sama felt those energies of immense power. These powers surpass us, it will be better to go as quickly as possible, lest we become enemies. Amaterasu. Yes, Yusaka-chan, the energy of those three presences is immense. Let's see who they are and what they want in Kyoto. Let's just hope they aren't enemies, otherwise we'll be in a lot of trouble. Yusaka. Come on Amaterasu-sama, we can't allow them to damage Kyoto, a fight with them could destroy everything in this place, I just hope a battle doesn't happen. After both women finished talking, the two went at full speed towards the location where the three presences were. Both women went with speed along with several other yokai, while both Kurama and Gilgamesh felt several presences that were approaching and prepared for a possible confrontation. Kurama. Prepare yourself, don't attack them unless they attack you, protect Naruto at all costs, he is the most important thing. Gilgamesh. Of all those energies none of them are a threat to us, the truth is only two could be considered strong, but not enough to defeat us, although we are at a disadvantage, since we have to take care of baby Naruto. Hell, I don't understand why it was necessary for the Primordials to turn him into a baby. If he had been 13 years old, I know well that he could fight with any of those presences and defeat them. Kurama. I understand, but what those gods did is for the best so Naruto can have a better childhood. Let's just hope we don't have to resort to a battle. I know we can defeat them, but in the crossfire Naruto will get hurt. After about 5 minutes Amaterasu and Yusaka along with several yokai appeared where Kurama, Gilgamesh, and Naruto were to confront those three powerful presences that easily two of them entered the top 10 of the strongest existences. Who are you and what are you doing in Kyoto? Asked a beautiful sun goddess, who appeared to be a voluptuous woman who was about 25 years old with blonde hair that shone like the sun. Amaterasu Shinto sun goddess, leader of the Shinto faction, the most powerful Shinto goddess. Identify yourselves, who are you? What are you doing in my house? If not, I will have to finish you off, said a blonde woman with the body of a goddess. This was Yusaka, the strongest Kyuubi and a yokai on par with a Santana's level demon. Yusaka, the strongest Kyuubi leader of the yokai faction. Off-screen most of the Fate, Fairy Tail and Elemental Nations fans had to say that Yusaka had the body of a goddess, as she was one if not the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. Continuing with the story. Kurama. I am Kurama Otsutsuki and I am a Kyuubi, next to me is Gilgamesh the king of heroes, and the little one who is with us is Naruto Otsutsuki, he is also a Kyuubi, he is my son and my protege. When Kurama finished speaking everyone saw behind him 9 tails and felt 2 enormous presences coming out of both Gilgamesh and Kurama, were energies so enormous that even Amaterasu sweated and a chill ran through her, since that Gilgamesh surpasses her, and by far she knew the stories of the power of the king of heroes, a human so strong that he rivaled the strongest gods, while the other is easily on par with the god Indra, and that was bad. Since most likely they are in the top 5 or 4, especially the boy Gilgamesh, his power was definitely in the top 3 on par with the most powerful god of Hinduism, Shiva the god of destruction, but as they felt the 2 great energies they left as if they were never there. Isaka's thoughts. That Kyuubi is strong and very hexy, I think I fell in love. I wonder if he has a partner, but I wonder who that adorable child will be. I would like to adopt him, he is a beautiful little thing. Besides, he is a Kyuubi like me, I could be the child's mother if Kurama Dono allowed me. Off-screen you could see a very blushing Yusaka from her thoughts and a somewhat blushing Kurama from what Yasuka thought, although nobody noticed because he was in his Kyuubi form, only his brothers noticed and watched in disbelief as Kurama the arrogant fox blushed, and that blocked them, since that fox did not behave that way. Continuing with the story. Amaterasu's thought. The power of these 2 is enormous, and even the baby that is with them has an immense energy even stronger than me. This is worrying, the power that it gives off is unreal. My power is nothing compared to those 2, and the baby has an immense power, most likely with due time and training his power can equal or surpass that Kurama and the king of heroes Gilgamesh. Amaterasu. I see that you are powerful. If I fight against you, all of Kyoto would be destroyed even with Yusaka-chan's help. I highly doubt I can defeat even one of you. Your power far exceeds that of the celestial dragons, so it's better if we talk. I don't want problems in this beautiful city. Okay, please follow us, trust us, we are not going to hurt you or the child you were carrying, Yusaka said with a nod to Amaterasu for the words of the sun goddess. Kurama. Fine, but if you try to harm my puppy, I will destroy you. I don't care if you are gods, dragons, angels, fallen angels, yokai, or other beings. Anyone who harms my puppy will die, and their death will not be pretty. The yokai and the sun goddess Amaterasu opened their eyes at such a threat and intent to kill that the Kyuubi released in front of them. Death itself could be felt in the place. Even the yokai that accompanied them were on their knees from the sensation of death, and everything around them was trembling from the power that the Kyuubi called Kurama gave off. But just as the power and the sensation of death came, it went away after a few seconds, causing all the yokai to give a great sigh of relief, although they were still trembling from the power and killing intent of Kurama. Kurama. As you have already realized, I am not weak at all, so I will warn you one last time. Do not hurt my puppy, because if I see any of you trying to attack him, I will destroy this entire place and turn it into a crater. Isaka. You don't have to threaten us. Kurama Dono or Amaterasu-sama, neither I nor even the yokai of Kyoto will harm your cub. I understand how overprotective you are with a little Kyuubi, and I respect that. I already realize that you are a good father. Kurama and Galagmish nodded and followed the sun goddess and the leader of Kyoto, along with a little Naruto who was carried in a basket by Gilgamesh, who walked with his guard up in case any of the yokai attacked him. The king of heroes did not know why he was being protective of the brat, since he was not like that, but he dismissed it. He supposed that it was because he was a baby, and his hero instinct would not allow Naruto to be harmed, unless when he cannot defend himself. 10 minutes later, 4 people and a child could be seen at a large table. 2 of these people were Amaterasu, the leader of the Shinto faction, and Yusaka, leader of the yokai faction. In front of these 2 beings of immense power, first stood Kurama, the 9-tailed Bijuu, and Gilgamesh, the king of heroes and the most powerful hero. Amaterasu. Well, that is what they want in Kyoto. It is not normal for beings of their level to appear in this place, unless beings that are not known in the supernatural world. It is too strange, and especially with the power they have, that easily compares with the top 5 of the most powerful existences, and that is very true, since I thought that the king of heroes had died hundreds of years ago, and there were no signs that there was another Kyuubi in the world. Both Kurama and Gilgamesh looked at each other, and both thought about whether to tell the truth, since if they wanted the leader of Kyoto and the leader of the Shinto pantheon as allies, it would be better to tell the truth or a half-truth, so that they would be calm with their appearance. They did not blame the women in front of them, since they knew that each one was powerful enough to fight with the strongest in this dimension. Kurama sighed in resignation, since it was better to tell the truth if he wanted to have this goddess and Kyuubi as allies. Kurama. Okay, give me your hand. I won't tell you everything. I'll show you everything that happened and how we got to this place with my puppy and his bodyguard. Gilgamesh felt offended for being called a simple bodyguard. Hell, he is the king of heroes, the best king, and the strongest hero. Very few half-breeds would give him a battle, and this idiot called him a simple bodyguard, but he said nothing for now. He would stay quiet, and later he would teach that bowl of fur a lesson. Off-screen, Gilgamesh frowned at being called a bodyguard, a mere bodyguard, by that mongrel. Balsam gods and servants were wanting to laugh at what they said to Gilgamesh, but held back when they saw the evil look of the king of heroes. But history. The goddess and the leader of Kyoto looked at each other, as they were not sure whether to do what the individual in front of them told them, but they thought it over, dismissing everything, as they were curious about what the Kyuubi would show them in front of them. Isaka. I think I speak for Amaterasu-sama as well, that we agree that you show us everything that happened to you. Amaterasu nodded, indicating that she agreed. Kurama seeing that they agreed and that Amaterasu and Yusaka held out their hand, he also shook their hands, grabbing it tightly, and showed them all his memories since his creation of him and his brothers, how they were captured and used as weapons by the shinobi villages, how he was controlled by Uchiha Madara to attack Konoha, how he was locked in Naruto, how Naruto's life was in Konoha, the physical and psychological abuse he received, the betrayal of his best friend Sasuke Uchiha, the traction of Konoha, the new opportunity he had thanks to the dimensional primordials of the gifts that they provided to Naruto, and that Gilgamesh was sent for his protection, and even the increase in Kurama's power, thanks to the dimensional primordial gods. When Kurama finished passing on his and Naruto's lives, both Amaterasu and Yusaka were crying for the tragedy of both, since the life of both was hell, and not even hell was that bad, so the goddess of the sun and the leader of Kyoto thought to herself, let's give them a chance, they are good people who deserve a chance to be happy, a chance to have a home in which to be at peace. Kurama dono, I feel very sorry for what happened to you Kyuubi. I do not know if you will accept what I will offer you, but I hope that you do what I wishes to give you the opportunity to have a quiet life with little Naruto. Lord Gilgamesh, you can stay. If you wish, you will have the protection of my faction, and from what I see, Amaterasu-sama will also give you her protection, and I know that you are powerful, but remember that you are with Naruto.kun, he needs a quiet place to call home, a place where he can train without the need to be alert 24 hours a day, said Yusaka, somewhat sad for the memories of Kurama, for the life that she could see, and honestly she would not have endured that life, she would have gone crazy, for which I admire Naruto quite a bit. Kurama and Gilgamesh looked at each other, examining the proposal made by Yusaka, as it was very tempting, a place where they could be calm and take care of Naruto, that would be very beneficial. For me there is no problem as long as they do not impose what to do, since the only one who will give me orders is Naruto. I am his protector and his sword and his caretaker. He will be the only thing that I will protect, and while he lives in this place I will protect him. I swore to Yami, as long as Naruto does not order me something that does not go with me, I will follow what he says, proclaimed Gilgamesh seriously. Kurama. I think the same as Gilgamesh, both you Lady Yusaka and Lady Amaterasu can ask for anything, but Naruto's care will be above all else, he will be above even the Yokai faction, he is my son, and I will not allow anyone to harm him. Gilgamesh. Well, now I understand why I protect the brat. I made an oath to that Yami, who I suppose is one of the primordial gods that you mentioned. What I still don't understand is how that dimensional god made me swear to protect the child. It makes me a little curious. Artoria. The truth is that I also never thought I would see the arrogant king accept to take care of a child, and seeing him so serious and determined in taking care of him is very curious. The other servants nodded, they never thought they would see Gilgamesh like that, it was strange, since the arrogant Gilgamesh never behaved like that. HC 15. The story will tell you everything you want to know, I will only tell you Gilgamesh to pay attention to the story, since you will see the power of the child very soon, as well as the power of your counterpart who could easily fight you, Artoria and Nero, and defeat them. Continuing with the story. Both Yusaka and Amaterasu saw and thought things through. On the one hand, they would have powerful allies for both the Shinto faction and the Yokai faction, and on the other hand, these two would always put the child first, something that did not matter too much to them, since according to what they saw, the child is a loyal person who, as long as they did not betray him, would be loyal to his people, and they did not think of betraying a child as pure as Naruto. Amaterasu and Yusaka. Well, we accept and understand that putting little Naruto first is like your son, so it is understandable. Amaterasu. Well, I have to go, I have to inform Susanoo and Tsukiyomi about this, and don't worry Kurama. Only they will know, since they are my brothers they deserve to know what happened today, although there are some things that I will not tell them, for example who brought them to this dimension, so be calm. Kurama nodded and Amaterasu disappeared in red flames heading towards where her brothers were. She had to inform them of her new and powerful allies. This could be a change for the entire supernatural world. Yusaka. Well, since you will now be our allies, what do you think if you stay with me? It will be good to meet you, in addition to that, little Naruto will have a maternal figure which he could consider a mother. Kurama. I don't see any problems, by the way, we could train and even train with you to strengthen yourself as much as possible for your level. If I compare it in the shinobi world, you currently have the power of a low-level Kage, so it would be good to strengthen yourself as much as possible. The stronger you are, the easier it will be for you to protect all the yokai. Yusaka nodded at Kurama's words. She knew she was strong, but she knew well that she was not as strong as the gods yet. She had to strengthen herself, since if someone like Hades attacked her faction she would lose easily, and she could not allow that. Well, Lady Yusaka can show us the place where we will be so we can leave Naruto alone, said Gilgamesh, holding back the urge to tell this half-breed yokai that by the primordials, he had to stop telling everyone that it was better not all of them were half-breeds except him, since he was the king of kings. Yusaka. Sounds perfect to me, well guys, follow me, I'll show you where I live, since you'll be staying there, I hope you like the place and feel comfortable. Kurama. Thank you Yusaka, and don't worry if something happens to any Yokai clan I will support you, it's the least I can do for everything you and Lady Amaterasu are doing for us. Off screen. Interesting, they practically gave him free reign to do whatever he wants, that Kurama guy, as long as he is with the Yokai faction and the Shinto faction. Very intelligent on the part of Lady Yusaka and Lady Amaterasu, knowing how strong those two are, and how strong young Naruto will be, as Izal said analytically, since he realized that Amaterasu and Yusaka gave him free reign to do whatever he wants, but he also frowned when he saw Yusaka interested in that Kyuubi called Kurama. It's very interesting, I never thought Amaterasu would have made a deal with those two beings, Susanoo said, impressed. Apparently the furball was with my baby's counterpart, although I'm still furious about what happened to my baby's counterpart. I wonder how strong he will be with the guidance of that young man named Gilgamesh and with the help of the furball, said Kushina is interested in seeing her son and see how strong he will be and that it shows that no one should ever mess with an Uzumaki. I feel good knowing that the Kyuubi and that young man are looking after my son, but at the same time it hurts that my son sees the Kyuubi as his father and not me, and even though he is the counterpart of my son, it still hurts a lot, Hinata thought sadly. I never thought our older brother would be overprotective of his Jinchuriki, this is something new, Isobu mentioned, very impressed to see his brother in that mode. All the Bijuus nodded, since it was strange for them to see their brother Kurama as a father, although they were curious what would become of their counterparts when the child grew up, would he go to the dimension of the elemental nations and rescue them or leave them with the ninjas? But those of fate. Arthoria, I never thought I would see Gilgamesh in that way, he looks like a brother with a child. Gilgamesh saw Arthoria but said nothing, since he knew that he did not behave like that, and it was rare for him to feel attachment to someone, and he wondered what the dimensional god had done to make him so loyal to the boy named Naruto, since he knew that something must have happened for his loyalty, he knew that he would not kneel before the boy, but he also knew that he keeps at least some respect for him, so that he protects the brat. HC 15, well, we'd better shut up and let Lady Amaterasu continue with the story, since I see that many are interested in what will happen. Amaterasu nodded and continued with the story. Meanwhile in the world of elemental nations in a large cave, 9 figures were gathering. These 9 were members of Akatsuki, each of these shinobi were S rank, and some of these stronger than the current cages of the 5 great nations. These 9 figures were gathering for the presumed death of Uzumaki Naruto, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Pain, well Zetsu, what exactly happened to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Zetsu? Well, Leader Sama, what happens is that it seems that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is presumed dead or missing. I know, since in Konoha they were celebrating his presumed death, it seems that he was killed in the mission to recover Itachi's younger brother, who ran away with our former companion Orochimaru of the Sannin. All the members of Akatsuki frowned while Itachi gave a small sigh of disappointment at what his foolish little brother did, and in the case of the leader of Akatsuki, he was furious wanting to kill the Uchiha who delayed his plans for several years, since the Kyuubi is the Biju that would take the longest to reform, and now that foolish Uchiha delayed his plans, he will kill him for interfering in his peace plans. Madara. You should kill the fool Uchiha, he has delayed our plans for many years, this is not just any Biju that will regenerate, but the Kyuubi, hell, this is the Biju that will take the longest because of its power and the tails it has. Sasori. I agree with Madara, the child has to pay for delaying our plans if you wish, Leader Sama, I can go for his head, he would be a good puppet, having the Sharingan, this child would be one of my best puppets, besides, we could ruin Orochimaru's plans, and thus collect his betrayal. Haiden. Yes, we must sacrifice him for Jashin Sama leader, let's go for that Uchiha, and for the traitorous snake Orochimaru. The Kuzu. I support Haiden, Orochimaru's bounty will benefit us, and together with Konoha's Uchiha, we will raise a large amount of these funds, not counting the Sannin subordinates, some of whom have good bounties like that Kabuto. That and many more things were said by the various members of Akatsuki, while Pain watched the entire discussion with a frown, since the idiot Uchiha brat delayed his plans, he would personally go to give him a very painful death, and in the case of Itachi, the assassin of the Uchiha clan, saw with an unreadable face the entire discussion of his companions wanting both the head of his foolish little brother and Orochimaru, and he knew that if Akatsuki went for Sasuke, he had little chance of survival, especially if Pain and Konan go for his little brother and Orochimaru, since he knew that Pain was stronger than him, and Konan was easily at the level of a Sannin, that woman being someone who is easily at a level comparable to that of her partner Kisame, and that was bad, very bad, but Itachi came out of his thoughts, since Pain spoke. Pain. We will not actively marry Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke, but if you run into them you have to kill them now. We need to locate the other Jinchurikis. The Kyuubi must wait when Itachi Kisame regenerates, they will go for him, but for now locate where exactly the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails is. Itachi. Hey, Leader Sama. Pain. Well, this meeting is over, you may leave, locate the Jinchurikis, in 3 years we will start the house of the Bijuus. The other members of Akatsuki nodded and disappeared to search for information on the location of the other Jinchurikis. At the moment when all the Akatsuki disappeared, both Konan and Pain being the only ones who stayed, they saw someone come out from the shadows, but the Akatsuki couple did nothing, since they knew who the person in front of them was, it was their leader, the true leader of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. Pain. I suppose you heard everything that was said, right Madara, what Zetsu informed us is too worrying, we will lose a lot of time, since the Kyuubi will take too long to regenerate, and it will be very difficult to hunt it. Madara. It's a shame the Jinchuriki is dead, this delays our plans quite a bit. I want you to give the snake a home and bring Sasuke Uchiha to me alive, he could be very useful for our plans. Pain. Conan. And what are we going to do with the other Jinchurikis? The 6 tails are missing, the 3 tails are reforming, and 5 and 4 tails are somewhere in the country of Earth, and the 8 and 2 tails are very well guarded. Well, the 7 tails are somewhere in Takigakure, and the 1 tail is well guarded, Itsuna. Madara. Locate them, the most problematic will be the Jinchuriki of the 8 and 2 tails. It is said that the 8 tails is as strong as the Reikage, and he is currently the most dangerous of the 5 cages due to his immense speed. Very few members of Akatsuki would have a chance to defeat him, only Itachi or Pain and maybe Konan and Kisame will have a chance to fight against the Reikage and be able to defeat him. Pain. Then I myself will go for the 8 tails if none of the Akatsuki members have a chance of fighting against the Reikage and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki. I know I am superior to them since I am a god. Those from the elemental nations watched in disbelief as Uchiha Madara was alive, especially Inoki, since he knew the power of that man and was terrified. Hell, he knew that the man was not a cage-level shinobi, but something far superior to that level that few people could achieve. It's impossible for Madara to still be alive, I remember killing him, Hashirama said in disbelief, as he remembers how Madara died by his hand, and the strangest thing is that he knew that Madara would never hide under a mask, his pride wouldn't allow it. I don't think it's Madara, most likely it's a fake one, I know Madara would never hide under a mask, Tobirama mentioned. The Akatsuki were in shock to see the fool Tobi being the true leader of Akatsuki and supposedly being Uchiha Madara, while Nagato and Konan looked analytically at Tobi, since they heard Tobirama say that he was not Madara, since he would never hide under a mask, and it was true Madara was the most powerful Uchiha. He would never hide under a ridiculous mask and an idiot personality, so they made a mental note to kill him later. So they have in their sights the counterpart of my foolish younger brother for what he did to Naruto. If Pain goes for him, not even I will be able to stop him, and even less if he goes with Konan. I know I could defeat her, but she is still very dangerous, thought Itachi, since he knew that Pain was above the average cage level, and Konan could stand up to the current cages of the 5 shinobi villages. HC 15, well, we better shut up and let Lady Amaterasu continue with the story, since I see that many are interested in what will happen. Amaterasu nodded and continued with the story. In the world of DxD, more exactly in the Shinto faction, a meeting was taking place between the 3 strongest of the Shinto faction. Susanoo, god of storms, Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, and Tsukiyomi, goddess of the moon, each powerful in their own right. Susanoo. Well sister, you wanted to tell us what exactly happened in Kyoto. Susanoo, god of the sea of storms and battles, the 2nd strongest Shinto god. Tsukiyomi. Yes, sister, what happened to make you come home so anxious? That's what you have to tell us. Tsukiyomi, goddess of the moon, the 3rd strongest Shinto goddess. Amaterasu. You see brothers, it seems we have new allies, one is a Kyuubi, and his power is easily at the level of the top 5, while the other is someone who was thought to be dead, he is Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, who is easily in the top 4 of the strongest existences. Amaterasu, goddess of the sun and leader of the Shinto pantheon, the strongest Shinto goddess. At what Amaterasu said, both Tsukiyomi and Susanoo opened their eyes in shock, since there was another Kyuubi, but that was on par with gods like Indra, and that apparently the king of heroes Gilgamesh had allied with them. They knew the power of Gilgamesh. They knew that he was a very powerful king who classified as the 10 strongest existences in the world. What they did not know was how he was still alive. He was supposed to have died years ago, but they dismissed it. It does not matter that now he is their ally, which seemed strange to them. He was supposed to be an arrogant king who never allied himself with anyone, or so the story said. Amaterasu. I know what they will say, that Gilgamesh is arrogant and how a Kyuubi can be so powerful. Well, I will only say this, they too are taking care of a child who has the potential to even surpass the dragon goddess of infinity. That child has enormous power despite being a newborn, and that is amazing to tell the truth. Susanoo. Impossible sister, no being has that potential. The dragon goddess of infinity is one of the most powerful beings, only surpassed by the beast of the apocalypse that was sealed by the biblical god in Great Red, the most powerful dragon. Those 3 beings are in the range of dragon god, they are beings of immense power, impossible to overcome. Tsukiyomi. Susanoo is right, those 3 beings are impossible to overcome, even Shiva, who is the strongest god, would lose against Office, and that's saying a lot, not even father had a chance with her as a child, has the potential to surpass the dragon of infinity. Off screen you could see all the faction leaders with their eyes wide open upon hearing that this child has the potential to surpass Office. That was bad for everyone, since there would be another individual of the dragon god level. Interesting, so the kid will be powerful. I wonder if he could help me get Big Red out of my house, Office said curiously. HC 15, well, we better shut up and let Lady Amaterasu continue with the story, since I see that many are interested in what will happen, and how Naruto has the potential to surpass the Infinity Dragon, and you will see that it is true. Amaterasu nodded and continued with the story. Amaterasu. Believe me brothers, that child will be one of the pillars for the Yokai faction to emerge not as a small or medium faction, but as a powerful one that could even equal the biblical ones or that of the Hindu gods. Susanoo? You say one of the pillars, so I assume Yasaka-chan the new Kyuubi and Gilgamesh the king of heroes will be the other pillars, right sister? These will be the ones that guide the little brat to greatness. Amaterasu. Exactly little brother, but I warn you not to try to bother either Gilgamesh or Kurama the Kyuubi who settled in Kyoto, and much less do anything to endanger Naruto the baby they protect, because otherwise you will be eliminated, and not even I will be able to protect you from the wrath of those two, since from what I noticed they are too protective of the child. Susanoo snorted, annoyed. He wanted to meet and train the boy, but he wouldn't do anything. His sister was right. If those two who were taking care of the boy were in the top 10 of the strongest beings, he had no chance. Hell, he wasn't even in the top 20, so he nodded to his sister. In addition, these will be allies of the Shinto faction. They would not do anything against him and his people, despite Gilgamesh's hatred for what his sister told him. The king of heroes would not do anything against him or his people as long as they did not harm or hurt the boy that made him sigh, since there were few beings who could face Gilgamesh, being the dragon gods and the Hindu gods the few who could do it. Gilgamesh off-screen smiled, knowing that the gods fear him, although he frowned knowing that there were still gods who could defeat him, and although they were few it still bothered him. He only hoped that his counterpart was strong enough to defeat any god who goes after the brat. Susanoo just snorted in annoyance, but he knew he had no chance against Gilgamesh, and as his sister said in the story, only the Primordial and the dragon gods and Indra would be able to stop them. HG 15. Well, we'll take a short break. You know where the snacks are. Rest. I think many of you are processing the information. End of chapter. Chapter 3. HG 15. Well, I think everyone is calmer with what they saw in the previous chapter. I think the time has come to see the third chapter of this story. Now you will see how Naruto will recruit some high-level beings and some who have great potential to be able to face as Satan. And whoever the boy recruits, I mean, he already has Gilgamesh on his side, who is strong enough to be in the top 10, he said and asked Azazel, somewhat nervous about the boy named Naruto, since from what he saw he had terrifying potential. He only hoped that his counterpart would not become an enemy of the boy. Fukuku, I will only say that the first to be recruited will be someone who is above the faction leaders, but well, it will be better if you see the story, and you will know who Naruto will be able to recruit, the author replied with a small dark laugh. Everyone raised an eyebrow at what the author said, and some felt a chill at the dark laugh he let out, while Kurama and Gilgamesh looked curious to see what will happen to their Jinchuriki bear child they take care of. Kushina. I wonder how strong my son will become. From what I saw, he would have many abilities, but I wonder if he will be able to surpass most of the beings in that dimension. Several of the ninjas nodded, wanting to see what Naruto would do, while others were frowning at seeing such a strong demon. Kurama's thought. The child is the one from father's prophecy. When we will be in the elemental nations, I will train him and tell him to take off the idiot mask he has. It is time for him to bring out his true self and true power. HG 15. I think it's time to watch chapter 3 so you can see the new events that happen in your world. Supernatural beings will see how Naruto is changing the original story. For some it will be for the better, and for other beings it will be for the worse. Several of the supernatural beings gulped dryly, as they did not know how young Naruto would affect the supernatural world, while gods like Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, cows, Amaterasu and Indra looked curious and wondered how strong the child Naruto would be to be able to affect the entire supernatural world. HG 15. Well, now who wants to read chapter 3? I will read. I am curious to see what will happen to the supernatural world with that variable called Naruto, Sona replied. The author nodded and gave the book to Sona so she could start with the third chapter. Chapter 3. The years pass and a new empire rises. It's been 7 years since Kurama, Gilgamesh and Naruto joined the Yokai faction. In these years, very interesting events occurred in the first year. What happens is that Yusaka, the leader of Kyoto and a Kyuubi, became Kurama's girlfriend, being that the Kyuubi woman in that year went into heat, having both Kyuubi a great night of passion that resulted in Yusaka becoming pregnant, which made everyone happy, being Amaterasu the happiest because finally her friend and adoptive daughter Yusaka had a boyfriend who loves her and protects her from all the idiots who were insinuating themselves to Yusaka. In addition to that, thanks to this union, there will be more Kyuubi in Kyoto, for which she blessed Yusaka and the baby she carried in her, giving them the power to handle them call like her, something that the Kyuubi appreciated. In the second year, the birth of Kuno Otsutsuki, the princess of the Kyuubi, and the little sister of Naruto Otsutsuki, who currently was adopted by Yusaka, being this the new mother of Naruto, something that made Kurama happy, since finally his cub would have a complete family. He could be a being of destruction, but his family was his only light and he would not allow anyone to harm them. In the third year, the relationship as husband and wife between Yusaka and Kurama was formalized, being chaos for all the supernatural beings who were after the Kyuubi. That some compared her beauty with the seraph Gabriel of the faction of the angels, and some would even say that the Kyuubi surpasses in beauty the purest seraph. On the other hand, Kurama, to strengthen Yusaka, he turned the queen of the Yokai into a pseudo-Bijuu, Yusaka having as much chakra as the Hachibi, which amazed Kurama and made him happy, since he knew that his wife's chakra would increase with the passing of the years. In addition to making her a pseudo-Bijuu, Kurama made Yusaka his queen piece, and thanks to all this the Kyuubi woman had a great plus of power. Kurama estimated that in terms of power Yusaka already surpasses any of the Mau, although it does not reach the level of the celestial dragons, but it was very close to them. In the fourth year, Naruto began his training with Gilgamesh with sword and other weapons. This was done to strengthen him physically, thus the king of heroes seeing Naruto as a little brother, and that was a strange thought for the arrogant king. On the other hand, Kurama and Yusaka made several Yokai clans join the Kyoto faction, increasing the Yokai population of Kyoto. In addition, Kurama killed several of the Yokai elders who were traitors, since they were conspiring to kill Yusaka, so the Bijuu killed them in the worst way, that is, by making them mincemeat. First he chained them, then sent his best torturer to cut off their limbs and remove their skin, so that finally they would bathe them in acid. This was done by Kurama since that trash not only tried to kidnap Yusaka, but also kidnap her puppies and sell them to the demons. Off-screen, when Asia read that part, a large amount of death sensations could be felt throughout the place coming from Yusaka and Kurama for hearing what some stupid old men wanted to do to their daughter from another dimension. Both Kyubis wanted to gut those decrepit old men. All the shinobi and most of the supernatural beings were sweating profusely from the power and feeling of death that both Kyuubi were giving off. Most of them felt like ants compared to those two, especially that Kyuubi who was with other animals. Asia wasn't affected that much, as the author placed a barrier around her to protect her from almost anything. Yusaka, in that story, my daughter is older than the one in my dimension. I ask, even with her power coming out of her, scaring several people. HG 15, yes, in that dimension you had Kunu long before with Kurama, but well later in the story you will discover it. Asia, you can continue reading. The former nun nodded and continued reading. In these 7 years, Kurama and Yusaka made an agreement with the Dragon King's Tiamat, the Dragon Queen of Karma, and her best friend Irene Bulsirian, the Scarlet Destroyer, a dragon so strong that in terms of power, she could easily keep up with the current Lucifer. These joined Kurama in his faction Tiamat because she respected Kurama and thus could protect the dragons that were in her care from the gods who bothered her to join her faction. In addition to Yusaka being a good friend, so she trusted her, so Tiamat became Kurama's first tower. While Irene Bulsirian joined Kurama for her daughter, she wanted her daughter to live more peacefully, since because of her power gods like the degenerate Zeus went after her to want to sleep with her, and that put her daughter in danger, and having the protection of Kurama, she could raise and train her daughter, so Kurama made Irene Bulsirian his second tower. On the other hand, in these 7 years Kurama and Yusaka, with the help of Amaterasu, were creating where their faction could reside. They did this because when the dragons joined, the population in Kyoto increased, although they were not yet overpopulated. They knew that their population would increase, so they were creating a place where they could live. This was not so difficult, since Amaterasu knew a lot about magic runes and dimensional magic, while Kurama was an expert in Fuinjutsu, thanks to being in pure Uzumaki, so in this time they had already created a dimension in which these 3 powerful entities were building the new empire, where their entire faction would move. Wait, so in that dimension all the Yokai and a large number of dragons are uniting as a single faction under the command of that Kurama? Asked Tiamat in surprise and wondered who that Irene Bulsirian was and why she and that dragon Irene joined Kurama's entourage, and she was curious to know how strong she would become. Meanwhile, Zareth, the dark wizard of fairy tale, watched the screen with his eyes narrowed, since Irene was strong and, in his opinion, one of, if not the strongest woman in her dimension, only below the dragon goddess of the moon Selene, who in Zareth's opinion, she was someone very dangerous in Acnologia's league. In Irene's case, her counterpart looked curious, along with a large number of dragons, joined that Kurama, and wondered how strong he would become by being on the side of that faction or empire, but at the same time she was happy that she could raise her daughter in that dimension, and frowned upon hearing that some gods loved her. In the case of the 12 Spriggan, they watched with their mouths open as Irene, the most powerful warrior of their empire, joined another group as if nothing had happened, but they were also curious to know who Irene's daughter would be, and they wondered if they would be as strong as the queen of the dragons. Urza squinted at the woman who looked just like her. Something told her she knew the woman and was related to her, but she didn't know how. Those from the supernatural world watched nervously and with their mouths open as the Yokai and the dragons were allying themselves in a single faction, and they realized that it would be dangerous for everyone, since the dragons were powerful, and the Yokai have various unique attacks that made them somewhat dangerous for the large number of supernatural beings. The Biju watched with narrowed eyes as their brother from that dimension was creating an empire and wondered what plans he had, since they knew that their brother was not normally like that. He was arrogant, but there he did not seem so arrogant, but rather someone more calculating. Continuing with the story. In the 7th, a 7-year-old Naruto who was with Gilgamesh his knight as a guard, since thanks to Kurama and Yasaka were too overprotective with him, they would not let him go out without Gilgamesh accompanying him, but when they left and moved away from Kyoto, they were attacked by Kruch, dragon of the Circle of the Crescent, the strongest evil dragon, since he was ordered to kidnap Naruto, even though he did not like the order in the least. Since that did not go with him, but he obeyed the order, although with reluctance, the young Kyuubi wanted to test himself against Kruch and see how strong he was, so he fought with the evil dragon, all this being seen by Gilgamesh, who was going to intervene if Naruto was losing, but to his surprise Naruto defeated the evil dragon, although he was very injured by the battle, so he made a mental note to train Naruto better. The battle was not felt by anyone. Since the king of the heroes put several barriers to withstand the energies of the two titans, Gilgamesh was going to finish Naruto's work and kill the evil dragon, since he endangered the life of Naruto, whom he considers his apprentice and younger brother. Off-screen, everyone from the various dimensions watched with their mouths open as Naruto and Kruch had a great fight. Those from DxD realized that this battle was above the level of a super demon, and they wondered how strong Naruto would become, since at the age of 7, he became strong enough to defeat the strongest evil dragon, and that was bad for any faction, since the child's potential was enormous. That battle is impossible as a 7-year-old boy has so much power to defeat an evil dragon that is on par with a celestial dragon, said and shouted Ria's Gremory, alias the tomato/the spoiled one. I agree with Ria's Boucho, how is it possible that that brat is so strong? That must be a joke, Icy said in disbelief. The Mayu looked at the screen with their eyes half closed and realized that this child was dangerous, and they just hoped not to be on his bad side, since if at the age of 7 he was as strong as defeating a celestial level dragon, that made him very dangerous. Serafal. This is very bad, since the power of that new faction is enormous, and if the Nakasho incident happens, it will be very bad for the demons. Bajuka. Exactly, we just hope that our counterparts don't do anything stupid to the yokai or the dragons, because otherwise we will be destroyed. Azazel, well, let's hope you demons don't do anything wrong, since from what I see, that Kurama attacks anyone who harmed him and his faction. Kruch watched with his mouth open as he was defeated by a simple child under 10 years old, that hurt his pride, but it also made him curious to know what would happen to him if he died or what they would do to him. But those from the Fate dimension, they were open-mouthed, never expecting to see the arrogant Gilgamesh worrying about someone else besides him, and in the case of Arthoria, she was incredulous. Gilgamesh never behaved like that, although she also liked seeing the arrogant king in that way, since in her opinion, the Gilgamesh on the screen was better than the Gilgamesh of her dimension. Gilgamesh's thoughts. I see, so I see him as a little brother. Now I understand why my counterpart protects the child. I wonder what will happen in the story, and I see that myself from that dimension trained the child well enough for him to be able to defeat a dragon at the age of 7. HG 15. Well, I think it would be better to continue with the story. Asia.san continues, so that everyone is clear of any doubts about what is happening with Kruch. Naruto. Gil, don't kill him, I want to know why exactly he wanted to kill me. As I understand it, this dragon doesn't kill children, he only fights strong opponents, so it's surprising that he goes after me. Gilgamesh. Fine Naruto, but if he attacks you again I'll finish him off. I won't let anyone hurt you, much less a pathetic dragon. Kruch watched everything with caution to the two individuals in front of him, since the boy in front of him was immensely powerful, and he realized that his potential was enormous. Devils at the age of 7 he was defeated by a dragon that is in the range of a celestial dragon, so he realized how dangerous the individuals in front of him are, and realized that it was a mistake to attack them. Naruto. Well, evil dragon Kruch, I want to know why you attacked me if I have never attacked you or seen you. What is it that you are looking for, and don't lie to me please. I don't want to kill a dragon like you. I feel your heart, and for an evil dragon, I don't feel that much evil in you Kruch, rather I feel some sadness in you, that is strange for an evil dragon. Kruch frowned and gave a sigh of resignation. He would tell the brat everything in front of him, everything, since 1, he defeated him in a fair battle, 2, the brat seemed to spare his life, and 3, he was not loyal to the Chaos Brigade, he was only there to fight and have worthy opponents, since that was the only thing he lived for since his wife died. Kruch. Fine, I'll tell you everything, Yokai Prince, it's not like I have any other choice. Your power may be on par with Indra's, while your partner next to you is stronger. I have no chance against you, besides, you defeated me in a fair duel, and I respect that. After Kruch said that, he told Naruto everything about the Chaos Brigade, who was made up of that brigade, he told him about who was the leader of that brigade, and who sent him to kidnap him and why they wanted him. Naruto. I see, so the son of Lucifer sent you to kidnap me. It's interesting, I thought I would go unnoticed by the world, but I see that some beings already know of my existence. I propose something to you, evil dragon Crom Cruach. Crom Cruach raised one of his eyebrows in curiosity as he wanted to know what the boy in front of him was proposing. Naruto, noticing that he had caught the dragon's attention, began his proposal. Naruto. I propose that you join my nobility, you will have my protection and that of the Yokai faction, and although you may not believe it, my faction has grown stronger, being as strong as any of the biblical factions today, so you do not have to worry if you join me, you will not have to fear office, I know that with time I will surpass that dragon, in addition to that you will be able to be with other dragons and train with them, we could even train together to strengthen ourselves. Crom Cruach opened his eyes in surprise, and he knew that the boy in front of him was right. He knew that in a couple of years the brat would be at office's level. He estimated that he would be about 5 more years old, and this child could match Shiva or even Office the Dragon of Infinity. He wondered to himself what kind of monster the boy would be when he reached his full potential. It would be interesting to see all his growth. Besides, the boy spared his life, and he couldn't detect any lies in the brat, and it was better to be under the brat's command than the crazy son of Lucifer. Crom Cruach. Well, what do I have to do to join you? I find your proposal very interesting. I want to see your growth and see how strong you will become in the coming years. Naruto. Well, the only thing I ask is your loyalty. You can do what you want, as long as it does not harm my faction, and well, simple, what you are going to do is join my nobility. These pieces are similar to the demon pieces, only these pieces will not turn you into yokai, they will only give you some extra abilities, such as the use of chakra among other unique abilities, that will help you strengthen yourself, even to overcome the celestial dragons. I know you are close to their level, or maybe you are at their level, but I know that with proper training, you will be strong enough to defeat both celestial dragons at the same time. Crom Cruach opened his eyes in surprise, as that would be very beneficial for him, and he could also become stronger by training with the boy and the King of Heroes, and who knows, maybe the boy is someone worthy to serve. It's not that he would like to serve someone, but he doesn't dislike it either as long as the person he serves is worthy in his eyes, and the brat at the moment was. All this was seen by Gilgamesh, who was impressed as Naruto convinced the strongest evil dragon to join him, but he also had a small frown, since the dragon was not yet trustworthy. Crom Cruach. Fine, I agree to join your nobility. I accept that you be my leader. I will be loyal to you as long as you do not impose your will on me. I still have my dragon pride, but I recognize you as my leader. You are much stronger than me and you spared my life, so I owe you my loyalty. I promise to be your shield as long as you do not betray me. Naruto. Well, don't worry about that, you will be my new tower. Crom Cruach, become strong by my side. Crom Cruach. Fine, I'll follow you and I'll be your tower, I'll be your shield against any being that tries to harm you, boss, I just hope you're still worthy. Gilgamesh. Well, since you agreed to join Naruto, I just hope you don't betray him, half-breed, because if not I will destroy you. I don't care who gets in my way, half-breed, you will end up in pieces if you hurt my little brother. Naruto sighed, since Gilgamesh may behave in a polite and good manner with him, although he was a beast with training, but with others, he behaves like shit. He sees most as garbage, unless they show their strength or are worthy in his eyes. Well, Crom Cruach frowned at Gilgamesh's threat, but said nothing. He knew the strength of the King of Heroes at present, and it was worrisome hell. That blonde was on par with the god of destruction Shiva, if the rumors are true, and from what he felt about the power of the King of Heroes, the rumors were true. Naruto. Gil, stop threatening our new ally, let's go home, I want to talk to Kurama Odo.san, it's time to see the Dimensional Project and the New Home Project, you know well why each of these projects are important. Gilgamesh. Okay Naruto, let's go. Crom Cruach, follow us. It's time to go inform the Kyoto leaders about what happened and that you will join the yokai. Off-screen everyone was with their mouths open, since the evil dragon joined Naruto as his new tower. That was bad for the supernatural world, since that evil dragon was as strong as a celestial dragon. So the boy spared my life, now I see why my counterpart joined the boy, and I know that my counterpart will be loyal to him, since the boy defeated me, and to the boy named Naruto, I owe my life. I wonder how strong I will be next to the boy, Naruto said. Crom Cruach, not at all upset that he lost, besides he saw that the brat was someone loyal to his own, and what better for him than to follow a king who cares about his people, and if Naruto will be his king, then so be it for him. Azazel, this is bad because Crom Cruach's power is enormous, and it takes someone at the level of a celestial dragon to stop him. Michael, exactly, the only one who could fight him in heaven would be Metatron, and I'm not sure if I could defeat him. I wonder what will happen in this story. Vegeta. Exactly, to face Crom Cruach I would at least have to join Surziches to be able to defeat that dragon. The Empire is getting stronger and stronger, this will be bad for all of us. But those from the elemental nations, they were nervous, especially those from Konoha, since they knew that Naruto hated Konoha with all his being, and that was bad for them, while the Uzumaki clan looked curiously at their descendant. This is interesting, I wonder what the Gaki is going to do, from what I saw he became extremely strong, said Anko with a smile on her face. Sasuke and Sakura frowned at how jealous he was because his junior dope was much stronger than him in that dimension, while Sakura because Naruto Baka was overshadowing her Sasuke.kun. HC 15. Well, continue with the story, we will see how the story develops. Asia continues. The aforementioned nodded and was curious to read what would happen in the reading and see Naruto's power and know what would happen and what he would do. After Crom Cruach, the strongest evil dragon, joined Naruto, both Gilgamesh and Naruto told Kurama and Yasaka what happened with Crom Cruach and the attack they received by order of Rizavum Livan Lucifer, who is part of the Chaos Brigade, being the leader of this brigade, the Dragon of Infinity Office Ouroboros. When they found out that Crom Cruach attacked Naruto, Kurama and Yasaka almost launched to destroy the evil dragon, but were stopped by Naruto telling them that now Crom Cruach was now their new tower and that they do not have to worry. This made Yasaka and Kurama stop and nodded, although they did not like at all what Naruto did, so they would keep an eye on Crom Cruach for a nod from Naruto, since he knew that he still would not trust Crom Cruach, so he knew they would keep an eye on him. Naruto. Well, Kurama, it's time to carry out the dimensional project, it's time to go to the elemental nations, in addition to when the new home project is finished. Both Yasaka and Kurama opened their eyes in surprise, since Naruto wanted to carry out the dimensional project, they knew that this project would still take a couple of years to complete, they estimated that it would take about 6 or 7 years, maybe a little more, while the new home project will be ready much sooner than expected. Kurama. You know well that this project will take a couple of years. According to the scientists it will take a long time, although I will still ask him to speed up his hand in the dimensional project, but most likely he will finish that project in about 7 or 8 years. You know how complicated it is to open a mini-dimensional gap for several people. We know that both you and I can go there individually, but it is better to go prepared and with strong people to be able to eliminate Akatsuki and rescue all the Biju and Jinchuricus, otherwise it would be risky, since each of the cages is at the level of an ultimate class demon, or even at the level of a Mayu, maybe a little stronger. Naruto. Well, I understand, and indeed you are right, father, the power of the old witch Tsunade is on par with an ultimate demon, almost at the level of a Satan, or maybe she is already at that level. Well, Jiraiya, if the rumors that he investigated in the elemental nations are true, then I estimate that he is at the level of a Mayu like Seraphol Leviathan, or maybe even higher. Kurama. You're right about that part, I would even say that the wise toad may be stronger than a Satan, perhaps on par with the Monkey King, while the members of Akatsuki may be at the same or similar level, but the leader of this group must be close to the level of gods like Zeus or Odin. Naruto. Lose Kurama, I'm not stupid. I know well that the Sanin Kakashi and Guy will be the biggest threat when I go to Konoha, but leaving that topic aside, like the elemental weapons Yasaka Akasan. Yasaka. Naruto.kun The weapons will be ready in 2 years, with it we will be able to equip all the yokai. Naruto nodded and said goodbye and signaled Gilgamesh and Crom Cruach to follow him. He had things to do and people to see, he needed to get stronger and make his companions stronger, he wouldn't allow any of them to die when they go to the elemental nations, and he will seek revenge or justice, depending on who you ask, but he needed the dimensional project, it's not that he couldn't go to the elemental nations dimension. It's just that he wouldn't go alone, and taking more people would cost him a lot, he just waited a few more years to be able to use his dimensional jumping ability more efficiently. Off-screen, those from Konoha and the elemental nations were nervous, since Naruto wanted to return to his dimension, or well, to the dimension of his counterparts, and they realized that they would be destroyed again, something they never thought they would see, since they never thought they would see Naruto want to destroy Konoha. Tsunade, this is bad. If what Naruto says is true, our counterparts will have a bad time. Aburama, I'm curious to see what that kid will do, I'm not so worried about the village in that dimension, since they were foolish to betray the boy. Minato. I don't give a shit about the village, my son deserves to destroy Konoha for all the harm they did to him. I wonder how strong he'll become, and although it bothers me that he doesn't see me as his father, at least from what I see he doesn't hate me for sealing Kurama. Kushina. I agree with Minato.kun, I just hope he makes them suffer Kukuku and destroys everyone who hurt him. Several of the Konoha ninjas looked at their heroes in horror, even the first and third Hokage looked horrified by the words of Tobirama, Kushina and Minato. Continuing with the story. 2 years after Crom Cruach joined Naruto's nobility as his tower, some events happened that shocked the supernatural world. Among these was that Kurama declared that now the Kyoto Yakai faction moved to their new place of residence that was created by Kurama, Yasaka and Amaterasu, being like a small dimension the size of a country or maybe larger in that dimension. They created various cities, being the main city or the capital named Peace. Since that city will be a place of peace for all the oppressed, finally Kurama changed the name of his faction by naming it the Empire of Light, since they will be the light of all the people who were discriminated against that, and it was made public that the Dragon Queen of Karma and Irene Bulsirian the Scarlet Destruction, along with all the dragons that they lead, joined the Empire of Light. This shocked several factions. Since both women were even stronger than the Mayu and several gods in the supernatural world, especially Irene being a dragon on par with Lucifer, or so they assumed, since currently Irene had become stronger to the point that she is close to the two celestial dragons. Currently Naruto was talking with his mother and Kurama his father about a trip he would take to travel the world and maybe meet members of his nobility. Meanwhile with Naruto and his family they were discussing "You are too young to leave, Naruto. I can't leave you," said Yusaka in a worried way. "Well mother, I know I am strong, but with my power I know I can defend myself. Besides I can go with Gilgamesh and Krom Kruich, they are strong. I think for you it would be more than enough escort if something happens." Yusaka frowned at that. She knew that escort would be more than enough to protect her baby. Literally she knew that if those two worked together, they would defeat her. Hell, Gilgamesh alone could defeat her. Well, Krom Kruich was at her level, so they had the power to protect their Sachi, and she even knew that Gilgamesh was stronger than her. Very few beings could. Against that arrogant one she knew it well, only Kurama or Naruto had a chance of stopping him, one with their power, and the other did not know how, but Gilgamesh did not like to see Naruto upset and did not know how his son was able to control that idiot. It was then that reluctantly nodded and said, "Fine, you go Naruto, strengthen yourself son, I will take care of strengthening our faction along with Kurama.kun and our allies the Dragonos, but be cautious." Naruto nodded happily, finally he could travel the world and maybe finish his nobility if he's lucky. After 3 weeks Naruto took a plane heading with Gilgamesh and Krom Kruich to Rome, much to the annoyance of both powerful warriors, as they were now Naruto's nannies, even though he didn't need a nanny, as the duo knew that only the Primordial and the Dragon Gods pose a threat to the Yokai Prince. They were visiting Rome, 1 because Naruto wanted to travel the world and 2 because maybe they could find strong warriors to face and recruit. Currently the trio of individuals at the level of the strongest gods were walking in Rome until they saw with curiosity and surprise how several demons were chasing a boy of 10 or 11 years old, something that made Naruto frown, since he did not understand what those demons wanted to do with the brat. Well, Krom Kruich saw everything with some interest, and in the case of Gilgamesh, he saw everything with disinterest. He did not care about the child, although he was somewhat curious why those half-breeds were chasing the brat. Demon 1. "Give up brat, we outnumber you 20-1, it's time to finish you off like we finished off your family, that's what they get for not accepting our proposal." Demon 2. "Hahaha, exactly, surrender and let yourself be killed, you will pay for what your father did, you stupid brat, it's time for your punishment, stupid brat." Ajuka, "This is bad, those demons are not renegades, but belong to our faction, to one of the houses." Seraphol, "If you're right Ajuka-chan, I wonder what will happen to those demons and the boy on the screen." Surziches frowned, since those demons were making his faction look bad. He knew that happened and never did anything, but he never thought that now all the factions knew what several of his faction were doing. Azazel looked at that with a frown, but also curious to see what would happen, while Vali looked on with curiosity, since he knew that those demons would end badly. After saying that, the demons rushed towards the boy with a sadistic smile on his face, since they thought to capture him and torture him. Since his father refused to join them, he tried to defend himself, and despite putting up a fight, knocking out 2 of the 20 demons and killing one by burning him with his powers, which impressed Naruto, who was watching everything and seeing that the boy, despite being good, would lose since he faces medium and low-level demons. So he intervened and sighed and said, "Lightning element, a large discharge," thus sending a current electrocuting all the demons, leaving them knocked out. After doing that, Naruto frowned with his hand and launched a stream of fire, incinerating all the demons. After doing that, the boy looked impressed by the ease with which a child younger than him had destroyed those demons, but after a few seconds seeing Naruto, he fainted. Naruto approaches along with Gilgamesh and Krom Kruich, one with a look disinterested and another with a frown, carries the child. Krom please says to Naruto the evil dragon sighed, he wanted a good battle, but nods, and they take the young man going towards the hotel where they were staying. They could not leave the brat in that place. He was not like that. Maybe Gilgamesh does not care, but he was not like the arrogant Gilgamesh, besides he was curious about the fire powers that he had. Azazel. It will be interesting to investigate the boy's fire powers, as they seem unique. Bali, I knew those foolish demons would die, that's what happens to them for wanting to force someone to join their nobility. Hiroka, that's right Naya, I wonder what will happen to the new prince of the empire, those demons will pay Kukuku. The office. I wonder what that boy will do, it would be interesting to see the power of that child, if he can have under his command the king of heroes Gilgamesh and the strongest evil dragon Krom Kruich, it will be interesting to see that development. Big Red. The boy's power is interesting. I wonder if my counterpart will be able to have a great fight with the boy. It will be interesting to see how strong the boy is. Shiva, indeed, that child is strong, his potential is enormous. I think that soon his power will surpass Thor Ra. It will be interesting to continue this story. Odin, indeed Lord Shiva, even though it bothers me to say it, the child may be stronger than my son Thor. I wonder how my counterpart will fare when he meets the child. Thor. It will be interesting to fight that kid, he looks like a worthy opponent with honor, it will be interesting to see what his counterpart does. Several of the supernatural beings had various thoughts, both positive and negative, but in the case of the angels and demons, they had a bad feeling, as if the child's existence alone threatened their entire faction. HG15, I see that you are quite interested in Naruto's potential and current power, because I will tell you that currently very few beings would be able to defeat him, but well, let's continue with the story, and you will see what will happen. Continuing with the story. After waiting a couple of hours for the young man to wake up, Naruto was getting impatient. He was not a patient person, that was due to the Uzumaki lineage, neither of them were patient at all, while Gilgamesh was somewhat irritated, since now he felt that he would be the fire brat's babysitter, but they both calmed down and dismissed their thoughts when Cruich noticed and said that the young man they rescued had already woken up and they both went towards the room. One in a red flash and the other in golden particles. After a few seconds Naruto and Gilgamesh appeared in the room where Cruich was, who seemed somewhat irritated because he had become a babysitter, but both dismissed it and saw the wounded young man wake up and was scared, putting himself on guard, since there were three strangers. Cruich. Calm down, we saved you from those thugs, well the one who did it was Naruto, killing everyone was easy for him, so there's nothing to worry about, damn it. The boy, about 10 or 11 years old, nods somewhat distrustfully at the three individuals in front of him, especially because he felt a gigantic power from them that made the demons that attacked him look like a fly. What's your name? Naruto asks with some interest, since he was curious about the firepower the boy used. The boy looked at him somewhat suspiciously, something that was noticed by everyone and made them sigh in resignation, while Gilgamesh already wanted to finish everything, he was getting bored and impatient, he didn't understand how Naruto could be patient with the brat. You don't have to be distrustful of us, we're not going to do anything to you, brats, said Cruich, already very annoyed by the boy who couldn't say his name, hell, he wanted to end this stupidity, if they were going to kill him, they would have done it a long time ago, the brat may be strong for his age, but in his eyes he was a fly that if he didn't say his name quickly, he would kill him or so he wanted. Since he knew that if he tried to do something to the brat Naruto would get in the way and most likely beat him up. The boy nods with some distrust and with a frown, he was really nervous. The three individuals in front of him were in another league that he doubted he would even reach in 100 years. Boy. My name is Portgas Ace. Who are you? Asked the one called Ace with curiosity and a lot of nervousness. He could be a disrespectful idiot, but he knew well that these three guys were in a league of their own, and he didn't want to screw up his chance at life. Besides, it was noticeable that two of the three guys were angry, he thought and shuddered in fear. Let me introduce myself, my name is Otsutsuki Naruto, said our hero red hair Ace nodding his head, it's better not to talk, since I could say any stupidity, I am Gilgamesh the king of heroes, introduced myself, the protector and the strongest hero, my name is Cruich, I am the strongest evil dragon, said the first tower of Naruto, and one of the strongest beings to the point that currently he could already defeat the celestial dragons. Why did they save me? Ace asks with curiosity and caution, since no one saves you without asking for anything or so he thought. Naruto. Simple kid, it seemed to me that it was the right thing to do, besides, you were facing 20 demons, what I want to know is why those 20 demons were chasing you, a 10 or 11-year-old boy, what did they want from you, kid? Ace frowned, not wanting to reveal his past, but he knew he had to talk so he wouldn't anger those people. Sighing, Ace spoke. Ace. They attacked me, since a high-class demon forced my father to join his nobility. My father refused and they ended up killing him, giving me time to escape, but the demons still chased me and almost kidnapped me, but thanks to you I was saved, and that would be the summarized part of my story. Off-screen many frowned at what the demons had done. Several of the gods viewed the leaders of the underworld in a bad light, since they are their leaders and have to keep their population in order. From what they saw on screen, they did not do that, and several of the leaders thought to themselves that it would be bad to have an alliance with the demons. Amaterasu, poor boy, losing his entire family because of those wretched demons, and just for wanting to add him to their nobility, those demons are trash. Hades, I may be the god of the underworld, but I feel somewhat disgusted by what the demons have done, that's why I wanted them out of my territory, and they said that the current Mayu maintained control over their population. Odin, honestly, doing that to the child is cruel. I'm not one to judge, since I also did bad things in wars, but in my opinion, the leaders that the demons have don't know how to control their people. Thor. They are garbage, father, that's how simple it is, that's why I'm telling you it's bad to have those beings as allies. Loki. I told you those demons are trash, even Thor thinks the same as me. Big Red. I wonder what the boy is going to do. Most likely he will join him to his nobility so he can protect the boy. This story makes me very curious. Office, for the first time I agree with you Red, that kid is strong, and it's interesting to see his story. The demons frowned at what the various faction leaders said, while some of them like Seraphil looked embarrassed by what had happened. HG15. Okay, let's continue with the story. Asia continued. The former nun nodded and continued reading. Also why do you call me a boy if you look even younger than me? And what exactly are you? By the great power that I feel from the three of you, are you not human or at least not completely? Ace asked with a frown and with some curiosity, since he wanted to know why the Redeed called him a boy if they were almost the same age. I simply see you as someone younger than me. Maybe in appearance I look younger than you, but in experience I am older than you. Naruto replied with a flat face. And what exactly do you want from me, since from what I could understand you are not human, if you are with a dragon and demigod as friends, so it is you ask Ace curiously. Well I see you noticed I'm a Kyuubi, said Naruto proudly taking out his 9 tails, making him look very imposing. Ace nodded in surprise. He had heard from his dad a while ago that there were yokai Kyuubi, but there were few, being only 4. He assumed that the boy in front of him would be one of those 4. Ace was thinking what to do because he noticed these people were strong, maybe they could train him so he could protect himself from the demons who wanted him as a slave for his unique abilities, and that frustrated him. He hated being weak and he was ashamed to ask strangers for help. Naruto read Ace easily, so he had an idea of what he was thinking, and the truth is that he felt some pity for him, since he lived something similar to the boy in Konoha, only he had constant murder attempts by both the villagers and the shinobis. Maybe he could propose to him to join his family. Ace. Is there any way you guys can have time to protect me? I know it's a lot to ask, but I know the demons will come for me. They already went for my father. He gave his life to save me. I don't want him to die for nothing. I want to become strong enough to protect myself and find those responsible for what happened to my father. Naruto looked at Ace and sighed if there was a way, but the boy acquired some extra abilities and would live much longer. He would not be a yokai, although he acquired his abilities and lifespan, as well as the power to use chakra among other powers. Naruto. If you wish you can become a member of my nobility, you can be my new pawn, but I will tell you this: when you become my pawn, you will acquire some extra abilities, such as using chakra among other abilities that will strengthen you. In addition, you will acquire the vitality and lifespan of a yokai, that is to say you will live hundreds if not thousands of years. Would you be willing to stop being completely human? Ace thought about it. On the one hand his power will increase, he will gain greater abilities, but at the same time he will live a long time and may see his enemies die. On the other hand he would not be alone, nor would he have his new boss and his fellow nobility, since he assumed that he would not be the only one in the nobility of his new boss, so there were more pros than cons to accept Naruto's offer. Ace. Fine, I accept. I will join your nobility. It will be interesting to join. Also I feel that with you, I will be able to become strong, and I will be able to defend myself from the demons who wanted to have my power and have me as a slave. I feel that you will not treat me as such. Naruto nodded and took out a pawn, making Ace his new pawn and family. He would not let the demons try to kill his new familiar before destroying the underworld, and that idea had been tempting him for a long time, since the demons are the ones who have given him the most problems in this life. Naruto. From now on you will be under my protection and that of my faction. You will not have to worry about others. I will protect you as well as all the members of my nobility and help train that power that you have. End of chapter. Off screen, when Asia finished treating the demons, looked somewhat scared by the boy's thoughts, since they realized that he would attack the underworld if they attacked that boy called Ace, and that would be bad, since that new empire had Gilgamesh and Krom Kruich who were extremely powerful. Surziches, this is bad. If any demon who is with our faction attacks that child, a war could be caused. Seraphil, let's hope that doesn't happen, as it would be difficult to win a war against them. While with Kushina and Minato, they had their gaze lowered after hearing that their baby had had murder attempts, and both parents were thinking how to escape from the Shinigami to be able to return to their baby, or they had plans to escape from the Shinigami to see their son. No matter how strong the Shinigami was, they would escape from him for their baby. HG15, well, we'll take a short break. You know where the snacks are. Rest. I think many are processing the information, especially those from the elemental nations and the leaders of the various factions. End of chapter. Chapter 4. HG15, well, I think everyone is calm now. You will see what Naruto is going to do, and I know that some of you are worried, but let me tell each one of you that Naruto will not attack any of you unless you do something that bothers him or something that hurts him or his comrades, because if that happens, I will tell you that it would be better if you fight against Shinigami, since an angry Naruto is bad for anyone. Gilgamesh. This story is interesting. I wonder what the gods will do against a boy, since from what I saw of the child's power in that dimension, it already surpasses most gods or beings. Arthoria, it will be interesting to see what the boy, that black dragon called Krom Kruich and your counterpart, who I really like much better than you, will do. Gilgamesh frowned but said nothing. He was now more interested in what the boy would do and wondered how powerful he would become. But those from the elemental nations, several ninjas could be seen nervous about the story, since it seemed that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki was extremely dangerous not only for Konoha, but for the entire world of the elemental nations. What do you think Naruto's counterpart will do? Asuma asked somewhat nervously, since from what he saw, Naruto was too powerful, and that was bad for any enemy, and from what he saw, one of his enemies was the one from Konoha from the other dimension. I have no idea, but let's hope Naruto doesn't do anything to Konoha when he goes to the elemental nations, Kakashi replied with a sigh, as he realized that Naruto was incredibly stronger than any of the Hokages. I hope my Naru-chan ends up with the trash that hurt him, Kukuku said and laughed Kushina, hoping that her baby ends up with his enemies. I don't care what happens to Konoha, my son's counterpart will decide the fate of that Konoha, Minato said seriously, since he realized that it was stupid to seal the Kyuubi in his son, since from what he saw in that dimension, they saw him as a demon, and he was sure that in his dimension, they also saw him as a demon. The entire Uzumaki clan nodded, as they wanted Konoha to pay for what they did to a member of their clan. Those of Konoha watched in horror as their two heroes Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze were either calm or happy, as they destroyed the Konoha of that dimension. Minato, Kushina, how come you are calm about the destruction of Konoha? You were the Yondaime Hokage and you, Kushina, was the head of Konoha's sealing. How can they say that? Jiraiya shouted angrily at his apprentice and his wife. Several of the clan leaders nodded at what Jiraiya said, and even some Konoha ninjas nodded as well. Shut up you bucking pervert, I won't kill you because we are forbidden to kill, but remember this. When you die, I'll be waiting for you, and I'll torture you in the afterlife, worthless trash, replied Kushina angrily, her hair levitating in 9 tails, and behind her, a demon with red eyes forming, looking at everyone with a sadistic smile. I agree with my wife that Konoha is rotten, and if they did not fulfill what I asked of seeing Naruto as a hero, they deserve to die. All of Konoha that treated my son badly deserves to disappear, and if they do not pay in life, they will pay in death, said Minato, with his eyes shining blue, and his intent to kill, as well as his chakra, rising to such an extent that all the ninjas including the cages, retreated for fear that the Yondaime would attack them. All this was seen by a Naruto who had a frown, realizing that those of Konoha were garbage, but no longer he would protect them, but he had a plan to escape from the village, and if they crossed him he would kill them. In addition, the author of the book told him that no one could see him until he reveals himself if he wishes. He wanted to see that story and learn how his counterpart became strong. He knew that currently he could fight against any cage and win hell. He knew he could take on 2 cages without the power of the Kyuubi, but he also knew that if it was only him he would lose, and to end Konoha and all the villages that mistreat the Jinchurikis, they needed an army. HG15, well, what do you think if we all calm down and continue with the story, so whoever wants to read and see what changes Naruto is going to make in the supernatural world? I will read. It will be interesting to see the changes that this child will bring to the supernatural world, said Office the Infinity Dragon, since he was curious about this child named Naruto and thought that he could be useful to get Great Red out of the dimensional gap. HC15. You may as well continue, take the book. Office, the Infinity Dragon. After the author said that, the book went to Office and she began to read the story of the rebirth of the child of the prophecy. Chapter 4. Reunion of the new family. After Ace became Naruto's new pawn, he along with Krom Kruich and Gilgamesh went to Russia, more exactly to Moscow, since they were going to stay a couple of weeks. Everything went well the first few days, until Krom Kruich heard from a couple of soldiers about a program to create super soldiers and something about supernatural beings. Doing a survival exam, and those who survived will immerse themselves in the experiment to develop super soldiers with superpowers. After the strongest evil dragon hears that information, he told Naruto, since even though he does not care much about what happens to those children, he knew that Naruto will not allow anything to happen to the boy. He knew why Naruto would try to save those children. Since he knew their past in their dimension and respected Naruto for having so much will and courage not to unleash his power and kill that entire village, he is an evil dragon, but not even he would do what they did to Naruto. Naruto. Are you sure of what you say, Krom, and how much do you believe what you heard about those children who will be test machines for those experiments to be true? Krom Kruich. If Naruto heard it from the military, how do you want us to proceed? I know you wouldn't let anything happen to those children. I personally don't care that much about them, but I know that you have a heart that is too pure to leave those children alone. Naruto nodded but frowned at the lack of empathy Cruich had with the children captured for those horrible experiments, but he also understood that he was an evil dragon. He may not be the most evil, but he knew that he had very little love for people he didn't know. Gilgamesh. And what are you going to do, Naruto? Are we going to save the children or are we going to stay out of what those soldiers do? For my part, I don't care that much about what happened, but as the king of heroes, it is my duty to finish off those idiots who experiment on children. Ace. I think we should go save the children, they need support and I think you can give it to them, Naruto. Naruto. Okay, we'll help the children. Gilgamesh, I want you to investigate the place where the base is where they experiment on the children. The two nod their heads in understanding, one in a bored manner and the other indifferently. They will save the brats not because they like it, but because it was the right thing to do and what Naruto wanted. Naruto. Okay, when you locate the base you throw this kunai and in a flash I'll be with you. After Naruto told Cruich and Gilgamesh to investigate the location of the base where they experiment on children, Naruto stayed talking with Ace. Off screen. What one of them said is true, that means the government of that country has children to be ruthless killers, said Michael, horrified at the idea that the humans his father cared for were so evil. Well, that's how human beings are, they seek power and by raising children as murderers, improving their bodies, they will be able to better defend themselves from other threats, the author responded calmly. And how powerful could those super soldiers be? Azazel asked curiously, his eyes shining, as he found the experiment the humans were carrying out interesting. In terms of power I will tell you that it can vary between a mid-level supreme class demon to a demon at the level of a demon like Graphia, it all depends on the individual, the author replied. That made several of the supernatural beings nervous, since Graphia was one of the strongest demons, and that humans have so much power, some gods did not like it at all, other gods like Odin, Hades and Amaterasu were curious to see what would happen. Continuing with the story. 2 days later Gilgamesh and Cruich found the base, they were investigating entrances and exits of the base where they were doing experiments. After 2 hours they had already located all the entrances and exits, so they quickly threw the 3-pointed kunai that Naruto gave them. After doing that, in a red flash, Naruto appeared along with Ace, which impressed Gilgamesh and Cruich, but after a few seconds they came out of their astonishment and reported everything to Naruto. After the duo informed Naruto of all the entry and exit points that the base has, Naruto said, well we will split up Ace, Gilgamesh, Cruich, you two destroy the entire base, I will free those who are kidnapped, and Ace, don't be afraid, you have the level of a high-class demon at its maximum level, maybe you are even at the lower part of a supreme-class demon, so don't be afraid, you are strong and you will become stronger, you just need to gain experience. Ace nodded although he was still nervous. After a few minutes you could see and hear several explosions in the military base where they experimented on human beings. The soldiers were in chaos, they tried to stop Gilgamesh, Cruich and Ace, but every soldier who got in their way was eliminated by Naruto's 3 friends, while deep inside the base Naruto was killing, as if it were nothing, every soldier and scientist who got in his way. After 10 minutes, Naruto arrived at a laboratory and saw 2 children imprisoned and unconscious. Naruto made 2 shadow clones and ordered them to release the 2 young men and go to the apartment where they were staying. The clones nod and release the young men locked up and chained. Then disappear in a red flash. After the clones disappear, Naruto continued walking and killing everyone who gets in his way until he reaches a laboratory and sees 2 girls. He breaks the door and says, Naruto. Okay, so you are the scientists who do all these atrocious tests on children, you remind me of Orochimaru, you disgust me, so die wind element 1000 air needles. After Naruto says that, the wind needles kill all the scientists by piercing their vital points. The girls look at Naruto with fear, the blonde realizes that. Naruto. Don't be afraid girls, I'm not here to kill you, but to rescue you, you have nothing to fear, I will free you and take care of you. Off screen. That's my baby, always being a hero, rescuing the innocent. Now he asks me what he's going to do with the children, he asked, and Kushina said happily and curiously. You're right Kushi-chan, Naruto's counterpart is good, even though his personality changed since Konoha betrayed him, Minato commented. It will be interesting to see Naruto and what he will do, commented Mito, with several Uzumaki nodding their heads, curious to see what will happen. In another part of the room, Naruto watched with great curiosity as his counterpart rescued some children who from what he saw were government experiments with great potential, and that made him curious, and if he asked what his counterpart would do. Continuing with the story. The girls nod somewhat distrustful and Naruto releases them and makes a shadow clone that grabs both girls and disappears in a red flash and grabs all the weapons he sees and seals them in a scroll. After that Naruto sighs and goes to where his friends are to be able to finish and leave while Naruto was running and killing dozens of soldiers while putting several explosive tags everywhere he passed. After a few minutes he arrives where Gilgamesh Ace Crom Cruach is and sees them surrounded by dozens of soldiers about to shoot them. Naruto notices this and gets enraged. Although he knew that they will not be able to kill his companions, he knew that they could hurt Ace because he was still new to this, so he says crystal release crystal spikes, thus killing all of Naruto's friends. They were surprised, so Naruto does hand positions and makes 3 clones that go and grab Gilgamesh. Ace and Crom Cruach and disappear in a red flash. After that dozens of soldiers surround Naruto. He smiles and says lightning release large discharge, thus stunning the soldiers. After that Naruto he smiles sadistically and says Kai like that, causing large explosions to occur throughout the base and disappears in a red flash. Off screen. He handles the flying thunder god jutsu, Hirashin no jutsu, very well, Tobirama commented in surprise, but at the same time everyone could notice that he said it with great respect. He must be a good seal master, commented in Uzumaki. Yes, you must have at least level 10 in the seal arts to know how to correctly use the flying thunder god jutsu, Hirashin no jutsu, said Kushina, with great respect towards her son for managing to do the second and her husband's jutsu with such ease. I wonder if that Naruto can beat me in speed, Minato commented curiously. Those from Konoha who heard that looked at Minato in horror, since if that Naruto surpassed Minato, he would be more dangerous for his counterparts and that would be very bad for the Leaf Village. Continuing with the story. After Naruto and his group rescued and destroyed the military base, Naruto appears in his apartment and sees the 4 children awake and smiles. Naruto. Hello guys, don't be afraid, you won't be harmed young people, trust me okay, let me introduce myself, I'm Otsutsuki Naruto, can you tell me your names kids? The children look and nod distrustfully and introduce themselves. First a black-haired girl of approximately 10 years old walked by and says let me introduce myself, my name is Akame, nice to meet you. Then the other girl with short black hair, who seemed a little younger than Akame, walked by and says my name is Kurama, I am Akame's sister, nice to meet you Naruto. And then a blue half-black boy of approximately 10 or 9 walked by and says my name is Ichigo Hyukuya, but can you call me Yu? After Yu introduces himself, a young man of approximately 9 or 10 years old walked by and says my name is Michaela Hyukuya, but can you call me Mika? Nice to meet you and thank you for saving us. Naruto nods smiling until Akame asks. Akame? A question Naruto, why did you save us? What benefit does it bring you to save us? We are just simple children who were experimented on. Maybe thanks to that we have gained additional abilities, but I don't think that's why you saved us, so you win by saving the 4 of us. Naruto. The truth is I didn't gain anything, I just wanted to save them. Crom Cruach told me what those soldiers were doing and I didn't like it, so I decided to destroy their base and rescue them, so you don't have to worry. Akame. I see then, thank you very much for the help you gave us. I know you don't earn anything, so I really thank you for saving me and my sister. Yu. But then what will we do if we don't have family, we don't have money or food or a home, we were kidnapped and everyone in the orphanage where I was with Mika was murdered, we have nothing left, he says sadly. Mika. Calm down Yu, we'll find a place where we can live, at least we're better off free than with those crazy scientists who experimented on us, besides I'll always be with you, you don't have to worry, we'll take care of each other. Well maybe you want to stay with me if you wish, Naruto said happily, since he did not want these children to leave, not because he was interested in them, but because it was noticeable that they were weak and mistreated and that infuriated those scientists by order of a stupid government who wanted to experiment on children. How he hated that, but very soon that would change. After all, his father and mother along with Lady Amaterasu had plans and he knew that power and money would be necessary for the plans to be carried out. We accept, the 4 said. Naruto sweated a drop at the children's quick response, but answered, well first of all I will tell them what I am, since they are staying with me. After 20 minutes of explanation, and that I tell the 4 about the factions that exist in the supernatural world, the 4 are surprised and in shock, even though Yu and Mika knew about the supernatural. One because he is part vampire and the other because he heard from the nun who lived with them about angels and demons, but they were still surprised by Naruto's story until Akame comes forward and says, Akame, I swear loyalty to you, I do not care if you are a fallen angel, a demon or whatever you are, you saved me and my sister, and I owe you my life, and I swear that I will do everything possible to be the best fighter for you Naruto-sama. None of that, don't worry and don't call me Sama, just call me Naruto, guys, said Naruto with a small drop of sweat for Akame's devotion. He only hoped that girl doesn't behave like the child Kagaya who was loyal to Orochimaru, since that devotion would be very uncomfortable for him. Is there any way for you to turn us into a yokai? Naruto-sama asked and Kurama said, hoping to become stronger and be of the race of her savior and now new friend. Well yes, but I don't know if they would like it. Naruto said, somewhat unsure of telling himself about resurrection and that they will not exactly become yokai, they will only acquire the abilities and a stronger body. You? Please tell us, me and Mika, even though my brother has vampire blood and I have some skills with weapons, we are not strong, turn us into a yokai, teach us to use the energy you mentioned, and please train us, even though you look like you are 8 or 9 years old, you are already very strong, we want to be as strong as you, make us strong, so we can protect ourselves and protect those we love. After Yu said that, Naruto took out 4 pawns and says, well, these are chess pieces. With these pieces, I will make them my pawns, and they will remain human. They will not become yokai, but they will have several extra abilities, a much longer life, and a stronger body. They also acquired the power to use chakra, in which I will train them. They do not have to worry, and do not worry, they will not be my servants, but my family. I will not treat them like garbage, I promise to treat them as friends and protect them with all my power. The 4 nod, happy to become Naruto's new pawns since he was their savior and they owed him their lives and they would do everything possible to become stronger. Off screen someone spoke, interrupting Office, making her frown as she wanted to continue with the story. The question. How strong are those 4 young people now? Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, asked with curiosity to the entity that brought them. Yu and Mika are easily at the level of a middle to high class devil at the time they became Naruto's nobility, and in the case of Akame and Kurama, they are at the level of a middle class devil. I will tell you that those 4 children have a lot of potential, even to match that of the Seraphim or the Mau, the author answered without much interest. That surprised the gods and the demons, since from what they saw those brats could be on par with the Satans in the case of the demons, and in the case of the gods, they were nervous to see how 4 brats could be on par with the gods, and they wondered what those children would do, since they realized that when they swore loyalty to Naruto, they said it with all their heart, which made them understand that those brats will live for Naruto. Are you telling us that those 4 children could be on par with the gods? Susanoo asked curiously and with some disbelief. Several mid and low-level gods also wanted to know, since they were gods, perhaps not the strongest, but they were gods that very few supernatural beings could match. Well, I'll just say that those children have the potential to fight on par with the Satans, the low and mid-level gods, maybe even with proper training, they could be on par with the high-level gods, the author responded indifferently. The gods of DxD frowned at having mortals who could perhaps match him. Well, how about you continue, Office, said the author, so that the Dragon of Infinity can continue reading. The dragon nodded and continued reading. It's been 6 months since Naruto met Yu, Mika, Akame and Kurama. In these 6 months Naruto was training Akame and Kurama in the use of weapons, since both girls like swords, while in the case of Ace, Naruto left a reinforced clone with enough chakra to train her in the use of her fire powers and in the extra powers she obtained by becoming his pawn, while Gilgamesh trained Yu and Mika in weapons and in their reflexes. The king of heroes was a sadist, with both the training in which the boys underwent was very fruitful if not excellent, since in the case of Akame, she was able to release something similar to a Kekkei Genkai. This was based on wind manipulation on a large scale. In addition, from that he was able to awaken something similar to a sacred gear called Taigu, which is a sword called Murasame, that with a single cut, can kill a human and even demons or angels, thanks to its powerful poison. In addition to that, it gave him the ability to throw poisons from his body and even include them in objects. While in the case of Kurama, he also awakened something similar to a Kekkei Genkai that is based on the manipulation of wind like Akame. In addition to this, she also possesses a sword similar to a sacred gear called Taigu, with the name of Yatsufusa. From what Naruto saw, she had the ability to launch dark energy rays. In addition, from what he read, she has the ability to control corpses with a maximum of 8. While in the case of Gilgamesh it was due to the good reflexes that Yu and Mika had. Currently Naruto's group was already in England heading to Camelot Castle, since Naruto was curious to visit that place, but before arriving they saw a small light. Naruto became very curious, since he felt energies coming from that place, so he set out to look for said energy. Naruto. Guys, follow me, I feel that something is around that place. I feel 2 energies, one very powerful easily at the level of a seraph and another that is comparable to that of a super demon like a Juka or the current Lucifer, maybe 2 of the strongest leaders of the underworld, maybe even superior to that of both demons. The others nod, somewhat confused by what the Retid said, but they still follow Naruto, curious to see where they are going. After about 15 minutes of walking, Naruto feels a gigantic amount of energy under the ground measured, and a gigantic crystal is coming out, in which everyone saw 2 people trapped. One was a young man of approximately 12 years old, and the other was a woman of approximately 20 years old. Everyone is impressed, but the most impressed is Crom Cruach and Merlin, since in the crystal was someone who was very well known in the supernatural world, someone who easily rivaled the gods, someone they respected, and who was feared throughout the world for her great magical power and intelligence. Impossible, said Crom Cruach with wide eyes, since the people in front of him were supposed to be dead or disappeared years ago. He knew that the power of that woman was terrifying back then. Even Lucifer feared her power and intelligence. He knew it well, that woman was dangerous in her own right, she was a woman he respected. And the brat, the Knight of Light, a prodigy brat, son of King Arthur and the successor to his throne, the evil dragon thought. Off-screen everyone from DxD was with their mouths open, and even several from the various dimensions were somewhat uneasy to see the evil dragon that some from the various dimensions feared, since the level it had on the screen was unreal. Interesting, I wonder who my counterpart saw, since he was surprised to see a woman, and I'm surprised that a son of King Arthur is alive. It's curious that in that dimension there is someone from the direct line of the Warrior of the Skies, commented Crom Cruach, very surprised. Several nodded at what the dragon said. Yes, but I wonder who the woman is who made Crom Cruach's counterpart nervous, since that dragon's power is on par with mine. And in red, Albion commented, curious to see who the woman was who made someone as strong as the strongest evil dragon nervous. And not only that, but according to what they say in the story, even Lucifer was careful with that woman, and that is strange, since Lucifer was very strong to the point that very few beings represented a threat to him, so I am curious to see who the woman is, Azazel commented somewhat nervously. Same here, but I wonder how a son of King Arthur is alive. That story is like, there are some things that don't exist in our dimension, Michael commented, somewhat nervously. Continuing with the story. So she was alive, it doesn't surprise me, she always has solutions for everyone, said Galagames very seriously, but really curious to know how they survived, since they were supposed to have died in the War of the Three Factions according to what he investigated recently. He came from this world and knew that Merlin was strong and intelligent enough to survive, but he wondered who the brat was that he was protecting. He feels an energy similar to Artorias, and that intrigued him. You? What do you mean, do you know who those two are and how strong they are? The purple-haired man asked with great curiosity. These people are the magician Merlin, one of the strongest sorceresses that have ever existed, and the other is Arthur Pendragon. In his time he was one of the most powerful knights, but from what I see he is injured, and do not be confused, despite being a child this child can kill high-class demons, and maybe low-level supreme-class demons. For something he is the son of King Arthur, said Crom Cruach seriously, and very impressed to have someone like Merlin in front of him and alive, and not only that, but also the son of King Arthur and the successor to his throne. Powerful is an understatement, this woman would be at the level of Leviathan or even higher, although I don't know if she could handle the previous Lucifer, but this woman is certainly strong. Well, the prince was said to be able to even fight against several supreme-class demons, according to what I investigated, said Crom Cruach. Naruto. Wow, I think it's time to free them, don't you think so? I don't feel any evil in them, especially in the boy, so as soon as I free him I'll cure him and they don't have to worry, they are not a threat to us. Became. I think you are right to free them, and maybe they can even be good allies, and Merlin-sama can support us with regards to magic. Everyone nods and Naruto touches the crystal and destroys it, thus freeing Merlin and Arthur. They are unconscious, so Crom Cruach and Gilgamesh grab them, and Naruto makes a magic circle and transports everyone to the hotel where they are staying. They lay Merlin and Arthur on the beds, and Naruto heals his wounds, regenerating the burned skin and all the cuts he had on his body. Don't buck with me, it's Merlin, shouted those from DxD and Fate, some impressed by seeing the strongest magician alive, and those from Fate in shock by seeing how Merlin from that dimension was a woman, but they also realized something that alerted them, and that was that even Gilgamesh was careful with her, which makes them understand that she was very dangerous. Every time the boy is gaining powerful allies, Azazel commented nervously. He met Merlin, and that woman was very dangerous for anyone, even that woman was superior to a large number of gods from all pantheons. And not only that, but he also has King Arthur's son, who has enormous potential, Michael commented with a frown. Fukuku, my baby is getting strong allies, he's a genius, Kushina commented happily. She didn't know the woman, but from what she saw of how everyone behaved when they saw that the woman was alive, she realized that she was powerful. Those from the elemental nations were nervous, since the brat was already strong, but he was gaining more and more allies, and none of them were weak. Continuing with the story. After an hour both Merlin and Arthur wake up from their sleep, and Merlin is on guard when he sees Crom Cruach and Gilgamesh. She knew she couldn't fight them both, but she wouldn't die without a fight. She knew that her level wasn't enough to fight them both, much less in her weakened state. Naruto. Calm down, Merlin-san, we are not here to kill you, we just rescued you from where you were imprisoned along with the young man. Merlin. I see, but who are you? He asked cautiously. Naruto. I am Naruto Otsutsuki, a pleasure, Sorceress Merlin, and a question, who is the child accompanying you, Merlin-san? Arthur. I'm not a child, I'm even older than. Naruto. If you say so, but introduce yourself, kid. Arthur rolled his eyes but answered anyway, I am Arthur, son of the King of Knights, I am the Prince of Knights. Some were surprised by this and others not in understanding, since they knew who the brat was and Naruto says, and what do you plan to do now? The war between the factions ended hundreds of years ago, both are practically relics of the past, and the humans who lived at that time are all dead, what would you do? Merlin. I see and I really don't know what to do, the only thing I'm sure of is that I will protect Arthur with all my power, and I would even give my life for him, since I see him as my little brother. Naruto. I see he and what do you think about staying with me, I mean being part of my nobility, so you can have a safe place to be in addition to having a family. Arthur. Well, what do you think, Merlin? Chan, we joined them, he said this with his puppy eyes, so that Merlin agreed to join Naruto's nobility, since at least he would be protected and could have friends, since he was the prince at that time and the hell they were at war, and the truth is he never had friends his age, he knew he was strong, he could against high-class demons and supreme-class demons of low or medium level. But if someone of Mao level came for him he would be finished, and Arthur knew they would come for him when they find out about his existence, and they knew how greedy the biblical factions are, even the angels. He did not understand how his mother could serve them after all. Thanks to that war, the most affected were the humans, hundreds if not thousands of dead. Merlin. Well, I don't see any inconvenience, I think it will be useful for us, since we will be protected and, since we don't have a place to stay, it seems fine to me, in addition to being able to practice some spells with several of you, if we accept your proposal Naruto-san. After Merlin said that Naruto took out two pieces, one was a queen and the other was a pawn, and said Merlin.san by your power the bishop piece suits you more, while in Arthur's case, it would be the knight, but do not worry as I said before my eyes you will not be slaves, but will be my new family, this he says with a classic smile that made Merlin calmer, and he nodded happily since Arthur could be protected, she knew how greedy the gods are, and she was strong, but she knew that she could not. With gods of the caliber of Thor or Indra if they went for her and from what she felt in the boy, her power easily surpasses the two celestial dragons with ease. End of chapter. The office finished reading, very impressed that the boy could recruit one of the strongest beings and the most powerful magician in the world. Office already realized that the boy was powerful and dangerous, even for her, and that intrigued her. Off-screen, several of the supernatural beings were nervous to see Merlin and Arthur's son ally themselves with the prince of the yokai. This is bad, the power and the child's allies are very dangerous, said Ijuka with some nervousness at seeing a child command beings that even surpass him with ease. The other leaders of their various factions nodded and realized that Naruto was too dangerous for the gods' liking. HG 15, well we will take a short break, you know where the snacks are, rest, I think many are processing the information, and I will tell you one thing in the next chapter, you will see what Naruto does when his people are attacked, and I will also tell you the top 10 of the most powerful beings. End of chapter. Chapter 5 Top 10 of the Strongest. HG 15, well I think everyone is calmer with what they saw in the previous chapter, one think the time has come to see the top 10 of the strongest existences. I will tell you that each of the top 10 is much stronger than the celestial dragons, and several of this top could defeat both celestial dragons together, and I will tell you this a celestial dragon is easily on par, or at least close to the level of the Kyuubi, the strongest of the 9 Bijuu, and in the case of those of Fairy Tail, the power of these dragons is stronger than Igneel the Fire Dragon King, but a little weaker than Acnologia. With it you already know their power. That made several of the members of the various dimensions open their eyes in shock and disbelief, since it seemed that the top 10 of that dimension were stronger than the strongest beings of their respective dimensions. Which tells us that those in the top 10 of that dimension are much stronger than most of the beings that were in this place, Tsunade asked nervously. Indeed God aim Hokage, and I will tell this to those of Fairy Tail in that dimension there are, or rather their counterparts. What I want to tell you is that those counterparts can be either stronger or weaker than you. Several of the Fairy Tail wizards nodded while Zeref, Irene and Acnologia were curious and wondered who those 10 beings were, although Acnologia frowned, since the person who worked with them said that there were beings stronger than him, and he didn't like that at all. Those from the shinobi villages were nervous about that, while the Kyuubi, Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama, Minato, Kushina and Tobirama were curious to see the top, since from what they saw those 10 beings are very strong, and that made them very curious. They wanted to know who those 10 entities that surpassed the Kyuubi will be. The same thing happened with the Bijuus, they wanted to know which beings surpassed their brother. HG 15, well let's start with the top 10 of the strongest beings. First we will start with the 10th place, which is shared by 3 beings. This made the DxD fans curious, since it was rare for someone to share positions in the top 10, and they wondered who occupied that position. Top 10 The Downing of the Gods. What an interesting name, Volley commented curiously and wondered who the downfall of the gods would be. Several nodded wanting to see who the top 10 were. Tiffin, the prediction of the gods, the nightmare of the Greek gods, Greek destroyer. Many were terrified by Tiffin's appearance, and the Greeks nodded. They knew that Tiffin was strong, a formidable enemy that very few could defeat. Well, it was obvious that Tiffin would be in that top 10 for a reason. He was one of the strongest threats of Olympus, Athena commented seriously, since she knew that this beast was very strong, even equal to her father Zeus in his prime, and defeated him when her father was much stronger than his current self. Irene Bel Sirian, the strongest dragon queen, the Scarlet Destroyer, Kurama, Otsutsuki Tower. Those from the fairy tale dimension opened their mouths in shock, especially those from the Alvarez Empire, since Irene was in the top 10 of the strongest beings. "Oh, I'm in 10th place in that dimension, how interesting," Irene commented with a giggle, making everyone around her shudder. While Zareth was curious, he knew that Irene was strong, but from what he saw in that dimension she was much stronger. "That top is very different from the one in our dimension, this is interesting," commented Azazel, making several of the faction leaders nod their heads, while Lisey lustfully looked at Irene, making several girls from the dimensions frown at how idiotic the pervert is. Igneal, the Fire Dragon King, the strongest Fire Dragon Bishop of Kurama, Otsutsuki. When that name was mentioned, all the members of Fairy Tail were surprised, and Natsu was jumping with excitement to see his father in the top 10 of the strongest beings in that dimension, until Urza threw a punch at him to shut him up. "Wait, 2 of the top 10 members are from the nobility of that Kurama," Seraphol shouted in disbelief. The faction leaders opened their eyes in surprise. "This could be bad for us," Ajuka commented with a tired sigh. Those from the elemental nations were nervous, since that Kyuubi was more dangerous than they thought, since it had 2 beings that even surpassed the Kyuubi of their dimension. Top 9 strongest magicians. Merlin, Supreme Sorceress of Infinity, the strongest mage queen of Naruto, Otsutsuki. Well, that was obvious. Merlin was the strongest magician, it's logical that she's in the top 10, commented Amaterasu, not at all surprised that Merlin is in the top 9. Several gods nodded, knowing well that this woman was very dangerous, that even the gods respected and feared her, even the biblical god and Lucifer were careful with this woman because of her intelligence and her power that rivaled the gods. Zareth Dragniel, the strongest black magician, Chaos Magician Bishop of Naruto, Otsutsuki. Azazel, well, it was obvious that Merlin would be in the top 10, but I wonder who that young man is who equals Merlin, although his name, Black Magician, gives me the creeps. To be in the top 9 he must be very powerful, Graphia commented seriously. And not only that, both wizards belong to the nobility of the boy Naruto, Auden commented seriously. But those of Fairy Tail, these were tense, since one of the greatest evils of their dimension was in the top 10 of the strongest beings of that dimension. "I can't believe the emo is rank 9, said Natsu, somewhat angry and excited, since he wanted to fight Zareth. "Oh, Zareth-sama, it was obvious that he would be in the top 10 of the strongest beings," commented those from the Alvarez Empire. Zareth narrowed his eyes but was also curious, as he saw that he was the bishop of the child Naruto, and wondered what that child did to make him follow him. Top 8 strongest warriors. Thor, the god of thunder, prince of Asgard, the mightiest Norseman. "I see my son in the top 10, it makes me proud," Auden said with a small smile, seeing his son among the strongest beings. "Thor-sama is so strong," commented several of the Valkyries, happy that Thor is in the top 10 of the strongest beings. Several of the supernatural beings nodded, they knew Thor was in the top 10 in their dimension, so it wasn't a big surprise. "Buddha, Lord of Wisdom, the Enlightened One. But what the hell is Buddha doing in that top?" The gods commented, somewhat nervous to see that man in the top 10. "Simple, Buddha is strong, so strong that he can match Thor. The truth is that in a fight between the two, I wouldn't know who could win. And I'll tell you this. Buddha is a person who doesn't take orders from anyone, so if someone tries to do it, they'll have a bad time," the author commented. The gods and the leaders of the biblical factions frowned and nodded. Arthur Pendragon, the Prince of Knights, the Knight of Light, pawn of Naruto, Otsutsuki. Everyone's mouths opened in shock and disbelief as they saw an Arthuro who was approximately 17 years old, which intrigued them, since in the story they saw him at the age of 13. Well, you may wonder why Arthur looks older, it's simple that he will be in the top 10 in approximately 4 years. What I mean is that this is the future top. I'm showing you this so you can see what can be achieved with training, and I'll tell you that the only thing that this boy lacks is more experience, and I'm sure he could surpass Thor and Buddha, commented the serious author. Issei was frowning, as he saw out of the corner of his eye his fellow nobility, especially the woman, looking lustfully at that pretty boy, but he didn't say anything. He could have the red dragon, but according to the person who brought them to this place, these 10 beings are stronger than even the celestial dragons. "Wow, I never thought that a relative of mine could end up in the top 10 of the strongest beings," commented LaFay Pendragon, happy to see someone related to her among the strongest beings. LaFay's friends nodded in surprise. Top 7 The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Rider of the Conquest, the one on the white horse, the conqueror of the world. Rider of War, the red horse, the war of the world. Horseman of Hunger, the one on the pale horse, the plague of the world. Horseman of Death, the one on the black horse, the death of the world. Off-screen everyone was intimidated by the form of the riders and wondered who those four were. To be in the top 7, surpassing Thor, the god of thunder, they must be very strong individually, but together they all felt a chill. Brother, who are those four? Riaz asked nervously, seeing the imposing form that those four riders had, and that made her shudder. Ria.tan Those four are very powerful beings who died years ago. It was said that only one of them could fight Thor on par, and even the biblical God could not against the four of them at the same time. Each one of them is dangerous in their own right, and although it bothers me to say it, you need the four Mau to defeat one of them. Surzich's Lucifer finished speaking seriously. Riaz opened her mouth in disbelief and somewhat nervous. The same thing happened with the other young demons, since they did not think that beings of that level existed. Bali was smiling. They wanted to fight with those four to test themselves against those called Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but he was also curious to know what position Naruto was in, since from what he saw, he should be at least in the top 3 below Office and Great Red, being the dragon gods, beings who were above all. Top 6 Dragons of Chaos and Destruction. Acnologia, Black Dragon of the Apocalypse, the Dragon of Destruction. And who is that? Issei asked nervously because of the imposing form of that dragon. Well, it's a dragon that's at the level of first level gods like Indra, and I'll tell you this. That dragon is mostly just chaos and destruction, but no one denies that it's very strong. I feel that in that dimension, there are very few beings that could stop it, the author commented. Those from the fairy tale dimension were nervous to see the worst enemy of their dimension in that top, and they realized that this Acnologia was much stronger than the one from their dimension, and they wondered how strong that dragon was. Zareth was intrigued, realizing that this Acnologia was stronger than the one from his dimension, the same with his counterpart, and he wondered how strong they are in that dimension. He was curious. Bahamut, Black Dragon of Chaos, Dragon of Death. To put it simply, that dragon is sealed, and I'll tell you this, in the story it will appear, and you will see who it is, and you will be surprised at how powerful it is, the author commented, with several nodding their heads in understanding and nervousness at the dragon's imposing form. Top 5 Calamities of the World. Those names are really scary, Issei commented nervously, with several young demons nodding and wondering who was in that top. Indra, King of the Devas and Lord of Heaven. Well, I'm not surprised. Indra is in the top 10 of the strongest beings in our dimension, Azazel commented. Yes, but I wonder who will share the top 5 with Indra, Seraphil commented, with many nodding their heads. Prom Kruich, the strongest evil dragon, Crescent Circle Dragon, Naruto Otsutsuki Tower. The mouths of everyone in DxD opened in shock and disbelief at seeing the strongest evil dragon on par with Indra, since in his dimension he was on par with the celestial dragons, and they were nervous, since that dragon was the tower of the boy Naruto, and that was bad for any faction. But that dragon was supposed to be on par with the celestial dragons. How is it possible that he is on par with Indra, being the someone capable of defeating the celestial dragons, said Seraphil somewhat nervously. It's interesting the difference of the top comment, odd and curious. And not only that, but he has him as a rook, he has one of the top 5 as a rook. The power of that young man was very strong, Hades commented, narrowing his eyes. Several felt somewhat nervous, and those from the elemental nations were too, since the demon child had someone who could easily finish off Kyuubi from his dimension. Prom Kruich was speechless, seeing himself in the top 5 and on par with Indra, and realized that going with Naruto was his best choice. Top 4 Creator Gods. Brahma, creator god of Hinduism, one of the 3 great Hindus. Well, I'm not surprised Brahma is strong in his own right, said Azazel. Several nodded that this god was in the top 10 in their dimension, so it didn't surprise the faction leaders much. Amaterasu, sun goddess, leader of the Shinto faction, the strongest Shinto goddess. The Yokai and Shinto faction opened their mouths in surprise and disbelief. They knew that Amaterasu was strong, but this level of power to be in the top 4 in that dimension was surprising. I didn't think my sister was that strong, Susanoo commented, nervous to see his sister in the top 4 in that dimension. Amaterasu was smiling, as her counterpart was too strong to match Brahma. Isaka Otsutsuki, Kyuubi goddess of creation, queen of the Yokai god of destruction, the strongest Yokai woman. The faction leaders gasped in shock at seeing Yasaka in the top 3. That's surprising, I didn't think I'd see Lady Yasaka in the top 4, Azazel said, nervous to see Yasaka in that position. The Yokai were happy to see their leader as one of the strongest beings in that dimension, while the demons frowned. Surzich's Lucifer. I didn't think Lady Yasaka would make it into the top 3, he said this angrily at seeing a Yokai in that position. Yasaka was incredulous, she never thought she would even be in the top 10 in terms of power. Kunu, Mama is so strong, yes Mama is so strong. Top 3 Destroying Gods. Shiva, god of destruction, leader of the Hindu faction, one of the big three of Hinduism. Kurama, Kyuubi, god of destruction, the Yokai king, leader of the Empire of Peace. The Bijuu's mouth opened in shock and disbelief. Since his brother was in the top 3, they never thought that his brother from that dimension was so strong. Kurama was happy to be one of the strongest beings in that dimension and was also curious if he could reach that level. Well, I'm not that surprised. We knew that if Yusaka Dono was in the top 4, at least Kurama should be in the top 3, Azazel commented seriously. Shiva was intrigued by that Kurama who was at his level. The demons were more nervous to see several of the top 10 beings in a single faction, which is the Empire of Peace. Top 2, the great primordials. Taos, mother of the Greeks, goddess of chaos, the primordial. Vishnu, god of preservation and goodness, one of the 3 great gods of Hinduism, the strongest Hindu god. I'm not surprised by those two, Azazel commented seriously, since he knew the power of those two and that in terms of power, those two were very close in level to those of Office, the dragon of infinity. It was to be expected. Lady Chaos is strong for a reason, she is the oldest of us, the happy Greeks commented. It was obvious that Vishnu was in that top for a reason, he is the strongest of the Trimurti, Shiva commented seriously, although he was curious, since Chaos equaled his creator. Top 1, the strongest. Office, the dragon of infinity, dragon goddess, the strongest dragon. Wait, says the strongest, then someone equals Office, asked Volley incredulously. HG15, yes, there is someone who in terms of power equals her Kukuku. That made everyone nervous and Office curious to see who could match her. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, the strongest hero, Naruto Otsutsuki Knight. Those of Fate were incredulous to see the arrogant king in the first place of the strongest beings of that dimension, and they wondered how strong that Gilgamesh would be. Gilgamesh smiled arrogantly and said, I'm the top 1, interesting, but what about my leader because he's not in top. HG15. Now you will see a position and you will be surprised and calm Gilgamesh, he will appear, and I will tell you this, your counterpart is much stronger than you, if you were in that dimension, your power may be on par with the top 7 of the strongest. Gilgamesh nodded, he knew his counterpart was stronger than him, and that didn't bother him, rather he was excited to become stronger. Well, this is bad, Naruto's knight is in the top 1, Odin commented nervously for all the first level beings that were in Naruto's nobility. Several of the faction leaders nodded nervously at Gilgamesh's power and realized that the king of heroes was very dangerous. Well, now you will see a position above the top 10 or existence that are above all these 3 entities are not equal alone, they are much stronger than any of the top 10, commented the author. Top 0 stock above all. Great Red, dragon of the apocalypse, the dragon, the true god dragon, Red Emperor. Well, the fool in red doesn't surprise me that he's in that position, Office said with a frown. Red snorted but was happy to be the strongest and was curious to see who he shared the 0 position with. He knew that Trihixa was in the top 0, but he wondered who would be the other one who shared that position with him and the beast of the apocalypse. Trihixa, the beast of the apocalypse, the strongest beast. What is that thing? Issei commented scared. Several were also scared since that beast had an imposing form that put everyone in the various dimensions on edge. That beast is the one from the end of the world, it was sealed by the biblical god a long time ago, its power is comparable to that of the Great Red, that beast has a terrifying power, I will only say that I am an ant compared to that beast, even gods like Thor or Indra would not be much against that beast, Azazel responded seriously and very afraid of seeing that beast. Well, now you will see the 3rd member who shares the position of the beings above all, as a being so feared that even Great Red of that dimension respects and sees him as a rival, said HG15, making Great Red pay attention, and the other leaders look closely at the screen, along with all the members of the various dimensions. Naruto Otsutsuki, Kyuubi, god of balance, the Kyuubi of chaos and order, prince of the Yokai. Impossible, Naruto Baka can't be that strong, Sakura screamed. The dobe can't be that strong, said Sasuke. Shut up, you idiots, Naruto, one of the beings of the various dimensions with the greatest potential, even a potential so great to surpass the gods, said the author, throwing a ray toward Sasuke and Sakura that left them unconscious. My baby is in existence above all, Kukuku, said Kushina, smiling with happiness, since her baby will demonstrate the Uzumaki power to other dimensions or well its counterpart. That is a true Uzumaki, and despite not having our last name he is still a source of pride for the clan, commented Mito with a half smile at seeing a member of her clan be a being of immense power. Naruto saw everything with a big smile, since his counterpart was strong, even being above those powerful entities that according to the author even the Rikido Sennin would lose against some, since according to the author, the sage qualifies among the top 4 or 5, while his mother is in the top 4 or 3, and that his counterpart is in the top, above all those entities pleased the Uzumaki a lot. Jiraiya watched everything with a frown as the brat from that dimension became so strong, and that without Konoha having him on a leash that bothered the Toad Sannin. But how is it possible that another entity equals Big Red? Michael said in disbelief. It's impossible how a child can have so much power, Seraphil said in disbelief. Well, now we see how dangerous the Empire is with first-class beings in its faction, and from what we see they are the strongest faction, Ajuka said seriously. Several gods nodded and Rojo looked curiously at the screen, realizing that Naruto would be a worthy opponent, but he said nothing, since he wanted to see more of the boy he considered a rival in another dimension. HG 15. Now see what Naruto can do and how far he will go. I will only tell you that this Naruto is not dark or white but gray. He will finish off anyone who threatens him or his family, and I will tell you that he will do it with a smile on his face, since anyone who attacks his people he sees them as mere trash. But well, leaving that aside, I think it's time for you to rest, then we will continue with the story. Everyone from the various dimensions nodded reluctantly, as they had a lot to think about, and only a few were fearful of the boy they called Naruto, and how dangerous he is to the world because of his great power and potential. End of chapter. Chapter 6. HG 15. Well, now you could see the top 10 of the strongest beings, and as I told you, and you will have noticed, each one of those beings are above the majority of you, and even above your counterparts. An example would be in your case, sir, if your power is great, yes, but it does not reach the top 10, it may be in the top 15, but your counterpart is by far stronger than you, and that is due to what you will see in this chapter. The same thing happens with Irene and many of you who allied with Naruto. And Kurama. Those from Fairy Tail opened their eyes in surprise, since thinking about a much stronger Zera sent a chill through them, since they knew Zera's power, and it was enormous, if not terrifying, only surpassed by Acnologia. While Natsu was happy and nervous at the same time, since the one he considered his father was in the top 10 of the strongest beings, and nervous because the emo Zeref was in the top 9 and also had the same last name, which seemed strange to him, but he did not take it so much importance. He knew that he could not be related to Zeref, he was very different from the emo, and he was also somewhat nervous. Since the number 1 enemy of his dimension, Acnologia, was in the top 6 of the strongest beings, and that was bad, very bad, and he wondered how strong his self from that dimension is. The same thing happened with Mavis. She hoped that the Zeref of that dimension was not so bad, and she wished that Naruto would help him. Some of the mages from the various guilds were somewhat puzzled, as they noticed Zeref's last name in that dimension, and found it strange, since he had the same last name as Natsu, but they dismissed it, assuming that it must be a coincidence. They don't believe that Natsu's imperative is related to the darkest mage, and one of the most dangerous beings in his dimension. HG 15. Well, now we will see the next chapter, and you will see how Zeref joined Naruto and him, because he is a loyal follower of Naruto. I mean, I'm loyal to that kid, I wonder what he did to make me follow him. I know he's strong, but that's not the only reason I would follow that kid, so he had to do something for me, something so important for me to follow him, said Zeref calmly, but inside he was somewhat nervous and curious, since he wanted to know what the red-haired and nervous kid did. Since now they most likely know that he is Natsu's brother, although he supposes that some already suspected for hearing his last name, although he noticed that some didn't even notice, and he mentally patted himself for seeing the most idiotic wizards. HG 15. Well, yes, Naruto did something, but now you will see it. Well, who wants to read chapter 5 of this story? I will read. I am curious to see what that boy Naruto will do with Zeref, Irene said calmly, but inside she was very curious about the story. HG 15. Well, continue Irene, let's start with chapter 5. Irene nodded and continued reading. Chapter 5. Problems arise, war is coming. 2 months after Merlin, the sorceress of infinity, has become the queen of Naruto, and Arthur has become her new pawn, he and his group before leaving Rome showed him different places which excited Arthur and made Merlin very curious about the various changes. In addition, Merlin taught the boys to control magic, since in their attacks, they launched them with energy also. After that they left for China, since they became curious to go to that country. Since according to what he had heard in that place there was a powerful monster, according to rumors, more exactly Urho, the phantom castle in the city of Kurama, and so Naruto's group went to investigate. After a week they arrived at the phantom castle and entered, both Merlin, Gilgamesh, Crom Cruach and Naruto. As soon as they entered they felt a gigantic power which alerted them. They were walking in the castle until a ray of purple energy was against them, but Merlin noticed and made a barrier that withstood the attack, which surprised the attacker. Naruto. Why do you attack us? We come in peace. Who exactly are you, or what exactly are you? I feel an enormous amount of energy in you, but at the same time it is very dark. Unknown. I'm attacking you because you entered my house without my consent, brat, and well, answering your question, I'm Zeref Dragneel. Zeref Dragneel, the strongest black mage, chaos mage, calamity mage. Merlin opened his eyes in surprise. He knew who the boy in front of him was. He was a prodigy in magic, both black magic and white magic. He would easily be among the 10 strongest wizards at that time, only below Morgana and her, although after this time the boy may have equaled her. It would be interesting to have a rival when it comes to magic, but she was also curious about the last name. If she remembered correctly, that boy had a younger brother. She wondered what had happened to the boy. Off-screen you could see everyone from the fairy tale dimension surprised as they said that Zeref had a younger brother, and they heard again that the strongest black mage was named Dragneel like Natsu, and their heads were 1,000 thinking if Natsu was named Dragneel and Zeref had a brother, and the black mage was also named Dragneel, then they must be brothers or at least family, and that surprised them, since one was happy and the other was an evil emo, and that dismayed them. Since they were the complete opposite. Meanwhile in Natsu's thoughts he was fuming, since the emo was apparently a relative of his and from what he understood he had a brother, but he can't be his brother. He just shook his head internally at those thoughts. Ignal was staring at the screen, curious about what would happen to Zeref in that dimension, and seeing the wizards from the various guilds, realizing that the black wizard was Natsu's relatives, and he wondered if they would still accept his adopted son, but he snapped out of his musings as Irene continued reading and paid attention, as she was curious about what would happen. You. Zeref Dragneel a pleasure, I'm you, the orange-haired boy with an idiot face is Arthur, the arrogant blonde boy is Gilgamesh, the sadistic black-haired boy is Crom Cruach, the bold-haired girl is Kurum, the other girl with an emo face and long black hair, with an emo face is Akame, the exhibitionist black-haired boy is Ace, the light blonde boy is Mika, my little brother, the red-haired boy with a fox face is Naruto, and the exhibitionist girl in front is Merlin. Ikichurm Hyakuya, the best hunter son of the demon pawn of Naruto Otsutsuki. Everyone with a vein in their forehead from the nicknames Yu gave them cursed themselves for how idiotic he is when he gained a little confidence with them and made a mental note to kill him if they left this place, but they came out of their thoughts when they heard Zeref let out a small chuckle which made everyone frown, and some of them wondered if all powerful beings had a stupid personality, since the nicknames Yu gave them were not funny at all. Meanwhile in the underworld Lucifer sneezes. Graphia. Lucifer Sama is fine. Lucifer. It's nothing Graphia-chan, I'm sure someone is speaking highly of me. Graphia rolled her eyes at such a thought but said nothing. It wasn't her place to say anything, and she wouldn't do it despite how idiotic her king sometimes behaves. Off-screen, those from the various dimensions were laughing out loud at what they saw with Lucifer. The same thing was happening with Azazel and Seraphil who kept laughing at Surzich's to his snort, but they returned their attention to Naruto's group since they were curious about what would happen. With Naruto and his group. Zeref. What witty names you remind me of my little brother San, said Zeref with a somewhat tired sigh, remembering his brother and how he revived him and was cursed as he sent his brother to the Fire Dragon King and left him in his care as the biblical god cursed him with immortality and with not being able to love anything. Since by loving that person he will die, that is why he pushed his brother away, and to make sure that he could be okay and not be hurt, he sent him to the future along with Igneel the Fire Dragon King. Since Lucifer wanted to blackmail him by capturing his brother to support him in his war, he would never allow that. That is why he sent him to the future. He would never allow anything to happen to him, but he thought that by taking some of Lucifer's blood in a battle, and with it reviving his brother, turning him into a half-demon, although by doing that he could create something bad in his brother, but at least he is alive and surely he hopes so, but it came out of his memories tragic events in his life before locking himself in this castle so as not to hurt anyone. Off-screen you could see all the guilds with their mouths open as they confirmed that Zeref the strongest dark mage was Natsu's brother, and from what they saw in the story, it seems the dark mage was not so dark as it was noted that he loved his brother too much to the point that he sent him to the future. They did not know how, but the mage had sent Natsu to the future, and several mages had to say that this Zeref was better than the one they had. Meanwhile Natsu was wide-eyed since he had blood family and he may be an evil emo, but it was still his family, and now he was curious to meet Zeref. Maybe he isn't so bad, the Dragon Slayer thought, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zeref who noticed Natsu's look but didn't say anything. The Fairy Tail Guild members were curious about the story, but when they mentioned that Natsu was a demon, several of them became wary of the Black Magician. The same happened to other magicians from various guilds when they learned that Natsu could be a demon and Zeref's brother in his dimension. Irene, seeing the tension in the atmosphere, decided to continue with the story. Merlin. I see that you were thinking of someone other than Zeref, but what I don't understand is how you are alive. How could you be alive after so much time? You were supposed to die years ago, which is what happened to you exactly. Merlin, Supreme Sorceress of Infinity, the strongest mage, the Queen of Naruto Otsutsuki. Zeref. Simple, the biblical god and Lucifer passed. In short, my brother died because of the stupid war. One used forbidden magic, as well as Lucifer's blood to revive my brother, although it was at the cost of turning him into something more, something stronger than a simple human. But for doing that, especially because I used Lucifer's blood, the biblical god cursed me with immortality, and with something else that made me let my brother go. Practically anyone I love will die if they get close to me. Thanks to the energetic that I will expel the moment I have positive feelings for him or her, be it romantic love, sibling love or friend love. Merlin opened her eyes in surprise and disbelief. She didn't think that the biblical god had given such a cruel punishment to Zeref. She didn't know him, but she knew that despite always using dark magic, he wasn't an evil being, so she frowned. Sometimes the biblical god punished in an overly exaggerated way. Zeref was a teenager at that time. Naruto and his group opened their eyes in surprise and disbelief, since they never thought that the biblical god would have done that. Damn, that is cruel, very cruel for anyone. Naruto was thinking, if he could break the curse made by the biblical god, no one deserves to have that curse, no one deserves to live in loneliness. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh and Crom Cruach had similar thoughts, since one had a friend he loved like a brother, and the other had a partner he loved too much, and if they had had the boy's curse, the truth is they would have gone crazy, so they had a little respect for the black magician, for enduring so many years in solitude, because of the curse made by the biblical god. Off-screen, everyone from the various dimensions opened their eyes in shock and disbelief, because the biblical god put such a cruel curse on Zeref. Well, Zeref had a sad look, since in that dimension he was apparently cursed just like the one he is in. Those from the elemental nations grimaced, as that curse was horrible for anyone. It seems the biblical god was not as good as we thought, said Vali in a mocking tone, although his head also hurt a little for mentioning God. The angels frowned but said nothing, since they knew that this curse was cruel to any being, so they paid attention to the reading to learn more about this curse. There is any way to break his curse, right? Zeref asked Naruto seriously. Merlin Zeref looked at Naruto with surprise. They didn't think he would ask that, while the others looked at Naruto with some surprise. They didn't think he was thinking of breaking the curse made by the biblical god. Zeref sighed with some sadness, but still answered Naruto that one way to break my curse is if a comparable power superior or close to that of the biblical god tried to do it, and the only beings that could break my curse are Indra, the Trimurti, the dragon gods, and the primordial cows. No one else has enough power to break my curse, since the power that the biblical god used when using it was enormous. At that, Merlin and the others opened their eyes. If that was true, then Naruto could break the curse imposed by the biblical god, since his power was close to that of Shiva, and the god of destruction was stronger than the biblical god. Naruto nodded to Zeref in understanding and thought to himself how to break the curse. From what he felt, he could feel inside the strongest black magician, a solar holy energy, that from what he deduced was Zeref's curse. He only had to destroy it and the black magician would be free of his curse. I see what you're trying to do, Naruto, and with your current power along with your ability you can probably destroy Zeref's curse, Merlin said with a smile, for the little she knew of her new king. He was strong enough to fight against the biblical god, and she knew that his power would continue to grow, and that was what intrigued her, since, as she knew, Gilgamesh and the father of her king known as Kurama were the only ones who surpassed them, and that impressed him. She didn't think that Gilgamesh had become so strong, since in ancient times the power of the king of heroes was comparable to that of Indra, and as she understands the Kurama may be on par with the god Shiva, so she knew that her king would break Zeref's curse. She knew that Naruto was a good person, although she also knew that inside him there was enormous hatred, although she did not know towards who or what, and that intrigued her, but she knew that at some point her king would tell her and the rest of him why he has so much hatred in his heart, and only felt sorry for the people who hurt her king, since they would get a big surprise when he got even. He didn't know who or how many, but he knew one thing: his king would destroy them, and he knew that no one could stop him, since the power of his boss was currently in a top 4 or maybe 3, and he knew that in a couple of years, Naruto would easily be at the level of the dragon gods. But he came out of his deep thoughts, since the black magician spoke. What do you mean, Merlin, that the red-haired boy can break my curse? Do you think he has enough power to break my curse? Asked Zeref with his eyes wide open, with the hope of finally having a normal life without the curse that the biblical god imposed on him, that finally he can love, and maybe, just maybe, start a family. If the boy breaks his curse, he would be loyal only to Naruto. He only hoped that he can break this curse that he has, and maybe he can also look for his younger brother. Off-screen, Minato frowned as he remembered that Naruto considered the Kyuubi his father. Well, Kurama puffed out his chest with pride at being called a father, but was also curious about what would happen in that dimension. Meanwhile, Zeref had his eyes wide open. If that was true, and the boy could break his curse, then he could stop suffering, and maybe, just maybe, he could get to know his brother better. HG 15. I know what you think, Zeref, and if Naruto has many possibilities of breaking his curse, since he is a seal master, and currently his power is superior to the biblical god, so he has many possibilities of your curse being broken in that dimension. Zeref nodded with a smile and was making plans to travel to dimensions to meet Naruto so he could break his curse. HG 15, Irene, please continue with the story. The Dragon Queen nodded and was also curious as to how the boy would break that curse, so she read again. Simple Zeref, my king Naruto Otsutsuki has enough power to rival that of the biblical god, if not surpass him. Although he lacks experience, I know that he will become stronger, and therefore he can currently break your curse. I am almost sure that he can, since Naruto can do the impossible. Just look at how Krom Kruich, the strongest evil dragon, joined him, and the same is the arrogant king impossible feats, since both are so proud that they will not serve anyone, said Merlin with a small smile. Gilgamesh frowned at Merlin's lack of respect, although he did not deny that he was arrogant, since he is above all, even the gods, and the only one who was his equal, not his superior, was the one he considered his little brother, and that was Naruto, whom he would take care of, even though he knew he did not need it. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, the king of Uruk, the strongest hero Naruto knight Otsutsuki. Krom Kruich rolled his eyes at what the exhibitionist mage said, since he joined Naruto for various reasons, but the main ones were because he was defeated in battle, 2 because his life was spared, and 3 because in his eyes, Naruto was the only king he would serve voluntarily, and 4 because he knew he would have good fights being by the side of the prince of the Yokai. Krom Kruich, the strongest evil dragon, crescent circle dragon Naruto Otsutsuki Tower. Naruto smiled at what his queen said, since ever since Merlin joined his nobility, she was the one in charge of talking with others. The truth is she was the best at talking. While Zeref was surprised he didn't know the king of heroes in person and had only seen Krom Kruich in his dragon form a long time ago, so he didn't know who he was exactly, but having both powerful existences join the red-haired boy is an amazing feat that speaks of his persistence and his power, since anyone who has made both existences join their party must be strong enough. Zeref. Can you really break my curse imposed by the young biblical god? You can get rid of my immortality, along with the curse that harms anyone who is close to me and who I want and love. Naruto sighed. He did not want to give false hope, since it would be the first time he would try to break a curse of such a high level. He knew Fuinjutsu, he knew how to use magic runes. In addition, he had the Renacimiento with which he could extract any soul and essence. He knew that there may be a 65% chance of breaking the magician's curse, but he also knew that if something went wrong, the black magician would die, and he did not want that. From what he saw, his only motive may be to find his brother and maybe start a family. Naruto. I don't want to get your hopes up, there's a chance I can break your curse. I estimate there's a 65% or 70% chance I can break his curse, since it will be the first time I do this, but if I fail, you'll most likely die. Off-screen Zeref sighed. He didn't mind dying to tell the truth, but he was curious to see if the boy was worthy of serving and could break his curse. Several grimaced at the mention of the possibility of dying if the curse imposed by the biblical god was lifted. But history. Merlin and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They didn't think there was a chance the wizard could die. Merlin's thoughts. Well, it is logical that there are possibilities that Zeref could die. A curse imposed by the biblical god is no small thing, and for Naruto, it would be the first time that he breaks a curse of this level, a level that very few would have the possibility of even having a chance of breaking it. Gilgamesh's thoughts. I assumed it was a curse imposed by the biblical god. It's no small thing and I'm not good in that area. I'm more for battles, and if I try to break that curse despite being stronger than Naruto, it will harm that half-breed. Naruto is the most suitable, since he has enough power and knowledge of seals and magic runes. Krom Kruich's thought. It was obvious a curse imposed by the biblical god would not be easy to break, and there will always be a chance that by breaking it the black mage could die. Well, I know that the boss is good at magic seals and runes. There is no one better than him, so I know he will break the curse without killing the black mage. Meanwhile, Zeref was thinking about it for a few seconds about what Naruto said. On the one hand, there were possibilities that he would die, but on the other hand, if everything went well, he would be free, so he decided even if he died, he would be free from his curse. He was finally calm. He may be a dark wizard, but he wanted to love and know what it would feel like to have a family, and if possible, he wanted to see his little brother again. He wanted to see how strong he had become, although most likely he won't remember it. Well, I agree to remove this curse imposed by the biblical god, and I promise to be loyal to you if you manage to remove this curse from me. I swear on my honor to serve you, proclaimed Zeref seriously, since he wanted to be free, and if he had to serve the child in front of him he did not care. Besides, it was clear that he was a decent person if Merlin, Gilgamesh and Krom Kruich served him. Besides that, he was powerful, and he knew that he may be strong by supernatural standards, but there were beings stronger than him like Thor, Indra among other beings, but he will become stronger. Naruto sighed but nodded and said fine, I will remove that curse, you know the risks, let's hope everything goes well, and if it does you will become my bishop, and don't worry, you will have your freedom, I will not impose my will on you, the only thing I will ask of you is loyalty, and as the saying goes, loyalty is paid for loyalty, so as long as you are loyal to me, you will have the protection of me, and my faction. Naruto ended seriously. Zeref nodded completely, the deal was really good, he would have his curse removed and could do whatever he wanted as long as he was loyal, and he would be loyal, he was not stupid and he knew that by being loyal, he would have the protection of the child, and that was good, he was not stupid or arrogant, he knew he was strong, but there were beings that surpassed him considerably. Off-screen, the various guilds stood with their mouths open, since the most feared magician will now be a subordinate of that child and has earned the loyalty of Zeref, the strongest black magician in his dimension. Irene and the entire Alvarez Empire were incredulous. Zeref swearing loyalty to someone. The DxD members were open-mouthed, and the demons were increasingly nervous as they watched a brat gain more and more power, and that was bad for their faction. All the Uzumakis looked proud that their descendant was so good at seals and sealing runes that he could break a curse imposed by a high-level god. My baby became a seal master to the point of being able to break curses imposed by cuckoo gods. I feel proud, said Kushina with a red glow of joy, with several Uzumaki nodding their heads at Kushina's words. While Sasuke looked at the screen with envy and Sakura frowned at seeing Naruto Baka being so strong. Meanwhile, in the Empire of Peace, an urgent meeting was being held between the king of this empire Kurama Otsutsuki and the clan leaders and leaders of small factions that joined the Empire of Peace. This meeting was being held because of what happened with the Nikasho, which has made Kurama and Amaterasu furious at what the devil faction has done, to the point that they were thinking of going to war, but the plan they wanted the heads of those demons. Off-screen, the four Mayu and the Devil Council were pale now, they would be screwed, since going to war with beings of the caliber of Amaterasu and Kurama would be crazy. This is bad, very bad, if they declare war we are finished, said Serafol very seriously. The young demons watched everything with surprise and nervousness to see the possible war that is coming to their walls due to the Nekashu massacre. The Yakai watched in surprise as their leader from that dimension thought of attacking the devil faction for the massacre they caused to the Nikasho and smiled, knowing that Kurama could attack the devil faction instead. This is bad, if the empire declares war on the devil faction other factions may get involved and start a faction war, commented Azazel, with many of the leaders of the various factions nodding in agreement with what the fallen leaders said. Kurama. Well, you know why we are here. You know what happened with the Nikasho clan of the underworld, and that is unforgivable. We cannot stand idly by with what happened. What the demons did is unacceptable. Kurama, Kyuubi, god of destruction, king of the Yakai, leader of the Empire of Peace, top 3 of the strongest beings. Amaterasu. We have to destroy the underworld, this will not stay like this, almost all my cats are dead because of the demons, I want their heads on a silver platter, especially those responsible for the Nikasho massacre. Amaterasu, sun goddess, leader of the Shinto faction, the strongest Shinto goddess, top 4 of the strongest beings. Isaka. We can't rush, if we attack like crazy it might not turn out well for us, we have to have a plan, Lady Amaterasu, but one thing is certain, the demons will regret what they did to the Nikasho. Isaka Otsutsuki, Kyuubi, goddess of creation, queen of the Yakai, god of destruction, the strongest Yakai woman, top 4 of the strongest beings. Irene. Yusaka-sama is right, Lady Amaterasu. Kurama-sama, we have to be careful, the problem is with the demons, but if we are not careful the angels and fallen angels may get involved, and that would be bad for us. Irene Bulsirian, the Scarlet Destroyer, the strongest dragon queen, bishop of Kurama Otsutsuki, top 10 of the strongest beings. Gulios. I agree with Irene, if we do something reckless the other factions may get involved and no one knows exactly our military power at present. Everyone thinks that in terms of power we have an army comparable to that of any mid-level faction, but that is far from the truth, that is why we have to be careful, we are not yet strong enough to face the world. Julius Navachrono, the strongest wizard king, the wizard of time, top 32 of the strongest beings. Iruchi. Lose Julius, but I want my revenge on those who hurt my family. I am stronger than Seraphil or Graphia. I even know that I could defeat both of them at the same time if I face them, but they are not my target. What I want are those who hurt my family. Iruchi Shihoin, goddess of speed, the strongest Nikasho pawn of Kurama, top 35 of the strongest beings. Hisuke. Iruchi, calm down, Yusaka-sama is right, we have to come up with a plan to attack the underworld. I also recommend that you call his son Kurama-sama, if what you tell me is correct, he is with the strongest evil dragon, and with the king of heroes with them too, it will be easier to attack the demons, and Amaterasu-sama, I think we need you to contact Susanoo Dono and Tsukiyomi Dono, they should also know the plan that we will organize. Since most likely we will prepare for war, let's just hope it doesn't escalate so much, and that the demons hand over those responsible for the Nikasho massacre. Urahara, the man of 1,000 plans, the enlightened one pawn of Kurama Otsutsuki, top 30 of the strongest beings. Off-screen everyone was nervous about what would happen, realizing that a war was coming, and one where the Devil's faction would be very screwed for what they did to Amaterasu's kittens, since they realized that the Empire had high-level beings, and that was very bad for their enemies. But history. The others nodded at what Kisuke said. First they asked for the heads of those involved, and if the demons did not give them, then they would crush the demons and leave the underworld in complete destruction. Kurama. Okay, I'll call Naruto and his group. It will most likely take him a few days to return, and if I'm angry, Naruto will be even more angry. He's more dangerous than me. The demons don't know what they got themselves into. End of chapter. Irene finished reading, very impressed that the boy could recruit one of the strongest beings in his dimension, and realized the power of the boy Naruto, but she was also intrigued, wondering what the coming war will be like. Off-screen, several of the supernatural beings were nervous to see that a war was brewing between two factions, and they realized how different that dimension was from their world, and wondered what would happen with a war between the Devil's faction and the Empire. HG 15. Well, we'll take a short break. You know where the snacks are. Rest. I think many are processing the information about the upcoming war between both factions, and you'll see it in the next chapter. End of chapter. Chapter 7. HG 15. Well, I think everyone is calmer now. I think the time has come to see the next chapter of this story. Now you will see how Naruto will change the supernatural world in such a way that for some it could favor or harm them. It all depends on the person, and as you saw, a possible war is coming, and you already know why, I suppose, so it is time for you to pay attention. The four Mayu and the demons sweated and a chill ran through them, since they now know that the Empire would attack their faction. Because of the Nakasho incident, they only hoped that the battle would not lead to other factions joining. I know what can happen, and I am worried about how far this possible war will go, Ajuka said seriously and with a sigh, since he knew that the Empire had powerful people who even surpass him, and that was alarming, since he was a demon who is above the majority of beings in the supernatural world. The various leaders of the angels and fallen angels saw the four Mayu and denied now they knew what could happen if Naruto was in their dimension, and were curious and somewhat alarmed to see a confrontation between the Empire and the Devil faction. The Yokai were smiling because they wanted to see how the Empire destroyed the Devil faction, since they were still furious about what happened to the Nakasho. Well, who wants to read this chapter, the author asked. I will read. Naya wants to see the beating the Empire will give the demons. It will be fun, Kuroka shouted happily. The demons frowned, and the author nodded and sent the book to the crazy cat. HG 15, well Kuroka.san please read because everyone wants to know what will happen between both sides. Crazy Nakasho nodded and began to read. Chapter 6. The war begins. After Naruto recruited Zeref, the strongest black magician, he became his bishop, allowing the black magician to increase his magical reserves and the power to use chakra. On the other hand, Kurama, the leader of the Empire of Peace, sent a message to Naruto to return home and help them prepare for the next confrontation against the demons and the coming war. Currently both Naruto and his group were in Korea walking and training, strengthening themselves both physically and in their magic and chakra, since Naruto imposed the rule on Merlin and Zeref that they at least have to be able to fight hand to hand in a decent way. The magicians reluctantly listened to him until from one moment to another, Gilgamesh appeared in golden particles with a serious face, which made everyone serious and somewhat nervous, since it was rare to see Gilgamesh that way. Since he was usually an idiot who always stops with an arrogant smile, bragging that he is above everyone or with a disinterested face as if nothing mattered. What happened? Naruto asked seriously to see his guard-bar adoptive brother behave that way. It was strange for him, and that worried him. He just hoped it was nothing bad. Naruto, we have to return to the Empire. The war is approaching against a faction of the demons, and our Empire needs all the support possible. Also, I was in contact with Kurama and Yukasa, they informed me of something horrible, said Gilgamesh with a frown, since he did not like at all what the demons did. Everyone opened their eyes in shock when the word war was spoken, since a war was a bad thing, and they knew that many innocent people would die in the coming war against the demon faction. Off-screen you could see the various leaders with their eyes wide open. They knew there would be a confrontation, but a war would be chaos, and not only that, but Gilgamesh the king of heroes would also fight. The Fate members were speechless, as Gilgamesh seemed like a decent person, yet he is still arrogant, but he seems like a person who cares about Naruto and the Empire, which made them wonder why their Gilgamesh can't be like his counterpart. Artorias thought. That Gilgamesh is better than the one from my dimension because our Gilgamesh can't behave like that and stop being an idiot. Gilgamesh looked curious, since he normally didn't care about almost anyone and seeing him that way was strange, but he supposed that the influence of the boy Naruto had something to do with how his counterpart behaved. Those from the elemental nations looked on curiously as they wanted to know what Naruto would do if he tried to stop the war or if he would just go and kill every devil. Those from Konoha thought that he would continue to be a pacifist who wanted to stop the war, while Kushina and Minato knew well what their son would do. The same with the Kyuubi knew that the Gaki would destroy the demons, as did Naruto who was hiding watching all the events, as he knew that his counterpart would destroy those foolish demons. But history. Why will there be a war? That is what happened. Gil, tell me now. Naruto ordered seriously and releasing part of his power, cracking the walls around him, which made everyone sweat because of the power that Naruto gave off and made Gilgamesh somewhat uncomfortable because of the amount of power that Naruto gave off, but he answered anyway. Well, apparently the demons wiped out the Nekomata clan that lived in the underworld, and from what I understood there were no survivors after Gilgamesh said that. Arthur released a gigantic killing intent that made several sweat, but it was overshadowed when Naruto released his A. It made several kneel, and even Merlin, Zeref and Arthur sweat because of the power and killing intent that Naruto could release, despite being so young, while Gilgamesh and Crom Cruach had a small chill. They do not understand how a child could have such a feeling of death. I understand Gil.kun said Naruto with an icy and dark voice, very dark for everyone's taste, which gave chills to the weakest like Akame, Yu, Ace, Mika and Kurum, and made Merlin and Zeref sweat because of the demonic voice he had, and now they realized what a dangerous enemy the demons had just become. It's time to leave. I want you to pack. We're going home. The underworld will pay in blood for massacring the Nikasho. I want the heads of the culprits. If they don't give them to me, I will destroy half if not all of hell, said Naruto in a dark way and with a frown increasing his power. Everyone nodded nervously because of Naruto's power, but some of them were happy to destroy the idiots they massacred the Nekomata clan, but some sweated because of the power that Naruto gave off while Crom Cruach and eyed, since the underworld hadn't changed at all. They continued to kill every being that got in their way. It made them feel some pity for what Naruto would do to them, since he had never seen him so angry, and that honestly intrigued him. He wanted to know what his boss was going to do, but he shrugged since he would support Naruto. Besides, he might be able to fight against the Mao, as he knows the current Lucifer is strong, so if he could, he would ask Naruto to be able to face him. Off-screen everyone was pale as they felt Naruto's power and killing intent. Several fainted, some got on their knees, and others like cows, Office, Great Red and Trihixa watched the screen curiously, but they could see clearly that they had small drops of sweat on their heads, as the feeling of death the boy expelled was enormous, and now they realized the boy's potential and were curious to see how he would change the entire supernatural world. Now I understand why my counterpart follows Naruto, said Gilgamesh with a rose, although if everyone could see the King of Heroes, they would see him with several drops of sweat. But the King of Heroes said caught the attention of everyone from the various dimensions. What do you mean by Gilgamesh? Astoria asked curiously. Gilgamesh rolled his eyes and said, well, it's simple. The brat has power. He is a warrior and an emperor with the potential to not only rule a nation but the world, and not only that my counterpart appreciates him and sees him as a brother, he sees him as his equal, but not only because he loves him, but because he respects him for being a great warrior who defends his people and will stand up for his people despite his age, and that amazes me and intrigues me, finished speaking the King of Heroes with a chuckle, since now he was very intrigued of what Naruto and his counterpart will do with those demons. Arthoria nodded along with most of the heroes. Understanding Gilgamesh now, they understood a little about the arrogant king's counterpart and wondered how the war between the demon faction and the empire will end. All this was heard by the demons, who looked horrified and thought to themselves that they had screwed up by massacring the Nikasho clan. Naya, this is interesting, but I better keep reading. The atmosphere became somewhat tense, said Kuroka, somewhat nervous. The author nodded to Kuroka to continue reading as he saw all the mess that was being made between the characters from the various dimensions. And Akasho nodded and returned to reading. After 5 days, Naruto and his group left for the Empire of Peace, where he was going to meet with Yusaka and Kurama to plan a counterattack against a faction of the demons. When arriving at the Empire of Peace, the first thing that happened was that Naruto found out that Ignal, the Fire Dragon King, had joined the Empire along with his offspring Natsu. Upon learning of this, the Redeed informed Zeref, who was happy to see his brother and thanked the one who took care of him, so Naruto was able to reunite the Black Magician and the Fire Dragon Slayer, which despite the fact that Natsu still did not see him as a brother, Zeref at least gave him the opportunity to get to know each other and create a bond of brothers over time. This gave hope to the strongest Black Magician of being able to recover his younger brother. Off-screen, the fairy tale wizards and the various guilds viewed Natsu with disbelief and caution, as they now know that he is the brother of one of the greatest evils in their world, that is, the brother of Zeref the Black Wizard. In Natsu's case, he was in conflict. On the one hand, his evil emo brother, who apparently wasn't so evil since he was cursed, and that made him become a person of chaos, and on the other hand, there was Ignal, who apparently trusted Zeref, and from what he saw, if Ignal could trust his brother, he wanted to do it and maybe get to know him. They were brothers, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the looks of the other guilds, and even the looks of his friends from his guild, and he realized that they looked at him with caution and fear. Seraph watched the screen with indifference, but inside he was happy, since in that dimension, he was able to make his brother forgive him and have a brotherly relationship without having to kill each other. With history. Currently Naruto was in a meeting with Yasaka talking about what happened with the Yakai clan. "Mother, is it true what happened with the Nakasho clan?" asked Naruto seriously and with a frown upon learning of the massacre of innocent people, children who barely lived dead because of the demons, but he would be in charge of leaving the entire territory of the underworld in dust. He would destroy their will, and no more the pacifist if they attack his people, he would return the blow by 1,000. He would destroy the spirits of his enemies. Yes son, unfortunately it happened. Apparently the Nakasho clan was massacred by demons. We do not know exactly which demons are guilty, but since the demons do not want to punish those responsible, then we will go to war, apparently Yasaka replied with a frown and sadness in her voice for the poor children, for her people dead because of those demons that she herself mattered. Well, it's time for them to pay. Then the demons attacked my people, then I will attack yours. I will wipe them off the face of the earth if they don't apologize and execute those involved, roared Kurama with a great thirst for blood. Isaka, Amaterasu and Naruto agreed with that. They did not want a war, but the Shinto god supported Kurama in the decision to teach the demons a lesson for the massacre they did to their Yakai relatives the Nekashu, and they also agree with that the demons had to pay dearly for what they did. Even the dragons want to massacre the demons for attacking their people, since now the dragons saw everyone in the empire as their people, and they wanted blood from those who massacred the Nikohu. Well, Kurama.kun, it's time for the demons to pay. I won't let the demons harm our empire again, much less harm my daughter and son. If we have to erase the demonic faction, so be it, said Yasaka with a dangerous glint in her beautiful eyes. Naruto. I will also go to teach those demons a lesson, and you do not have to worry, I will finish them off for you and my precious people. The demons will pay for damaging our empire. Kurama. Alright cub, it's time for us to show those stupid demons how strong we are. Yasaka. Well then, that's how it will be, but what do you want to do? Kurama. Simple, we infiltrate the underworld. I will go with Irene and Igneal. They are more than enough to face the 4 Mayu and hundreds of demons, since both will be in the top 10 of the strongest beings in the world, and just in case I will go with Yuruchi. She wants blood of those who harmed her people. She may not be in the top 10 or 20, but she is strong enough to defeat Seraphol. Naruto. Well, I'll go with Merlin and Crom Cruach. We will attack the parts of the underworld and reduce their total forces. Merlin and Crom Cruach are at the top of the strongest. I wonder how the underworld will react when they know who is with us. Everyone nodded with them. They could easily do considerable damage to the underworld, and Naruto was thinking of using the 6 paths with his clones and summoning various animals and destroying the entire underworld. He wanted to teach Lucifer a lesson. Off-screen, the demon faction were terrified of the people who would go to the underworld, since each of those beings was by far stronger than the Satans or were close to the level of a super demon, but what terrified them was beings like Naruto, Kurama and Crom Cruach, since they were now far above a celestial dragon, and all the demons present know that it will take their Lucifer and Ajuka to even stop a celestial dragon, and those beings are much stronger than dragons, so they knew they were very screwed. This is bad, our counterparts are very, very screwed. If they go and attack the underworld, I don't think we will be able to defeat them, since several of those beings are in the top 10 of the strongest existences, Seraphol said with a frown, but also worried about what will happen. You're right, Seraphol, this is bad for our counterparts. If they go to the underworld, they could destroy a large part of it, and it's clear that this Kurama and this Naruto are on par with Lord Shiva, and we all know that not even the 4 Mayu together can defeat Lord Shiva, Ajuka commented with a sigh of resignation. Sona and Rias were tense, but in Ria's case she was very jealous, since someone who was even younger than her was strong enough to defeat her brother, the strongest demon. She wants Naruto in her nobility no matter the cost, and she only hoped that her counterpart would do something to make that child join her. Office and Great Red felt the greed and fear of many of the demons and frowned, but were curious to see what the boy would do to the underworld. They knew that the boy was strong, and they knew that according to the top 10 they saw in the previous chapter, he would become so strong that even they didn't know if they could fight the Yakai. The Seraphim of Heaven and the cadres of Grigori were tense, since if a war between both sides occurred, they knew well that they would also be involved in the conflict, and that would be bad for their faction. Meanwhile, the 9 Bijuas were curious to see what Kurama from that dimension would do, and Naruto from that dimension realized that both were extremely powerful, perhaps at Kagaya's level if not much more, and that scared them a little, but above all, they were curious to see what that child would do. Most of the various guilds in the fairy tale dimension were fearful of the war and curious to see the strongest black magician in their dimension in action. And finally, those from the elemental nations, especially those from Konoha, did not believe that Naruto spoke with so much venom in his voice and did not understand how he was so powerful, and that terrified them, and they wondered if their Naruto could be that strong. My baby will demonstrate his power, yes, I want to see how my baby makes those demons eat dirt. I wonder if he will destroy all the demons or just teach them a lesson, Kushina commented with a sadistic smile on her face with several Uzumaki nodding, since they wanted to see Naruto's power. Minato smiled nervously but also wanted to see his son's power, realizing that his baby was so strong that not even all the Hokages together could defeat him. But history. After 3 days, Kurama's group and Naruto's group infiltrated the underworld with ease. Meanwhile in the plaza of the underworld, hundreds of demons were gathered in the state watching at last the execution of one of the last Nakasho. This was Soifin, who was caught, although there was another survivor that Lucifer hid and gave her to his sister to be the tower piece of his nobility, without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, no one could find the criminal SS Kuroka Taojo. Current Lucifer Surziches along with Ajuka, one of the 4 Mayu of the underworld, and Graphia, the strongest queen of this, saw with a little sadness and guilt for killing the Yaokai just to calm the masses. But before they do something, 4 figures appeared in a red flash. One of those 4 figures Surziches Lucifer recognized. Since that figure was Yusaka's husband, one of the most dangerous beings in existence. According to what is said in power, he was compared to Shiva, the god of destruction of the Hindu pantheon. You are the husband of Yusaka, the leader of the Yakai faction, right, said Surziches, narrowing his eyes. In reality, I am Yusaka's husband, but I am the Yakai king, and as king, I will not allow the Nakasho massacre to go unpunished. After saying that, Kurama made a shadow clone that grabbed Soifin and took her in a crimson flash to the Empire. I'll tell you something, Lucifer. Don't hand over the culprits of the Nakasho massacre, or there will be a war, one in which you and your faction would not turn out well, said Kurama coldly and sprouting part of his power that made several demons shudder and Surziches, along with Ajuka, feel uncomfortable, since the power that sprouted from Kurama was comparable if not superior to his own. Well, unfortunately I will not be able to do that, answered Surziches coldly before the threat of Kurama. The aforementioned frowned at that, but then smiled and said, well, leader of the demons, then I will make your faction pay and see the pain that the Nakasho suffered. After saying that, gigantic explosions were heard throughout the underworld. In addition to that, several giant creatures with purple eyes were destroying and killing several demons throughout the underworld. Among these creatures were a rhinoceros, a hawk, a bull, a chameleon, a crab, a wolf and a lion, among others. These were indiscriminately killing the demons, as well as causing great damage to the underworld, which angered the demons in the stadium along with their leaders, and at the same time alarmed them by seeing giant creatures destroy their homes so easily. So they classified these creatures at the level of a high-class demon to a supreme class. Off-screen, the demons were scared by the creatures that attacked the underworld, while Nagato had his mouth open, since several summons very similar to the ones he had were attacking the underworld. This is interesting. I wonder if that Naruto guy will join the brigade, Office commented with a tiny smile on her face. Big Red frowned but said nothing. But history. Since you already rejected my calm way of asking for justice, then it will be in a chaotic way. I will destroy everyone who does not allow me to do justice. Yoruchi, go for the woman, she is strong. But I know that you are stronger than the strongest queen of the underworld. Destroy her. Ignil, go for Ajuka. I know he is close to the level of the current Lucifer, but I know that you are much more powerful. Libya, with him, crush him. Well, you Irene, finish off the demons of this damn stadium. They will learn the hard way not to mess with our family, roared Kurama mentally, but with a very dark voice. The 3 nodded, and in a burst of speed, Ignil, the fire dragon king in his human form, gave Ayuka a powerful punch, sending him flying, while Yoruchi in a shunpo of fire appeared behind Graphia, kicking her, which made her open her eyes in shock and grimaced at the pain of the kick. Surziches was going to attack Yoruchi, but Kurama got in the way and threw a strong chakra reinforced punch that made Lucifer fly with great force while Irene was in charge of killing all the demons that stood in her way. The battle between 3 of the most powerful warriors on the side of the demons, along with the army of demons of the stadium, and 4 of the most powerful warriors on the side of the Yakai/Empire of Peace, was in favor of the Yakai. The battle was destroying the entire state. Ice, lightning, red and blue fire. Lava and the power of destruction came and went from all sides. Several of the demons were killed in the crossfire. In addition to Irene Bulsirian, the strongest dragon queen killed several high-ranking demons, as if they were flies. In Graphia's battle against Yoruchi, the most powerful queen was being cornered, since despite her ice defense being powerful, the energy attacks completely nullified it. "It's time you paid for harming my clan." "Foolish demons burst fire lightning," roared Uruchi, after saying that a large amount of blue fire projectiles that had aim around them rays went towards Grafia. She opened her eyes surprised by the attack, so to defend herself, she summoned several ice walls to contain Uruchi's attack, to give her time to dodge, which she did, and sent several ice swords to Uruchi, is to protect you. Made hand positions, and said fire element scorching rat projectile, both the ice swords and Uruchi's rat missile collided, causing a gigantic explosion, but Uruchi did not stay there. She made hand positions and said fire element blue fire tsunami. Grafia opened her eyes in shock by the attack, so she sent a large tsunami of ice towards Matatabi's attack. Both attacks collided, neutralizing each other, causing a large amount of mist. The two-tailed cat took advantage of that and sent a large amount of fire rats towards Grafia. She was able to dodge some of them, but others hit her directly in the arm, burning it, making her moan in pain. After a few minutes, the mist dissipated and a very injured Grafia could be seen, while Uruchi was only somewhat disheveled. "My poor Grafia-chan," screamed the biggest Siskin in horror, seeing his queen bar wife in such a state. He knew that Grafia was strong at the level of a Satan, and that this girl left Grafia in such a broken state indicated that this Nakasha was very strong, and now he realized how dangerous the empire was. The rest of the Grimoires saw Grafia's state with horror, as they never thought they would see the strongest queen in that state. While the Yokai and other beings had a small smile waiting for their king to destroy all the demons. But history. Meanwhile, in the battle of Igneel and Ayuka, the fight was in favor of the Fire Dragon King, since despite the fact that Ayuka had great demonic power and his Kantara formula, Igneel's raw power was even superior to his. In addition to the large amount of fire that the Fire Dragon King threw, did not let Ayuka respond, which made him worry, since he realized that Igle was not going all out, which disconcerted and scared him, since from what he saw, he was not the strongest of his group. Meanwhile, Kurama and Surziches were battling. Even though Lucifer had the power of destruction, Kurama had his raw power, which was slowly overwhelmed by the current Lucifer element. "Burn heat bombardment," said Kurama, sending a large amount of fireballs towards Surziches. He dodged with some difficulty, but the heat balls hit some high-level demons, incinerating them completely. This made Surziches open his eyes in shock and realized how dangerous that attack was, so Lucifer launched a great wave of power. Of destruction to Kurama. He smiled and increased his aura, putting it as protection, which worked and made Surziches frown and realized that if he continued like that he would lose, but he snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Kurama concentrate a large amount of energy in his hand, which alarmed him and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Kurama said Bijudama and launched his attack towards Surziches, this to defend himself. He sent a large amount of power of destruction, retaining and weakening the attack a bit of Kurama, but even so the Bijudama surpassed the power of Surziches, hitting him full on, causing a gigantic explosion and destroying a large part of the stadium that made all the battle stop, and the demons watched in horror when the dust from the explosion dissipated to their leader Surziches. Lucifer burned part of a shattered arm and bleeding from the head. "Wow, so you survived my Bijudama. Well, it was to be expected that you would do it after all, you are the strongest demon that lives today. Well, I hope you survived this, Lucifer." "San element burn heat tide," said Kurama after he said that a large amount of heat went towards the injured Surziches, but a gigantic amount of ice protected him for a few seconds, since Kurama's attack was completely destroying the ice wall. But those seconds were enough for Ayuka to take Surziches and escape from Kurama's attack. The Nine Tails frowned at that, but said, "Well, from what I see, Uruchi and Igneel could not finish Don Ayuka and Grafia." Both Uruchi and Igneel sighed, but the cat replied, "No, Kurama-sama, the truth is they are somewhat tough, but it does not matter, they are very damaged, so it will be easy to finish them." Both Kurama and Igle nodded. "Well, Irene, I see that you have already finished with most of the demons. I think you can join us. It is time to finish off their leaders," said Igneel seriously, after the Dragon King said that Ajuka, Surziches and Grafia prepared for combat. "Why do this? Why kill everyone? Several of those in this place are innocent." Surziches shouted angrily. "Lucifer, I warned you, if they didn't give us the culprits and let us do the justice we deserve, there would be war, and unfortunately in war there is death," Kurama replied, frowning but with some sadness. He didn't want to kill so many inside. "He will be with Yusaka. She had changed him. We shouldn't have come to this, but you wanted it. You let the Nakasha massacre go unpunished, but we won't do it. You demons will pay for what they did," Uruchi said angrily. Surziches, Ajuka and Grafia frowned at that but didn't say anything. They knew the Yokai leader was right. Out of history. If they hadn't let the Nakasha massacre happen, this wouldn't have happened. Both sides would have attacked each other again. "So much death is sad," Michael commented. "It's all the Mayu's fault, because if they had done their job properly this would never happen," Amaterasu commented with an icy voice that scared most of the demons and made the four Mayu of the underworld frown. Several of the leaders of the various factions nodded as they agreed with what the goddess of the sun and the universe had said. But history. Until suddenly all the demons ambiguous felt three very powerful presences and made the battle stop and saw the three presences and what they saw terrified them, while Graphia, Ayuka and Surzich's Lucifer opened their eyes in shock for two reasons. One of them was to see their two companions Mau Falbium Asmodeus and Seraphol Leviathan unconscious and with several burns on their bodies being carried by two people, as if they were anything Seraphol by a woman who gave off a gigantic aura, while Falbium was without an arm carried by a young man who gave him great power, which made several of the survivors who remained in the state sweat. The second thing about the shock of the demons was that the woman in front of them was Merlin the Witch of Infinity, the supreme sorceress or also known as the strongest witch, a very powerful sorceress that even the same god and demon kings feared her, and the black-haired man with blonde was Krom Kruch, the strongest evil dragon, someone who is said to be on par with celestial dragons, but they came out of shock when they saw the figure in the middle speak with a very cold voice for a child and he said Kurama Otosan, Yuruchi-chan, Igel and Irene we go, we already have what we want, but before I will make the demons beg never to attack a Yakai clan, a clan that is under our protection, said the boy who was Naruto. The four nodded reluctantly, after they backed away Naruto, snapped his fingers, and said meteor shower, and then spoke again, this is the first and last warning Surzich's Lucifer, if you want a war you will have it, and I will make you see what will happen in a moment like just a simple child's game. What you have to do to stop this future war is execute the culprits or hand them over to finish them off. You know what you have to do to stop this, said Naruto with a great aura of power for a child, something that made everyone sweat and knees to some. After saying that, Naruto disappeared in a red flash along with his friends, while with the demons they watched in horror as dozens of small meteorites the size of a car, medium as a house, and huge as the size of the entire state, were heading to the entire underworld, killing hundreds of demons, destroying much of the infrastructure of the underworld. Ayuka, Surzich's Lucifer, along with several high-ranking demons, split up and made dozens of barriers protecting several demons in the underworld, and Graphia left with Seraphol and Falbium to protect them in their weakened state. Off-screen, those from the various dimensions were open-mouthed by Naruto's act. Those from the elemental nations watched in disbelief as the last dead man massacred hundreds of demons, as if it were child's play. He threw a bucking meteor shower at those demons, Kiba yelled from Naruto with disbelief and fear in his eyes. The dobe will remain the dobe, said Sasuke with fear in his eyes, since even though he considered Naruto his junior, he is now afraid of what his teammate can do, and made him swallow dryly. Sakura was shaking along with Ino, while Hinata had a small smile on her face seeing Naruto's power, and nodded to herself. The cages were with their mouths open and fear in their eyes, since now they realized that this child was a dangerous enemy for everyone. The Akatsuki were now afraid of the boy reaching his full potential. Even Pain, who considered himself a god, knew he couldn't do what Naruto did, and that made him frown since he was a god, according to the supposed god. Poor ugly little thing. Kushina, Minato and the Uzumaki clan were with small smiles for the power of their Sunbara clan relative. These were happy to see how Naruto massacred all the demons with ease. But those of DxD, the demons, were trembling at seeing hundreds if not thousands of demons being massacred by the meteor shower that was launched by Naruto, and if that were not enough, their leaders were brutally surpassed by the leaders of the empire. Now they realized that Naruto was a being that they would not want to have as an enemy. The kid threw a bucking meteor shower at us, Razor said with fear in his eyes. He never thought he would fear a Yakai of all beings so much. The young demons were trembling in fear at what Naruto could do so easily. The Mayu and the other high-level demons were afraid to see the child's power and realized why he was at the top of the top 10 and realized the stupidity of their counterparts to provoke a possible war that will take the lives of several demons. Everyone from Fairy Tail was in disbelief with what happened, since a child of only 11 or 10 years old easily wiped out hundreds of demons who could easily fight with the best magicians in their world. But those from Fate, they were with their mouths open. Even Gilgamesh's watchman looked at the screen with disbelief in his eyes, since the power of a brat easily surpassed them, and Gilgamesh reluctantly admitted that the child was immensely powerful to be classified as a catastrophe. Well, I admit that kid is much stronger than I thought, and I'm surprised that brat threw a meteor shower at him, Gilgamesh said with amazement in his voice. HG 15. Well, I see that now you realize the enormous power that Naruto has, and let me tell you that his power will increase more and more, even though he hasn't reached his limit yet. That terrified everyone, since the power Naruto demonstrated was easily at the continental catastrophe level if not more. Well, Kuroka, keep reading, said the author. The cat nodded and continued reading. Meanwhile, currently in the Empire of Peace, the Yakai and their allies were in a meeting of utmost urgency after the rescue of Soifin, since their second objective Kuroka had apparently escaped the fear of the demons. Well, mother, father, mother, Yasaka, mission accomplished. We attacked the demons, and Falbium of the 4 Mau was disabled by me, and I doubt she will wake up in the next few weeks, if not in the next few months. Well, Seraphol was defeated by Merlin and Krom Kruich being trapped in a very powerful illusion. She may not be that physically damaged, but mentally she is, so I doubt she will wake up recently, and if Lucifer does not comply with our demands, there will be war. Everyone nodded, but what demands? Exactly did you ask for, Naruto asked Kisuke curiously, although he already had an idea of what he asked for. Well, Kisuke said, Naruto, what I asked is that they give us all those guilty of the murder of the Nakasho, as well as the demons, publicly apologize for what happened with the Nekomatas, said Naruto with a half smile, and if they don't do it, what are we going to do, questioned Akira Kaburagi, leader of the werewolves who joined the Empire of Peace being recruited by Yasaka, because if they don't they are fools, answered Kurama. Since after the large number of medium and high-level demons that we killed as well as those that Naruto, Merlin and Krom Kruich killed, in addition, from the little gift that Naruto left them, answered Kurama smiling sadistically, everyone became curious what little gift, asked Tiamat, leader of the dragon faction, now joining the recent Empire of Peace. Well, what happened is that Naruto made one of his most powerful attacks and launched a meteor shower to the entire underworld, and I know that attack may not kill most strong of that faction, but will completely destroy its infrastructure, as well as kill several low, medium and maybe high-level demons, Kurama responded sadistically. Everyone opened their eyes in shock and looked at Naruto, who became uncomfortable by the looks of his allied friends and family. Naruto, what did you do exactly? As if you sent a meteor shower, said Licht, alias the Light Elf, for his great skill in light magic, and leader of the elves, now belonging to the recent Empire of Peace. When recruited by Kurama, well, my good friend simply used a large amount of chakra and used my Sharigan, sending hundreds of meteorites to screw the devils for screwing us all, sweated at such an answer, but nodded wisely. Well, we have to prepare for the war if the demons do not accept our conditions, said Yasaka seriously. Everyone nodded and prepared their clans and people for the war and left the meeting. Off-screen, the demons were apparently sweating whether they would go to war with the Empire, and from what they saw, it would be very bad for them, since their Mau were unconscious or weakened, and they realized how dangerous the individuals of the Empire were, and especially Naruto. With history. As Naruto left the meeting, he went to meet with his nobility. Next to him was Krom Kruich and Merlin flanking him. Naruto. Hey guys, I want to tell you something important. If it's about the war we've heard about, I'll participate. You don't have to worry, Naruto-sama, you saved me, and I'll fight for you in my new home. I won't let the demons harm the Empire of Peace. Naruto shook his head at Akame's words and said, it's not that, guys. I won't allow you or the younger ones, which are Ace, Kuram, Yu, and Mika. You won't fight in this war. I don't want you to die. You still need training to reach the necessary level. And Arthur, you will stay with them. He was the oldest and strongest of them. Your duty is to protect them. Those who will help me in this war, if it happens, will be Zeref, Gilgamesh, Krom Kruich, and Merlin. If war breaks out, you will be leaders of the armies. For now, we will wait for the underworld's response. We will wait for things to calm down. Gilgamesh, Zeref, Krom Kruich and Merlin nodded. Each of them was willing to fight the demons for various reasons. Gilgamesh because he was loyal to Naruto, Zeref was a little annoyed with the demon faction, Krom Kruich because he wanted good fights, and Merlin because he wanted the demons as his new laboratory subjects. End of chapter. Well, what did you think of this chapter? The author asked with curiosity because he saw those from the elemental nations and those from the DxD dimension, afraid of what Naruto is going to do in that dimension or parallel world. Zeref. I found it interesting and I'm intrigued to know what my leader will do in that dimension or parallel world, and I realize that my counterpart is loyal to him, and it doesn't surprise me, since he removed my curse. Those of the Alvarez Empire looked at their leader with surprise, but did not comment anything, but Irene had a small smile on her beautiful face, since she saw something that no one saw, and that is that Zeref is going to look for Naruto, so that he can break his curse. I wonder if my counterpart will have good fights with the demons, thought Krom Kruich, although in his thoughts was also to look for Naruto or his counterpart to be able to serve him, since he realized the enormous potential that he has. HG 15. Well, we'll take a short break. You know where the snacks are. Rest. I think many are processing the information about the upcoming war between both factions, and you'll see it in the next chapter. I'll just tell you that this war would be what decides many events in the world. End of chapter. Chapter 8. HG 15. Well, I think everyone is calmer now. I think the time has come to see the next chapter. It's time to see how the war that will happen between the Empire and you, the demonic faction, progresses. You will now see that you, the demons, are not invincible. The four Mau sweated and a chill ran through them, since they now know that the Empire would attack their faction because of the Nakasho incident. They only hoped that the battle would not lead to other factions joining, while the other demons frowned, since they were not weak they would destroy the Yokai. That empire will be destroyed by us demons, Razor said arrogantly. Several of the clan heirs nodded, even Rias nodded, since she thought that her brother would defeat the empire. Bolsona Citri, Ravel Phoenix and Sarah Bale frowned at such arrogance, since so far from what they saw there are several beings in the top 10 in that empire, and that was bad for the demons. Sarah's thoughts, Rias and Razor are idiots, even I know that empire is almost invincible, perhaps the only faction that is on equal footing with them is the Hindu faction, I know I am strong, but even I know that they will not be able to defeat any of the leaders of that empire, and even less Lord Naruto, he is a being of the stature of Lord Shiva. Ravel's thought. I have such an idiotic and arrogant brother, it's impossible for us to win this war. I know our faction is strong, perhaps the strongest of the biblical factions, but even so, I highly doubt we can take on the empire. Sona's thought. Rias, you disappoint me, you are still the same conceited fool thinking that we are above everything when there are beings much stronger than the four Mao together, and Naruto-sama is one of them and even worse, he has other beings under his command that can defeat the four Mao. Meanwhile the Yokai faction and the Shinto frowned but said nothing. They would see how in this story Naruto would crush all those demons. The Uzumaki and everyone on Naruto's side thought the same thing, as they wanted to see the demons burn. Ajuka seeing the atmosphere I say well and what if we continue with the next chapter I'm interested to see what will happen. HG 15, okay Ajuka and then you can read the next chapter and we'll see how this conflict ends. Ajuka nodded and sighed, grabbing the book to see how it all ended, even though he knew his faction would hardly have a chance against those beings. Chapter 7. The War Begins Part 2. It's been almost a week since Kurama and Naruto's attack together with their friends towards the underworld. These days the news of the Nakasho massacre by the demons and the attack of the Yokai leader, consequently to the Mao and the entire demonic population, reached the vast majority of the factions quickly in heaven. The Seraphim reacted in an alarmed manner, since they were worried that this would lead to a war between the Yokai Bar Empire of Peace and the demons, and that gave them chills. Since that war would drag many humans and even other factions, and from what they could notice and find out, King Kurama had already made his first move. Off-screen. The demons frowned at what they saw, realizing that the empire had weakened them by attacking them, leaving two of their demon kings in check. This is bad if the war with them continues it could very possibly erase the underworld, commented Seraphol. But several leaders of the other factions nodding while the demons frowned at everything they saw. Ajuka said nothing and continued reading. Flashback. Michael's brother, something important happened, said Gabriel, alarmed by the news she heard, and she only prayed to her father that this conflict does not escalate. What happened Gabriel, why are you so upset? Michael asked, somewhat alarmed to see his dear sister so upset. What happened brother is that the demons massacred the Nakasho clan that lived in the underworld, leaving almost no survivors. Gabriel responded sadly at such a massacre orchestrated by the demons, but alarmed by what the act of the demons entails, she was sure that most likely there could be a war. She only prayed to her father that both parties talk and solve this possible conflict. Raphael, Uriel and Michael opened their eyes in shock, but then frowned, those foolish demons, how dare they massacre a Yokai clan, said Uriel with a frown, and quite angrily we think that the current leaders of the underworld were different, said Raphael, angry and sad for the deaths of that Yokai clan. Michael said nothing, but you could see sadness for what happened. Off-screen. The angel leaders nodded, thinking that the demons could improve as people, but from what they saw, they were still the same evil beings. The Maya watched with a frown as their reputation went down the drain and sighed in resignation for everything that would now come in the coming war. Those from the various dimensions frowned at what was coming, although the Uzumaki had cruel smiles, hoping that they would erase the demons, and hoping that after Naruto erases the demons, he would also erase Konoha. Ajuka saw the others gaze and sighed, this would be bad for his faction, so he continued reading something that told him that if he didn't continue, they would kill him. With reading. That's not all brother according to what I was informed apparently the leader of the Yokai currently called the Empire of Peace Otsutsuki Kurama, along with 3 of his subordinates, infiltrated the underworld and rescued one of the last Nakasho, who was going to be executed in the battle between the Yokai and his companions, and the leaders of the demons caused several high-level demons to die in the crossfire, and from what I understand Otsutsuki Kurama was gradually defeating Surzuch's Lucifer. Which implies that the leader of the Empire of Peace is an opponent to fear, in addition to that the opponent who faced Euka another of the Mao, and as I learned apparently they fought on equal footing, and Graphia the queen of the current Lucifer, faced a certain Yuruchi, and she ended up defeating Graphia, but that's not the worst, said Gabriel sadly but it would be. Michael was surprised by that, but frowned for Gabriel to continue. The aforementioned nodded. The battle apparently stopped with the arrival of 3 people. One was a young man with black and blonde hair. This was apparently the evil dragon. I don't know his name. The other was a child who was apparently the leader of those 3. And the last was someone that all the factions know well. This was someone that even Lucifer and Leviathan feared. This was Merlin. The Witch of Infinity, or the Supreme Sorceress as they called her in ancient times, Gabriel answered seriously. Both Raphael, Uriel and Michael opened their eyes in shock, since they knew that name. She was supposed to have disappeared years ago, and even worse, apparently another young man was with her and a child was their leader, which implies that he was more powerful than her, and she respected him. Gabriel finished speaking. Off screen. The armies of that empire and the beings they have are a very large and impressive power. I never thought that a faction could grow so much so quickly, Shiva commented seriously. You are right, Lord Shiva, the power of those yokai is enormous, and who knows what else they will have under their command, Auden commented seriously, but had a small smile, as he was curious to see what would happen. Isaka stared at the screen, realizing what she must have done to the demon faction. The same was with Amaterasu. She thought she should have burned down hell for having killed all her kittens, but she would look for Naruto, so that with his support, she could obtain the tomato head. With reading. Bad news is alarming. Merlin is a very powerful witch, if not the most powerful, but as long as we don't attack her, she won't attack us, said Michael seriously and somewhat nervous because Merlin was still alive. In ancient times, she was someone who was in the top 11 or 10. Now, perhaps she has become stronger and that would be detrimental. Gabriel. Yes, brother, but that's not all. It seems the entire underworld was completely crushed by the boy. Uriel. What do you mean? Gabriel asked the Seraphim, alarmed by this news. Gabriel. What I mean is that the boy appeared with Seraphol and Falbium and the men of the black-haired boy with blonde and Merlin, the supreme sorceress who accompanied the boy, and apparently these 2 were completely crushed by them then from what the red-haired boy called the leader of the Yokai faction and his companions to retreat, but then before leaving the boy launched a meteor shower towards the entire underworld, destroying its infrastructure, killing hundreds of demons of medium. Low and high class finished speaking. The purest seraphim of heaven, sad by the number of dead. She did not hate demons, since for her all life was precious, and what happened by the Nikasho massacre was sad. Off screen, those from Konoha shuddered thinking about what Naruto would do to their counterparts. Hell, if he launched a meteor shower at their village, they would be screwed. They just hoped that their Naruto wouldn't seek their blood. Jiraiya's thoughts. I have to control the Gaki, otherwise something bad could happen to the village. Kurama's thought. I think it's time to help the cub and show the world our power. Uzumaki thought, I hope Naruto-sama burns that hell for everything they did to his allies. Meanwhile, with those from the wizard dimension, they had a chill when they remembered the meteor shower. Even Zeref and Aknologia admitted that if they fought with Naruto they would be destroyed, although Zeref did not care so much, he just wanted to meet Naruto and break his curse, and if he had to serve him so that he would be free, then he will do it. I realize that Zeref is thinking about how to meet the boy to break his curse. Maybe he also wants to see him. After all, the boy is strong, handsome, and very protective of his family. He's a worthy king, Irene thought with a smile. Raphael, Uriel and Michael opened their eyes in shock. As a child, a simple child, devastated the entire underworld as if it were nothing, devastating everything and killing hundreds of demons, as if they were nothing, but they came out of shock as Raphael realized what Gabriel said and thought to himself. Red-haired boy with great power and remembered that Yusaka has a second son a little older than Kunu, approximately 10 or 11 years old, with red hair, and everything clicked in his head. Raphael. Gabriel, I know who the boy is, or at least I know who could be who, and I'm quite surprised by the power he has for his age. Who is the boy? Michael asked seriously, since a child with that power was easily at the level of Indra if not superior, and now he was nervous, since another being from the Empire of Peace was in the top 10 of the strongest beings. Off screen. Those from Konoha were still terrified by everything Naruto did, and they realized that Naruto was colder and crueler than their Naruto, and now they knew that if that Naruto went to Konoha, he would destroy them, and he was very bad. That Naruto is very different from ours, while ours is kind, the one from that dimension is destructive, Kakashi said with a frown. And not only that, but he is also very powerful. I even think he will be stronger than the 9 Bijuus together, said Tsunade seriously, since she knew the power of some of the Biju and was small compared to that Naruto. Jiraiya and Hiruzen frowned, since that Naruto was not under their control, he was not under their command to defend Konoha. Kushina had a smile like all the Uzumakis when they saw Naruto's power and they liked it, since it demonstrated the power of the Uzumakis. But the DxD faction leaders now nervous, they were wondering what Naruto would do. This is bad. If that war continues the balance of power would be broken, said Azazel seriously. And not only that, but we have already seen the military power that this faction has, having several of the top 10, that only one of them would be capable of wiping out the 4 Mau, Auden said seriously. Several of the faction leaders nodded and some sighed, realizing that with Naruto the balance of power in that world would shift in favor of the Yokai and the Shinto. Ajuka, realizing that the leaders were already falling silent, continued reading, as he was interested to see what would happen. Returned with history. Well, the child may be the first son of Yusaka Otsutsuki Naruto, who is a Kyuubi I think, Raphael answered seriously. You mean to tell me that Yusaka's son was the one who launched a meteor shower on the entire underworld and practically brought them to their knees, Michael said and shouted in alarm. That's right, brother, Raphael replied seriously. All the seraphim frowned at that, as they never thought that a child could be so strong as to bring the underworld to its knees, and they realized that the child might be close to the power of his father, who in ancient times was in the top 4 of the strongest beings. We have to do something, this could lead to a war, we should talk to the Yokai, said Gabriel seriously. Yes, but I don't know if they will want peace after the death of the Nekomata clan, and in the case of the demons, I don't think they want peace after the Yokai leaders destroyed the entire underworld, said Uriel seriously but with a frown. Everyone frowned at this, as they knew it would be difficult for either side to cease hostilities. Off screen. I doubt they can do anything, that Naruto kid wants your demon blood for what you did to the Nakasho, Shiva said with a small smile. He didn't like demons, or well, he didn't like their leaders, since most of them were idiots. I agree with Lord Shiva, they should not have massacred the Nakasho clan, and now the consequences are high, and the underworld may become a crater, said Athena, goddess of war, wisdom and strategy, and one of the strongest Olympians. What can you expect from the demonic trash? They only killed the Nekashu, and now they will have to pay the consequences, said Amaterasu with her bloodlust coming out. The Mau frowned at the words of the various gods from the different pantheons, but said nothing, as each of those gods was powerful in their own right and they were not idiots, they were already on thin ice with Amaterasu and did not want Shiva or Athena as enemies. Ajuka did the wise thing and continued reading, he didn't want trouble with the Hindu or Shinto gods. But history. Meanwhile in Grigori Azazel, Shemhaz and Barakiel were talking about the letter and news that came to them. Do you believe the news is true? Barakiel said seriously. Well, I confirmed it with my informants. Apparently, the demons annihilated the Nakasho who lived in the underworld and were going to execute a girl who did nothing in front of a state full of demons, Shemhaz said seriously and with a frown. But it seems that the demons did not come out unharmed, as I understand it, a large part of the underworld was destroyed by the Yokai leaders and their agents, and it seems that Falbium and Seraphil are unconscious, Azazel said seriously, although he was somewhat amused by what happened in the underworld. Off screen. You really are amused by our misfortune, Seraphil said, frowning and somewhat angry at the mockery of the leader of the fallen. How she would like to freeze his balls so he stops mocking the misfortune of the underworld. Well, it's fun to see the misfortune of others, besides your counterparts were foolish to think that massacring the Nakasho clan wouldn't have serious consequences, Azazel replied. The demons frowned but said nothing and continued with the story. But history. And who was the one who defeated them, asked Barakiel equally serious and amazed, since he knew that both were extremely powerful just a little weaker than Azazel, even he knew that Falbium may be at his level, but Seraphil he knew that most likely she would defeat him. Well, as I understand it, Yusaka's husband and leader of the Empire of Light, Otsutsuki Kurama, along with 3 of his agents, infiltrated and fought with Iuka, Graphia, and Surzich's Lucifer, along with several high-level demons, and it seems their battle was in favor of the king of the Empire of Peace, until 3 people appeared, and one of them we all know well, Azazel said seriously. And who was the person we know and is with the Yokai, asked Barakiel, curious to know who that character was. Well, it seems that the Witch of Infinity, or also called the Supreme Sorceress Merlin, is alive and serving the Yokai, or rather a child, Azazel replied. Off screen. I'm still surprised that Merlin serves that child, she is a very dangerous woman who can defeat most beings, Azazel commented. Well, for some reason she is the strongest magician, although I suppose she is with Naruto, because that Arthur guy joined, said Amaterasu. With history. Barakiel opened his eyes in surprise, he knew that Merlin was powerful, hell she was even stronger than any demon, the only one who would defeat her would be Lucifer, and that would be if he went with everything he had, since Merlin is a magician with too many tricks, so he frowned, since Merlin only followed someone strong and worthy in her eyes, so it is rare if not impossible for her to follow someone, only one person was worthy in her eyes, and that was King Arthur. But that was not all. It seems that the leader of that trio, who was a child, along with Merlin and another boy, although I could not find out the boy's name, these three defeated Falbium and Seraphil, incapacitating them for a long time, and after that, the child, apparently before disappearing with Kurama, the leader of the Empire of Peace and his companions, launched a meteor shower, destroying much of the underworld, as well as killing hundreds of high, low and medium class demons. As Azul said, impressed that a child could bring the underworld to its knees, and began to think about how strong he would be when he reached his maximum capacity, and a shiver ran through him, since now the boy would be on par with Indra or even superior. Off screen. It would be good to have him in the Cows Brigade. With him by my side, I could kill Red and have my silence, Office said to herself. This put everyone on alert, since if Office recruited the boy they would be screwed. Meanwhile the author looked at Office as if she were stupid, since Naruto would never follow Loli without true goals. Great Red frowned upon hearing Office say that, but he wouldn't be intimidated by the Loli. Ajuka looked at Office but said nothing, not wanting to be killed by the Infinity Dragon. But history. Several of the other factions learned of the Nikasho massacre, as well as practically the attack that was made to the underworld. Aden and the Nordic faction were impressed that Yasaka and his recent empire practically declared war on the demon faction, as well as learning that the underworld was largely destroyed by the attack of a child who is apparently Yasaka's son. Father, what do you think will happen between the new Empire of Peace and the faction of demons? Thor asked seriously but also intrigued to know what will happen, perhaps getting involved in this new war, since he wanted to fight with strong people. Thor, the god of thunder, the strongest Norseman, the Norse beast, top 8 of the strongest beings. Off screen. Thor-sama is strong, said several of the Valkyries, while Aden had a small smile, since his son was in the top 8 of the strongest beings, and although he shared in the top, he knew that his son would become stronger. Thor will always be the strongest Norse god, Aden said with pride in his voice. Nobody said anything and they continued with the story. Well, it seems we will have to improve our defenses, my son, because if the war between the Empire of Light against the demons begins, it would be chaotic for the factions. From what I know, the Yokai King Kurama may be at the level of Indra or even higher, and as far as I know it seems Seraphil and Falbium are in a coma, according to my informants, as I understood they were knocked out by the son of Yasaka and 2 of his companions, said Aden with a half smile. Aden, All-Father leader of the Norse Supreme God, top 11 strongest beings. The son of Aden opened his eyes in shock and disbelief as he knew the age of Yasaka's son, and he was very young to do that, maybe 10 or 11 years, but that did not matter to him, and he thought to himself, it will be interesting to meet Yasaka's son. If it is true that he did what he did, he wanted to have a battle with the boy. Off screen. Aden was open-mouthed since he was in the top 11 of the strongest beings, and that was amazing. He knew he was strong, but he also knew that he was not in the top 15 of the strongest, and in that dimension he was in 11th place, which made him understand that he was stronger than the celestial dragons, and he liked that quite a bit. Several of the supernatural beings were also surprised that the perverted god is ranked so high, although they assumed it is because he is in another dimension. Thor looked at the screen in surprise, since his father was in the top 11 of the strongest. Loki looked in disbelief, he didn't think the old man would be so strong in that dimension. Well, what do you think if we continue? Remember that this is another dimension, so the power levels of some of you may vary. It is not surprising that Aden is in that position, said the author. Several of the leaders nodded and Ajuka continued reading. But history. But Shiva, the god of destruction, was very surprised by what happened to the faction of demons, since he knew that they had Lucifer and Ajuka, that both demons were so strong that together they could rival the celestial dragons and even defeat them, and that made him think how strong would that Kurama and his son be. Since to destroy the underworld, it must be something, maybe he must be in the top 4 or 5, and that was amazing for a child of 10 or 11 years old, and he began to think how strong he would be when he reached his full potential. Shiva, god of destruction, leader of the Hindu faction, one of the big 3 of Hindu, top 3 of the strongest beings. Off screen. Well, I'm not surprised that the boy caught the attention of my counterpart. That child easily has the potential to quickly reach the level of the dragon gods. I would like to face him. I'm curious to see his power level, said Shiva, very interested in fighting Naruto. Those from the Hindu faction sighed. Shiva always liked fighting. They only hoped that the Shiva of that dimension would not do anything stupid and annoying to the boy, since from what they saw now the child may already be at a level equal to Shiva's, if not higher. Oh, I'd like to see that brat destroy you, Indra mocked. Shiva frowned but said nothing. He was more interested in seeing what the boy would do in the underworld. It would be interesting to see him fight. Ajuka continued with the story. He would not say anything, not wanting to enter into the dispute between Indra and Shiva. Meanwhile, in the underworld, a meeting was currently taking place between the Mayu and the leaders of the remaining 72 pillars. Well, I called them to this meeting to see what we are going to do with the Yokai faction now called the Empire of Peace, said Surzich's Lucifer seriously, since now he was sorry for what happened with the Nikasho massacre, and he saw the consequences of what the demons under his command did, and the truth is he regretted it very much. Surzich's Lucifer, Demon King of Destruction Crimson Mau, one of the 4 demon leaders, top 18 of the strongest beings. Off-screen. Ani-sama wasn't in the top 8 of the strongest beings because there he is in the top 18, asked Riaz in surprise. Simple, that's another dimension. Your brother is just as strong as the one from that dimension, but since Naruto arrived, several of his friends leveled up and positioned themselves among the 20 strongest in the author's context. The demons frowned, as their Lucifer was looking weak. Ichigo also frowned, he thought his best friend would at least be in the top 13 or 12, but now he sees him and he's in the 18, but he sighed and continued reading. But history. What else are we going to do? They destroyed a large part of the underworld, they defeated and practically put 2 Mau in a coma, which are Seraphol Leviathan and Falbium Asmodeus, so war would be the best option, answered Lord Phoenix, leader of the Phoenix clan in the underworld, this being one of the leaders of the 72 pillars of the underworld, now only 34. Most of the clan leaders nodded, as they wanted revenge against the Yokai, but others shook their heads, as they did not want to go to war, but rather try to make peace with the Yokai, especially because of the power they demonstrated by destroying much of the underworld. I don't think going to war is good, since from what we saw his leader Kurama was extremely powerful, and it would be dangerous to have a war against him, and his empire would be very dangerous for us. We lost a large number of low, medium and some high-level demons. According to the counts of our forces, 35% of our forces were destroyed, a large part of the underworld was damaged, and 2 Mau were incapacitated. What do you think? With that loss we will be ready for a war with Otsutsuki Kurama and his empire, which from what we saw has the strongest dragon queen and the strongest magician, which is Merlin, the supreme sorceress of infinity, Zeodicus Gremory answered seriously, but with a frown at the stupidity of going to war with such powerful beings, and he lamented. Since everything that happened was the fault of the greedy demons who massacred and damaged the Nikasho clan, and now he sees everything that caused, he thought. Off-screen. I agree with my counterpart, going to war with that empire would be stupid, and it would be worse if the Shinto faction joins the empire to destroy us, Zeodicus Gremory proclaimed seriously, since Gremory, to his annoyance, knew that the empire of that dimension was very dangerous. The various leaders of the demon clan frowned, they would not accept that they lost against the empire, much less against that brat. Seraphol, Azazel and Michael nodded to the Gremory. They now realized how dangerous the empire is, and more that Naruto boy. Ichigo nodded to the Gremory and said, you're right Zeodicus Gremory, if there is a large-scale war we demons will lose. The demons were going to say something, but Ichigo stopped them and continued reading. He was not arrogant enough to think he could stand up to beings of the stature of Indra. But history. And what do you want us to do then? Zeodicus asked Zekrom Baal, leader of the Baal clan, the most important clan currently in the underworld, frowning and angry at what the Gremory leader said, since he wanted to destroy that foolish empire, he doubted they could against the demons and more with the strongest demons. Zeodicus frowned at that, since he did not want to go to war, he did not want to see more deaths of his friends and family. Okay, calm down everyone, we came to talk not to fight, ordered Surzich's Lucifer, increasing his power, making everyone sweat from the power released by the current Lucifer. Everyone calmed down at that. Well, since they calmed down, I know that the Yokai destroyed a large part of the underworld and incapacitated 2 of the Mau, but if we go to war, it would be very difficult to win, besides that the fault was mine for allowing the Nikasho massacre. But well, according to the leader of the Yokai faction, he wants the heads of those responsible for the massacres, if not they will go to war, and honestly, I don't know if we manage to win, said Surzich's Lucifer, in a serious and sad way when mentioning the massacre. Off-screen. Surzich's frowned at what his counterpart said, obviously he could win together with his faction, although he had to reluctantly admit that that empire was strong, perhaps on par with the Angel or Fallen factions. But history. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at their Lucifer's words, but some frowned at the reminder of the Nikasho massacre, and that it prompted the possible war with the Yokai and the recent Empire of Peace. Indeed, and I have seen the odds so far. Our most powerful opponents are the leader of that recent empire called Otsutsuki Kurama and his companions, who from what Graphia told me in her battle, and what my opponent told me in mine, these were called Uruchi and Nikasho at the level of a Mau or maybe higher. Then there is Irene Bolsirian, the strongest dragon queen, and Igniel, the fire dragon king, someone who can easily fight and face Surzich's, and I do not think going to war with the Empire of Peace is good, since if we go to war we may lose against them, said Ichigo seriously and laughing softly at the annoyance that this meeting results in. He knew that if they went to war with the Empire of Peace, the demons had little chance of winning and more, because of the large number of losses they have, after Ichigo threw a meteor shower at them. Ajuka Belzebuth, Demon King of Creation, the smartest demon, one of the 4 demon leaders, top 20 strongest beings. Off-screen. Ajuka-sama is in the top 20, but in our world he is in the top 9, said Rias. Ajuka said nothing and continued reading. But history. Everyone opened their eyes in shock as their second strongest Mau, someone who is classified as a super demon and even several gods fear him, just said that if they go to war with the Empire of Peace they would lose. Lord Citri. What do you mean? Do you think if we go to war we'll be annihilated by the new empire created by Kurama Otsutsuki? Ajuka. Just remember the kid who threw that meteor shower at us. Everyone nodded with a shiver, since the boy scared them more than Lucifer himself, that icy voice, and that attack was what shocked them. Ajuka. Well, in my opinion that child I think is at the level of Lord Kurama, and according to my calculations, Kurama.san is in the top 3 or 4 of the strongest beings. Imagine the child and Kurama.san together attacking the underworld. We have no chance would be needed the 4 Mau to face one of them, and is not sure yet that we will defeat him, not counting that other first level individuals are with the Empire of Peace, and we do not know if the Shinto faction gets involved in this war, because if it does then we will be annihilated. Off-screen. Well, if we imagine the Kurama and the boy Naruto attacking a faction together, the truth is that it is terrifying. I think that even Office could not fight against both of them at the same time, Auden commented seriously and with a shiver, not wanting to have those yokai as enemies. You're right, and I don't think even I could fight both of them, Shiva commented seriously. Office looked curiously at the screen, wanting to know what will happen to the demons. Big Red also watched the screen with curiosity. He wanted to see Naruto's power and how to erase those demons. Trihiksa, the beast of the apocalypse, saw everything calmly to everyone's nerves, since the beast of the end of the world was too calm. The Bijuu were wanting to see how the boy demonstrates his power. Above all, Kurama wanted to see his counterpart and his Jinchuriki erase those mosquitoes called demons. Ajuka also watched nervously as all those natural disasters were now staring at him so intently, so he continued reading, not wanting to provoke the wrath of the dragon gods and those called Bijuu. But history. Lord Phoenix. Well, then what shall we do? He asked seriously and angry that he could not do anything against the Empire of Peace. We will try to solve this problem, but if we can't we prepare for war, said Surziches with a frown for going to war with the yokai now called the Empire of Peace, and worried about the casualties that they will see if they go to war. He just hoped not to go to a war that the truth is if they won they were very weakened, and he knew that the fallen or the angels would go for them, and that would be bad for the demons. Off-screen. Well, let's hope negotiations can be held with the Empire, otherwise there will be thousands of casualties, Seraphol said. Seraphol-sama is right, let's hope there isn't a war, since we may have quantity, but they have better quality, Graphia said seriously. Surziches frowned and was about to say something, but a look from his parent stopped him. Ajuka, seeing his friend sighed, now he realized that the real Surziches will come to light, but he threw that thought away and continued with the story. But history. 3 days after the underworld meeting in a neutral territory, another meeting of utmost importance was taking place. Currently the leaders of the angels and the fallen angels were meeting to try to talk to both the demons and the yokai to avoid a future war that could drag other factions, or worse yet could harm humans. Both leaders knew that the war was coming, but they also knew that it could be stopped. Well, Michael, I think you know what we have to do, said Azazel with a half smile, but in a serious way, since the issue of the war between the demons against the yokai now called the Empire of Peace would be very destructive, and more so with the first level beings that the yokai have. Azazel, governor of the fallen angels, the smartest fallen angel, the strongest fallen angel. Lose Azazel, we have to stop this possible war that will take place between the Empire of Peace and the demon faction. What do you think we should do, said Michael frowning. Michael Archangel, Michael ruler of heaven. I think we have to talk to the leaders of the Empire of Peace. I know they can be more reasonable than the demons, Azazel replied seriously. Michael just nodded in understanding, as he knew that the demons would not listen to him even though he was an angel, especially with the advice they had. How do you think we'll contact the leader of the Empire of Light? Barakiel said seriously. Barakiel, Master of Lightning, one of the leaders of the Fallen. So what do we do? How are we going to meet? Who will speak to their leader? Gabriel asked seriously, something that is rarely seen in that state, I think. Gabriel, the purest angel, the most beautiful seraphim, one of the 4 great seraphim. Michael and I could go talk to the leaders of the Empire of Peace. I think we can talk to them first and then to the demons, said Azazel. The others nodded, knowing that the demons would be the hardest to convince. End of chapter. Well, that would be the end of the chapter. I'm surprised that the angel leaders want to stop the war, Ajuka commented. Simple, if a war breaks out between you and drags us down somewhere, it's better to hold peace talks, Azazel replied. And not only that, but it will also affect humans, so it is better to stop that battle, said Michael. Ajuka nodded in understanding, he knew that, but he wanted to know the leader's opinion. Well, I think it's time to take a break, then we continue with the next chapter, commented HC15. Everyone nodded although several were curious about the story. End of chapter. Chapter 9. HG15. Well, it's time for you to read the next chapter and see how the war between both sides will go and how the strongest soldiers of the empire fight and unleash all their power against the demonic faction. The four Mau sweated and a chill ran through them, since now they know that the empire would attack their faction for the Nakasho incident. They only hoped that the battle would not grow much more or the demonic faction would be much more weakened if not destroyed. That empire will be destroyed by us demons, said some demons with arrogance in their voice. We demons will defeat the empire, that is a fact, since we are one of the strongest factions, said another demon. Several of the clan heirs nodded even at what the demon said, since they were one of the strongest factions. Since she thought that her brother and the rest of the Mau could soon defeat the empire, since although they knew that the empire was strong, they were much stronger. Balsona Citri, Ravel Phoenix and Sarah Ergbale frowned at such arrogance of the demons and gave a sigh of tiredness, since these demons were just like Riaz and Razor, too arrogant and conceited for being demons. They knew that there are even high-level humans who could fight against beings of the supreme category, but the rest of the demons did not understand that, they believed themselves to be a lot for being just demons. With Michael the leader of the heavens and Azazel the leader of the fallen angels, both powerful leaders were talking about what would happen in the war. Michael, you think we can stop this war between the Empire and the demon faction? I'm afraid of what will happen if we don't stop the war. Azazel, I really doubt it, I don't think they will make peace unless they are given the heads of everyone involved in the Nakasho massacre, and even if they are given those involved I doubt it, since now the conflict has increased. I just hope that other factions do not get involved in this war, otherwise it could cause the end of the world. Michael sighed with some sadness because now he would see so much death on the screen. HG15, okay, now stop talking and it's time for us to see the next chapter. Who wants to read to find out what happens? I will read, I want to know what will happen, said Sona seriously. HG15 nodded, snapping his fingers and making the book appear in Sona's hands. Sona was surprised but started reading. Chapter 8. The War Begins Part 3. The week has passed since the meeting of all the pillars and the available Mau, where the leader of the angels Michael and the leader of the fallen angels, Azazel the strongest fallen angel, along with Gabriel and Maguekio, as bodyguards were currently gathered. They were going to the territory of the Yokai to try to calm the possible war between the Celestial Empire and the demons. Off screen. Well, at least we'll do something to stop the war, I just hope the Empire comes to its senses, Michael said with a small smile. Azazel nodded, not very sure, since his brother was too innocent and he knew that the Empire would most likely say no to stopping the war. Isaka looked at the leaders of the fallen angels and the angels with a frown. Those idiots think that herself and her beloved Kurama from another dimension would stop the war with the demons just like that. Poor fools, they would have the blood of those pathetic demons on their hands for massacring the Nakasho. But history. Currently the leaders of the Empire of Peace and the leaders of the angels met at the request of Michael. Kurama was proud of his strength, but he was not an idiot to deny an audience with Michael being the strongest archangel in heaven, or so he thought, since there were other angels stronger than Michael who were not leaders of heaven for various reasons. Off screen. Michael opened his eyes in surprise as he knew who was stronger than Metatron and Azrael. The two of them were almost at the level of celestial dragons, although they were not very attached to heaven for various reasons. That's surprising, I know well that Metatron is the strongest in heaven, but the story says that there are angels stronger than Michael, so there must be at least one stronger angel. It's very interesting, Athena said with a hint of curiosity. I suppose those two angels would be the secret weapon of heaven, but we will see later. I wonder what those angels are going to do, said Amaterasu with some curiosity. The demons frowned, as there were now more high-level beings they didn't know about, and that was bad for them, as they wouldn't be able to investigate their weaknesses. HG15, well, stop talking and Sona continues reading. You will find this meeting interesting. The Citriaris nodded. But history. Well, Michael.san, Azazel.san, it's a pleasure to see you, but what do you want in my humble home? Yusaka said seriously, although inside she suspected what both leaders wanted. Both Azazel and Michael sighed tiredly, as they noticed that they suspected they wanted to, but Azazel responded in the same way. Azazel. What we want is for you to stop this war with the demon faction. This war will cause death. We want you to reach a peaceful solution with them. We do not want you to drag humans or other factions into this war. I know well the blow you dealt to the demons, but what you did to the underworld does not seem enough to you. Both Naruto, Kurama and Yusaka frowned at what the leaders of heaven and the fallen angels had said, since they did not understand that the Nakasho massacre was something unfair and horrendous, since the wretches tortured the Nakasho, but the demons would pay dearly for what happened. Off-screen. The Yokai were horrified by what their other dimensional leaders thought, as they didn't know that the Nakasho were tortured and didn't know what else. Isaka, Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi and Susanoo raised their power a little, since the demonic trash did that to their Nakasho they just thought they were killed, but now they find out that not only were they killed, but before that they were tortured, and they knew that maybe some were raped. Isaka, demon leaders, say goodbye to the alliance. The Yokai will remain neutral, but we don't want any demons in Kyoto. Otherwise, it will be considered an attack and I will be killed. Amaterasu, leaving this place we will discuss Kuo's return. Surziches, Serafal, Ajuka and Falbium were horrified, as they would lose all chance of having an alliance with the Yokai and the Shinto faction. Surziches, you can't do that. What happened on the screen didn't happen. Yusaka-sama, Amaterasu-sama, think about it. The two leaders just snorted and indicated to Sona to continue reading. Sona nodded nervously at the looks from the Yokai leaders and the Shinto gods. But history. We will stop the war if those responsible for the Nakasho massacre pay with their heads, and since the current Lucifer does not wish to do that, then war will be inevitable, proclaimed Naruto, narrowing his eyes and releasing some of his power, making everyone uncomfortable and tense, since the power that was coming out of Naruto would easily be comparable to that of Thor, the strongest Norse god, or Indra, a god who is in the top 5 of the strongest beings in the world. Off-screen. Those from the elemental nations, especially those from Konoha and Naruto's acquaintances, watched in surprise as the Uzumaki wielded authority and unleashed his power to intimidate those angels. Tsunade, I never thought I'd see a Naruto like that, he does seem like a leader who commands respect. Shizune, that Naruto is very imposing, I would say he is scarier than you Tsunade-sama, from here I felt a bit of killing intent. Aburama. That is a true leader who doesn't back down from anyone. The boy is worthy of being one of the leaders of his empire. Myth, you're right Tobirama, he is a worthy Uzumaki, he is an imposing leader, not like Hashirama, no offense. Tobirama nodded, since his brother as a leader was pathetic, while Hashirama frowned and became depressed by what Mito said. Kushina and Minato smiled, since their son earned respect and, despite not liking war, he was not intimidated either, and that in their eyes was a good leader. Volcaren, Hinata, Koyuki, Tsunami, Yakumo, Haruka among others were blushing because of how imposing that Naruto was. But history. Kurama. Well Michael.san, as my son said, what we want is justice, that those responsible pay for what happened to the Nakasho clan, and as Lucifer does not want to hand over the heads of the guilty ones, the war will be inevitable, he answered seriously. Both Michael, Barkiel, Azazel and Gabriel sighed in resignation, as from what they felt the Yokai did not want a war until the demons publicly apologized. Please think about it, war will not lead to anything good, Michael said sadly, because of the war between the Yokai and the demons. Don't come to me with that Michael, if your angels had been killed by the demons you would have declared war on the demons, or at least you would have wanted the blood of the guilty ones, said Kurama with a dark and serious voice. Michael said nothing, as he knew Kurama was right, since if they had killed Gabriel, he would have easily declared war on the demons, or at least wanted the heads of those responsible. Well, calm down everyone, I think you should at least think about it, Kurama.san, war will only bring death, said Azazel with a nervous smile. Both Michael, the leader of the angels, and Kurama, the leader of the Empire of Peace, looked at each other and then looked at Azazel, so they nodded. Well Lord Michael, Lord Azazel and company, please, since you know that peace will not be possible unless the demons do what we ask, which they will not do, so you can leave, it was a pleasure to meet you, Naruto said seriously, with his eyes shining red. Both the leader of the fallen angels and the leader of heaven looked at each other and sighed but nodded and left. Off screen. Well, at least they welcomed us without hurting us, Azazel commented with a nervous smile. Michael sighed, apparently the war is advancing between the demons and the Empire. He only hopes that other factions do not get involved, since he knew that if that happened, the humans would pay and would be more harmed. Isaka nodded and said that my other self and the rest of the Empire's leaders are right, they should not stop the war, since the demons do not want to give those responsible for what happened with the Nakasho. Amaterasu. You're right Yusaka-chan, that Kurama and your other self have a lot of courage to go to war. I wonder what happens after that meeting. Susanoo. It will be interesting to see what comes next. Tsukiyomi. I agree with you brother, now we will see what will happen, and we will see how strong Naruto and Kurama are. The demons listening to this conversation frowned but said nothing, since messing with the Shinto would be a terrible mistake. HG15, well let's keep quiet and let Sona continue with the story. Everyone nodded and Sona continued reading. But history. Well mother, since the leaders of heaven and the fallen angel left, what are we going to do? I know that the demons are preparing for war, are we going to do the same? Naruto asked, curious. The aforementioned sighed. We will go to war, my son, the Shinto gods and the clan leaders will have to prepare themselves and prepare the troops for the upcoming battle against the demonic faction, Yasaka said with a tired sigh. Both Naruto and Kurama nodded. Currently several airships along with a large army of hundreds of yokai of all kinds, plus a large number of elves, wizards and some dragons, were going along with several of their leaders, among which was Zeref the most powerful black magician, Gilgamesh the king of heroes, Lemuel Silvermillion the magician of light, Julius the magician of time, Merlin the witch of infinity, Lick the elf of light the strongest elf, Yoruchi the queen of speed, and the strongest Nakasho. Igneel, the Dragon King of Fire, Irene Bulsirian, the Dragon Queen, the Scarlet Destruction, and the Tower of Kurama, all these easily at the level of Seraphol or even higher. This whole group continued marching along with their leader Kurama the Nine-Tailed Fox until they ran into a gigantic army of demons, led by Ajuka Beelzebub, Dihauser Belia, Graphia the strongest queen already recovered along with the current Lucifer. Surziches and the Mau Seraphol Leviathan who despite being still somewhat weakened after the defeat she suffered, still had the power to face other Mau. Since you did not want to hand over those responsible for the Nakasho massacre, there will be no mercy for you, said Kurama seriously. Off-screen. The leaders of the various factions of DxD, those of the fairy tale dimension, those of fate, those of Naruto watched in surprise as hundreds of elves, wizards and yokai, and even heroes like Gilgamesh, were standing alone like a huge army about to attack those demons who, from what they saw, were idiots for not handing over those guilty of murdering the Nakasho clan. Arthoria, it's surprising to see Gilgamesh working with others, considering he sees everyone as trash. Nero, the truth is, I am more surprised to see the great army, and from what I feel, several of those beings have enormous power that would leave most of us in this room as simple weaklings. Kurama, what an interesting army my counterpart has gathered to finish off the demons, now we'll see how strong they will be. Prom Kruich, I would like to be in that war, it seems that it would be a magnificent battle, my dragon blood wants to go to battle. Tiamat, Kukuku I see the demons are in trouble. Kushina, my baby gathered a huge army to finish off the Kaku trash, now she will show what an Uzumaki is. Minato, I feel proud and at the same time a little nervous to see how things go, but it will be interesting to see what happens. Aburama, I agree with what Minato-san said. The boy and that Kyuubi gathered a great army, now we'll see how things develop. Azazel, it will be interesting to see this battle now we will see who will be the strongest between both factions. Natsu, I would like to be in that battle, I'm fired up. Gilgamesh watched a screen but said nothing, as he knew something big was going to happen. He saw that his boss's army was a little inferior in numbers, but he also felt that in terms of quality, his boss's army from another dimension far surpassed the demonic trash. With history. Surziches frowned cursing the council for not letting him hand over the culprits to avoid this stupid war that will cause him to have hundreds if not thousands of casualties. Well unfortunately I can't hand them over King Kurama and now I will stop you before you attack my people, said the current Lucifer. All the leaders of the Empire of Peace frowned at the statement of the current Lucifer and shook their heads at what the leader of the demons said since they did not want a war but the demons forced them to do this. Well if that's how things are it's a shame said Irene with a sigh but then changing to a sadistic smile since now she could kill all the demons she wants Kukuku she wanted to play with her new toys. The pain they caused my race will be paid 1,000 times worse, Yoruchi shouted angrily and releasing her power, which made the demons feel tense, and their leaders frowned at what the cat said. Off-screen. Those from the Alvarez Empire saw Irene with a drop of sweat because of how sadistic she is when she fights. Zeref. I think you need to change that behavior. Irene just snorted in annoyance but said nothing. Several of the Uzumaki women gave Irene a thumbs up and a sign of approval, as they too wanted the blood of those pathetic demons, making Irene smile. With history. Valignil go for Iuka, you already fought him, finish him if possible, Yoruchi go for Graphia, I know it will be easy to deal with her, the aforementioned nodded, Julius take care of Seraphol, she is weakened, so it will be easier for you to fight her, Irene take care of Dihauser, he is powerful, do not trust yourself Irene nodded, while Galagamish Merlin, Lick, Lemuel. You deal with the high-level demons of high class and supreme class and support our troops ordered Kurama seriously 3 of them nodded while Gilgamesh frowned since he did not like to be ordered anything and the only one he would follow would be Naruto so he gave a sigh of annoyance but he went with the others anyway. Since Naruto told him to follow Kurama's instructions so for the moment he would follow his order so the 4 dispersed and went for their objectives while Kurama in a burst of speed threw a strong punch to Surziches sending him flying several kilometers since Kurama knew that if he didn't send him far, many could die with their clash of powers, after Surziches was thrown flying he recovered with some difficulty. Since the blow that Kurama threw at him stunned him a little and was going to attack him, but before this attack, he heard 4 voices say formation of the 4 violet flames, and he saw impressed as a gigantic purple barrier rose around him and his opponent, so Surziches frowned at that, since he knew he was trapped, so he tried to teleport out of the bar, but realized that the barrier prevented him, so he sighed and prepared for the battle that would come. Off screen. Nero, I didn't think I'd hear the king of heroes say that this Naruto guy would be the only one who would follow all his orders. Semiramis, this is interesting, little by little I realize what Gilgamesh saw in that child. Barthoria, I think that Gilgamesh is better than ours. Several of the servants nodded, since it seems that Gilgamesh is more bearable than theirs, and apparently he also cares about his allies. Gilgamesh just snorted but was curious about what his counterpart had said, so he paid more attention to the screen. Kushina, now I will see the army that my baby has, it will be interesting to see this war. Myth, the young man got a large army and top-notch soldiers. Minato, although I am surprised by the barrier that those 4 have put up, and I realize that it is not a cage-level barrier, but a divine-level barrier, it may not even be possible for the power of the 9 Bijuas to destroy it. Uzumaki leader. You're right, that barrier would be almost impossible to destroy. Whoever came up with that plan was surprising. Now we'll see the battle between leaders. Walajuka, Azazel and other scientists were interested in the barrier and made a mental note to try to replicate it. Hashirama, but the war is bad, they should have made a peace treaty for there to be so many deaths, the empire should have forgotten what happened. Aburama, you're an idiot, the empire wanted peace, but the demons didn't want to give those involved in the massacre, that's why there will be war, understand brother, not everything is white, because you shouldn't have been a leader, it's not always about forgiving, brother. Hashirama frowned and was depressed that even Mito nods at Taburama's words, but snapped out of his thoughts, as the demon girl would read again. With history. Surziches looked towards the 4 corners of the barrier and swallowed. He knew he was strong, and although he knew he wasn't as strong as the ancient Lucifer, even though he said he knew he was powerful enough to defeat several gods. He even knew he could fight on equal terms against the Dragon Kings, even defeating them with great effort. But seeing the bar, the people who were there made them swallow hard with great nervousness and some panic, since even he knew that fighting against the 4 of them together would be suicide, since in the 4 corners of the barrier were Otsutsuki Naruto, Prince of the Empire of Peace, Otsutsuki Yasaka, Queen of the Empire of Peace, Kisuke Urahara, the man of 1,000 plans, and Krom, the strongest evil dragon, someone who is said to be easily at the level of the celestial dragons. But he came out of his thoughts as he saw Kurama take a step forward. Off screen. I mean, Lucifer is strong, but it's a lie that he surpassed the first Lucifer. I didn't expect that, said Sarayard Bale with a little surprise. That was to be expected from the little I could read about the first Lucifer, he was so strong that he could stand up to the first leader of heaven, who from the little we could see on the screen, the leader of heaven was in the top 4, Ravel commented. Exactly, so it's not surprising that the current Lucifer may be strong, no one disputes that, but the first Lucifer should have at least been in the top 5 or 6 of the strongest beings, Sakura Gares commented seriously. Some young devils nodded while Riaz frowned, as she believes her brother is the strongest devil. Poor ugly thing, the tomato may be strong, but he doesn't even have half the power of the first Lucifer. With history. Well, how about we start this battle, Mao Lucifer, since I'm getting bored of waiting and seeing your shocked face, you disappoint me, Gremory brat, said Kurama with a very dark laugh and releasing his power, causing the ground to crack and his aura of power to become visible, which would bring most supernatural beings to their knees. Kurama, Kyuubi god of destruction, king of the Yokai, leader of the Empire of Peace, top 3 of the strongest beings. Surziches frowned and released his aura so he could try to face the strongest Kyuubi and one of the strongest beings he will ever face in his entire life. Surziches. Well, Kurama.sa, and it's time to see who is the strongest. If the demon of destruction or the Kyuubi of destruction, we will see who survived this battle and who stands above the other Kyuubi. Kurama laughed in a dark and sadistic way and released more of his aura, surpassing Lucifer's, causing the demon to shudder, since the power that Kurama was releasing easily equals that of the Norse god Thor, if not much more. Kurama. Fine, I'll destroy you, Demon Lord. It's time for you to taste my true power. It's time for you to pay for not keeping the agreement we had. It's time for all the demons to pay for massacring the Nakasho clan. After Kurama said that, he raised his aura even more and went against Surziches at immense speed, trying to hit him. Lucifer tried to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough, so he was sent flying by the large fist that was reinforced by fire element chakra. Kurama. You may be a super demon, but to me you are a mere fly in my eyes, demon child. You do not even come close to the ancient Lucifer. From what they told me, he would be a powerful demon, and it is time for you to learn your place and for the demons to pay for what they did to the Nakasho clan. Off screen. Kurama. Hahaha, that fly will lose against my counterpart, even Shukaku could against that cockroach. I hate to root for the furball, but as a root for my baby, I agree that that demonic cockroach will cruelly lose Kukuku River Kushina. Minato nodded. He may be annoyed that Naruto sees the Kyuubi as his father, but he agrees that the Kyuubi would wipe the floor with that demon. Myth, now we'll see how the furball destroys that demon. Amaterasu, now I will see the tomato being destroyed by the strongest Kyuubi Kuku. That tomato will be humiliated for what it did to the Nakasho. All the Uzumaki nodded, and even some ninjas from clans alongside the Jinchurikis, as they wanted to see the Kyuubi sweep away the demon. The demons frowned but said nothing, since there were beings of very high level, including the goddess Amaterasu, supporting them, so they better kept quiet. HG15, I sense a lot of animosity. It would be better if you continued with the reader Demonius Citri. The aforementioned nodded and continued reading. After saying that, Kurama attacked the strongest demon currently alive again. The Kyuubi attacked him in a destructive way with his fire, wind, and lightning jutsus, causing the Mau Lucifer to easily lose ground. Outside the barrier, the four beings holding it had a smile on their faces, seeing Lucifer being beaten by their leader in a sadistic way, where little by little, they saw Lucifer being completely destroyed by their leader. Bukuku, that idiot Surzich's Grimory thinks he can stand up to my Kurama.kun. Hell no, that idiot who thought he was superior to the original Lucifer doesn't even come close to my Kurama.kun, and much less the original Lucifer, who according to Amaterasu-sama, was in the top 7 of the strongest beings, thought Yusaka amused to see how her husband beat up the false Lucifer. Yusaka Otsutsuki, Kyuubi goddess of creation, queen of the Yakai god of destruction, the strongest Yakai woman, top 4 of the strongest beings. Off screen. Amaterasu. Hahaha, I told you that tomato could never surpass the sadistic Lucifer. That demon may be crazy, but he could easily fight against the biblical god. Isaka, I see that my counterpart is too strong to look down on Lucifer, the funny Kyuubi. Kurama, my other self will finish off that pathetic demon. Isaka, I agree with you Kurama Dono, it is clear that he is very strong. Thanks Isaka, now we'll see how our empire crushes that tomato, Kurama replied with a somewhat sadistic smile. Isaka blushed and wondered if this Kyuubi also had a human form like its counterpart. She hoped so, since this way she could give her daughter Kunu a new father. But history. Stupid demon, you will never be able to face Kurama.san, he is much stronger than any demon that exists or has ever existed in your entire underworld, thought Krom, amused to see Lucifer being beaten by his boss's father. Krom Kruich, the strongest evil dragon crescent circle dragon Naruto Otsutsuki Tower. Sometimes I wonder how the demons could be so foolish to face Lord Kurama. For the love of Kami, only a few beings could face Lord Kurama. It's a shame the beating they give the current Lucifer, but he has to pay for what they did to Yoruichi-chan's clan. She deserves her just justice, thought Kisuke seriously and somewhat sadly, remembering the Nakasha massacre. Kisuke Urahara, the man of 1,000 plans, the enlightened one pawn of Kurama Otsutsuki, top 30 of the strongest beings. Fake fool Lucifer, you are weak-minded, allowing yourself to be manipulated by your council, and now these are the consequences. Hundreds if not thousands of demons will be killed by your arrogance in believing yourself to be the strongest being, there being beings that can erase you and your entire faction, Naruto thought with a frown, and somewhat amused by Lucifer's stupidity for not wanting to hand over those responsible for the Nakasha massacre. Naruto Otsutsuki, Kyuubi god of balance, the Kyuubi of chaos and order, prince of the Yakai. Off-screen. The angels and fallen angels now looked cautiously at Lucifer, realizing that the boy Naruto was right, that Sisuke believed himself to be the strongest demon, and yet he didn't even have half the strength of his brother Lucifer. Azazel, well it seems that the boy Naruto is quite annoyed with the current Lucifer. And not only that, but he doesn't see him as a suitable leader, and I think I agree with Naruto. Don't know, a leader has to lead, not be manipulated by his council. Aburama, I agree with your opinion, since a leader must be strong he must listen to the opinions of his people, but at the same time he must have the power and authority that when he gives an order his people must follow him without opposition. Zaref, interesting opinion of young Naruto, and I agree with what they say, since having a fossil council without power is annoying. Myth. That's why in Yuzu there was only one king, nothing more and nothing less, the council only gives its opinion and indicates when something harms Yuzu, but it cannot impose its order or manipulate the pathetic king, that demon. The Mayu watched with pity and annoyance as the demon's reputation went down the drain because of what their friend did and what they were seeing on the screen. But history. Meanwhile, the various leaders of the Empire of Peace and the faction of demons dispersed everywhere to fight more easily. In the battle of Seraphil against Julius, the aforementioned was nervous. She had already heard rumors about Julius and knew that he was someone of the stature of a Mayu, and she was weakened. She did not know if she could fight him on par. She calculated, since she was at 55% of her total power, she had not yet recovered from the previous battle, but she would do everything possible to defeat her opponent. She doubted that she could win against him, but she would not give up, and if she has to die, she would take him with her no matter what the cost. "Well, I think it will be time to defeat you, Male Leviathan," said Julius with a friendly smile. Seraphol frowned at Julius's statement, and in response, she sends hundreds of ice spikes towards Julius. He dodged with ease and sent a torrent of magical energy towards Seraphol. The Male Leviathan Seraphol sent a large amount of ice. Both attacks collided, but Julius's surpassed Seraphol's, so she made a large wall of ice to defend herself and then sent several ice spears towards the Time Mage. Julius smiled and teleported behind Seraphol and said restriction, thus imprisoning Seraphol in a time loop, but the mage knew that he could not trap Seraphol for long, so in his other hand, he charged a gigantic amount of magical energy that he sent toward Seraphol, who could not even move. The torrent of magic on impact sent the third strongest Mao flying, causing her to moan in pain from Julius's attack. "I told you, demon girl, you will lose this battle. You may be strong, but I am much stronger. You are no match for me," said Julius, expelling his aura, making the atmosphere tense. Off screen. "Oh, that magician has a huge level of power," Azazel commented. And not only that, apparently in the fight he was only playing with Seraphol, especially since she was weakened. Auden commented seriously, since the magician, if he was strong, could be at Loki's level, if not superior. "Time magic is interesting, I see why they call him the Magic King. It's clear that he's above most sorcerers and apparently only Merlin, and that guy Zeref can surpass him in the field of magic," Athena said seriously. "I agree with Athena, that magician is strong. I think that even first-level gods would find it difficult to defeat him," Hestia commented seriously, since that magician boy was strong, and she knew that only she, Zeus, Poseidon and Hades could compete against that magician, maybe Athena or Apollo, although she doubted it very much, since from what she could see, time magic would be difficult to defeat. Amaterasu, Julius the first wonder if he exists in our world, since he is strong and intelligent, worthy of being a good general. HG 15, well, that magician doesn't really exist, but now let's continue with the story. You'll see the other battles between the demons and the generals of the empire. Now Sona continues reading. The demon nodded and continued with the story. While on the other side of the battlefield, Graphia was battling Uruchi, the queen of Lucifer. Despite being one of the most powerful demons, she was at a disadvantage, since from what she could notice the woman in front of her was easily on par with Seraphol. Maybe superior. Graphia knew that Uruchi was stronger than her since they faced each other, but she would not let herself win even if she died. While Uruchi looked at Graphia with caution until the strongest queen, the Nakasho, knew that the strongest queen was at the Mao level after their confrontation. That is why it was precarious, but before thinking of a strategy, Graphia threw a torrent of ice. Graphia took her opportunity and went against Uruchi at full speed, trying to throw a punch. Uruchi dodged with ease and tried to kick Graphia. She protected herself with her hand and sent a large amount of ice to Uruchi, but she is in a burst of speed dodged, and Uruchi activated her Shunko thing that he impressed Graphia with. The power he gave off, and in a burst of speed he threw a strong punch at Graphia, sending her flying. "Worthless demon, if I can't have the heads of those who killed my relatives, I'll have yours, Ice Queen of the Underworld," Uruchi shouted, releasing her aura. Off screen. "Graphia-chan, be careful," shouted the Siskin, horrified to see his queen fight and be slowly overwhelmed by the Nakasho. Graphia said to herself, Ria's somewhat scared to see the one she considered her sister so overwhelmed by that Nakasho. The Grimoires were nervous to see Graphia on the screen. The demons watched the screen closely, since seeing Graphia, the second strongest woman in the underworld, losing to the Nakasho was both impressive and terrifying. "Kill her so the Siskin suffers," thought Amaterasu, amused to see Tomato suffering. But history. On the other side of the battlefield, Irene Bulsirian and Igneal are fighting against Daihauser and Ayuka. The battle was at a disadvantage for both demons, since Igneal's fire abilities made it difficult for the demons to defend themselves, and Irene's lightning and energy attacks made it difficult for the two Mao-level demons. "They won't be able to defeat us. You may be strong, Ajuka, but in terms of power, either of us could fight on equal terms with the celestial dragons, and being that you are much weaker than a celestial dragon, you don't stand a chance," mocked Igneal, amused by the demon who wanted to face him, and Irene Bulsirian being that woman just as strong as him, and one of the few beings that he respected for her power and intelligence. Igneal, the Fire Dragon King, the strongest Fire Dragon Bishop of Kurama, Otsutsuki, top 10 of the strongest beings. "And not only that, but I'm here to support Igneal. If it were just him, maybe you two would have a chance, but if it's just the two of us, you have no chance of defeating us demon children, so why don't you give up? You may be at Satan's level, but you're not at our level," Irene mocked with a sadistic giggle and expelling part of her power that broke the floor beneath her and tensed the atmosphere. Irene Bulsirian, the Scarlet Destroyer, the strongest Dragon Queen Bishop of Kurama, Otsutsuki, top 10 of the strongest beings. Off screen. Ignil will never lose against those demons, he will crush them or rather burn them, Natsu mocked, since he knew that his father would never lose against those demons, after all, he is the Fire Dragon King and the strongest Fire Dragon King. I agree, Ignil is very strong, and Irene is not weak at all, after all she is the strongest woman in Alvarez, so those demons are lost, commented Zeref. Exactly, brother, I agree with that. That woman and my father share the top 10, so they will easily destroy those demons, Natsu said excitedly, but then he realized what he said and fell silent. Zeref, when he heard Natsu call him brother, was surprised but had a small smile. Sorry for calling you brother, I just thought that since in that dimension, we could have a decent brother relationship, I thought without wanting to call you brother, Natsu said, somewhat embarrassed because the truth is he wanted to meet his blood brother and free him from his curse that appeared on the screen, maybe if he did that he could be good again like the one from that dimension. Zeref nodded and said, you don't have to worry, maybe we can talk later. He said this hesitantly, since he didn't know if he could break his curse so he could have a normal life. Natsu smiled and nodded, maybe the black magician wasn't so bad. Those from the Fairy Tail Guild and those from the Alvarez Empire along with other guilds saw the interaction of both brothers with surprise and disbelief, since Zeref had a small smile and Natsu apparently wanted to meet Zeref and they wondered what the hell was going on. HG15, okay, let's continue with the story. Sona listened and continued reading. It doesn't matter if you are stronger than me, I will fight you anyway, even if I have to sacrifice my life, said Daihauser Belial seriously and expelling his power that was easily comparable to that of Seraphol. Daihauser Belial, the emperor, the champion of the raiding game, the demon who nullifies everything. Both Irene and Ignil were surprised by the power that the demon in front of them emanates, but they were not so alarmed. They had been informed by Kurama that this demon was one of the most dangerous, and in Kurama's opinion, it was the third or fourth strongest demon, so they would see if it is worthy of Lord Kurama's recognition. Off-screen. Daihauser off-screen was quite surprised to be recognized by someone as strong as Kurama. Kurama was also surprised and wondered why his counterpart recognized a demon, maybe he is strong in both mind and spirit, and apparently he is the fourth or third strongest, now he will see if that was true. The demons off-screen were surprised, as they thought that Daihauser was the sixth or fifth demon, although that was under discussion, and now they find out that he may be stronger than even some of their Mau. But history. And in the case of Lick, Zeref, Gilgamesh, Lemuel, Silvermillion and Merlin, the five were decimating hundreds of low, medium, high and supreme class demons with their army, either with the various magics of the Black Mage Zeref, the elemental handling of Merlin's magic, along with the creatures summoned by it that little by little decimate the demons, despite the fact that the army of the underworld was more than those of the army of the Empire of Peace. They had a greater variety of attacks. In the case of Gilgamesh, he killed the demons with his weapons with ease, and Lick was not far behind, he was killing dozens of high-class demons, thanks to the immense speed that he possessed by his light magic. The same thing happened with Lemuel, he also continued to cut demon after demon, thanks to his great speed and good handling of hand-to-hand combat. After about 15 minutes the five god-class individuals decimated a large number of the demons, either with fire, lightning, earth or other magic or holy or magical weapons that made the demons slowly lose hope. Off-screen. It's impressive how those beings easily decimate that amount of demons, as Izel commented, since not even in the war were so many demons killed. It's a sad thing to see so much death, commented the leader of the skies. The tomato deserves it, Amaterasu commented mockingly, as she loved to see that demon humiliated. Ahaha, that tomato will now learn his lesson, Kurama commented mockingly, as he would now see how the demons were swept from the floor. But history. But all the battles stopped when a gigantic pressure was felt, so everyone stopped fighting to locate where the power came from, and when what they found the demons and their leaders saw with horror and disbelief, as their leader Surzich's Lucifer was unconscious being carried like a sack of potatoes by the leader of the Empire of Peace, who barely looked somewhat mistreated. But then four figures appeared that made the demons and their leaders became more nervous. These four were people with a power comparable to that of a demon king or superior in their own right. The first figure looked like a young man of 16 or 18 years old, with black hair with blonde, although many of the demons knew that he was not a child at all. This was Krom Kruich, the strongest evil dragon. The second figure was a blonde-haired man who appeared to be in his 30s. This was Kisuke Urahara, the man of 1,000 plans, someone who is easily at the level of a Satan. The third figure was a blonde woman with huge breasts and immense power. This was Otsutsuki Yasaka, wife of Otsutsuki Kurama, and the last figure was a deed that all the demons recognized and terrified them, since only he was necessary to destroy a large part of the underworld. This was Otsutsuki Naruto, son of Yasaka and Kurama, the leaders of the Empire of Peace and adoptive brother of Kuno Otsutsuki. Seeing those four figures in front of them and seeing their demon king defeated by the leader of the Empire of Peace lowered the morale of all the demons, since those four individuals were recognized throughout the supernatural world, either for their intelligence, power, and beauty, and hell, all of them were monsters in their own right, especially Naruto Otsutsuki. Who was the one who terrified the demons the most for what he did to the underworld. Off-screen. Haha, I told you that my counterpart would sweep the floor with that demon, Kurama said mockingly, since he knew that his counterpart would sweep the floor with that tomato. Siskin frowned but said nothing, as he felt the power of that Kyuubi and realized that it surpasses him, and even the beasts around that Kyuubi were not weak at all, easily at the level of mid and high-level gods. Susanoo? That Siskin is so embarrassing. Tsukiyomi. Now we will see what our king is capable of. Amaterasu, now we'll see how pathetic the Siskin is as a leader, come on Kurama. Don't humiliate him more than he deserves for taking my kittens. Ravel and many others were sweating at the sun goddess's behavior and wondering if all high-level beings always behaved that way. But history. I will give you a choice faction of the demons, as you may have noticed your leader is unconscious and his strongest fighters are being held by my faction, so I will give you one last chance. I want the heads of those involved in a maximum of 1 month, as well as a public apology from the leaders of the underworld, and we will be at peace. Those are my 2 demands, said Kurama seriously but increasing his power, which made the demons nervous, but it was then that Ayuka spoke. Well, I will do what you ask. In Kurama, I will keep my word as one of the leaders of the underworld. All the demons looked at Ayuka surprised, but Kurama spoke again and said, well, I will see you and Lucifer in 3 weeks. I will send you where we will meet in those 3 weeks. You will have 2 options, either execute those guilty of the Nikasho massacre or give them to me, Mau Beelzebub, otherwise this war will continue and I myself will destroy the entire underworld along with my armies. Ajuka thought about it but nodded, since it would be better to meet with the leaders and he knows that the yokai in front of him is of his word, so he did not have to worry about a trap. Perfect, take your leader. I will wait for you soon, leaders of the underworld, and remember this, do not kill your leader because of the respect I have for him. Since I know that he is not totally guilty, so this will be your last chance. Betray, and I will destroy the entire underworld, said Kurama, releasing his killer instinct which terrified most of the demons. After Kurama said this, shot at Lucifer towards the demons. Ajuka caught him and frowned. After that event, Naruto approached Kurama and grabbed him with his hand, so both combined their chakras and enveloped the entire army of the Empire of Peace and its generals with their power and disappeared in a red flash. Ajuka's thoughts. I just hope this war doesn't continue, since the war with this empire will be difficult and I know that Igneel was not the strongest, much less in the top 5 of the strongest in the empire. If we continue with this war we will lose, not to mention that they also have the strongest dragon queen, Irene Bulsirian, the Scarlet Destroyer. This will be very difficult and if we continue like this, I don't think we will survive against the power of the empire. End of chapter. Ahaha, apparently that green-haired man is wise, let's hope he keeps his word, Amaterasu commented seriously, but also mockingly. I hope so, because otherwise Naruto will leave the underworld a crater, Azazel commented somewhat nervously. HG 15. Well, it's time to rest, then we'll see if Ajuka.san keeps his word. Ajuka only prayed that he would keep his word, otherwise the underworld would be destroyed by a child with abysmal power. End of chapter. Chapter 10. HG 15, well, I think it's time to continue with the next chapter. Now we'll see if the war will continue or if there will be peace, said the author. Many were nervous, especially those from the biblical factions, especially the demons, since they are the ones at war with an empire that has top 10 beings. Well, let's hope there's peace between both sides, otherwise the humans could be greatly affected, especially if other factions get involved in the war, Michael commented. Several from the various dimensions nodded, as they knew that if the war continued 2 things would happen. The empire would win, but in the war humans would be affected by large-scale battles between beings of Mau caliber or higher. HG 15, who wants to read the next chapter? The author asked. I will read this story, it will be interesting, Urza answered seriously and curiously, something told her that the story would appear soon. The author nodded and the book went to Urza so she could continue reading. Iridid opened the book and started reading. Chapter 9. War or Peace. It's been a couple of days since the Empire of Peace along with several of its leaders destroyed and humiliated the entire underworld by killing hundreds of demons. In addition to that, several of the factions learned that the first emperor of the Empire of Peace completely destroyed Sursage's Lucifer, the current demon king and the strongest demon in the underworld, being this one of the 20 most powerful beings among all factions, which made it understood to several of the factions of the Supernatural world that Otsutsuki Kurama, the king of the Empire of Peace, is also classified as one of the 10 most powerful existences of all factions, since everyone knew that the Mao Lucifer was not weak at all, his power was easily close to that of the celestial dragons, and that the king of the Empire of Peace defeated him, as if he were garbage put them on alert. Off screen. Well, it was logical that the power of Kurama Dono would make the various factions nervous, since defeating Surziches would not be so easy, and as indicated in the story, his power is comparable to that of the celestial dragons, commented Azazel. You're right, Bird, I wonder what the other factions are going to do, since the underworld is weakened, they could take advantage of it and destroy it, Hades commented with a small smile, since he wanted to see the demons dead. Azazel frowned at the insult, but said nothing, as he didn't want trouble with the Greek god of the underworld. I wonder what the demons are going to do now that they are against the ropes, Michael commented somewhat nervously. He only hoped that a large-scale war could occur, since it would affect humans. But history. Meanwhile, in the underworld, a meeting was taking place between the clan leaders of this and 3 of the Mao, with the exception of Falbium, since he was still in a coma, since he fought with Naruto and his people when they first appeared in the underworld. Off-screen. Falbium-chan is still unconscious, let's just hope he recovers soon, Seraphol commented, somewhat dejected that her friend is unconscious after fighting against the Empire. It will most likely take months to recover, let's remember how Naruto's subordinates left Falbium, Ajuka said with a tired sigh. Falbium just looked at the screen, but didn't comment on anything. He was just a little curious about how that underworld would fare after the battle against the Empire. But history. Well, since I woke up from my unconscious state, I think it's time for us to meet with King Kurama for negotiations, said Surzich's Lucifer calmly, although inside he was still somewhat afraid of meeting with Kurama after the battle they had, and despite the fact that he revealed his true form, he could not face the king of the Empire of Peace, and that terrified him, since he had never felt so weak in his entire life, not even in war. But he came out of his ramblings when the leader of the Phoenix clan spoke. Lucifer-sama, are you sure you want to go? Don't you think it could be a trap to kill you and the others, Mao, commented the Phoenix leader somewhat nervously. Off-screen. Ravel snorted, not understanding how her father could be such an idiot. She knew that the Empire would not set a trap for the Mao, since she knew that the Empire had the power to erase the demonic faction, so she highly doubted that they would create a trap to kill the Tomato and the other Mao. Sarah Ergbail and Sona Citri also snorted in annoyance. The Phoenix leader was an idiot. Even they, who are young, realized that the Empire would not set a trap for them. That demon is an idiot, the Empire only wants the guilty, they will hardly place a trap on the Tomato and the rest of Mao, Amaterasu said amusingly. Isaka and several leaders of the various factions, including leaders of the various dimensions, nodded and realized that the Empire would not set a trap for the demons, since they only wanted those responsible for the Nikasho massacre. The Phoenix leader just snorted in annoyance, he also realized that his question was stupid. But history. The Mao trio frowned at that statement. They knew that wouldn't happen, since the Yokai leaders and their king could have done it when they fought Surziches, still remembers the beating he got, while Seraphol blushed a little, remembering how she had been cornered by Julius, but at the same time she also frowned, since the magician was very strong, she believed that to defeat him, she would have to have the support of another Mao, and in Ayuka's case, she frowned as she remembered her battle against Irene, the strongest dragon queen, and Igneal, the strongest dragon king, and the truth terrified her how powerful they both were, especially Irene. Ayuka knew that that woman was very terrifying, and she realized it because she was the strongest dragon queen, to the point that it is said that her power is equal to that of the celestial dragons, and that was bad for anyone, since it would take him and his best friend to even defeat a celestial dragon. But the Mao trio came out of their ramblings when the leader of the Citri clan spoke. Off-screen. The Mao nodded, realizing that the meeting wouldn't be a trap, but at the same time they frowned, as their defeat was humiliating. Ajuka's thought, this story makes me see how weak we are compared to some beings. I hope the rest learn the same as me and stop being so idiots. Well, now I realize that the Empire has beings of an enormous level, they may easily be stronger than the Hindu, Auden commented with a half-smile. Shiva and the Hindu god snorted, but did not deny anything, since they knew that this empire was equal to or greater in power than their own. While those from the various dimensions watched the screen curiously, they waited for something interesting to happen, and in the case of others, they were thinking about how to recruit or join Naruto, as in the case of Zeref, since he wanted the Yokai prince to break his curse. But history. Lord Citri. I think you are wrong that the Yokai killed them. If they had wanted them dead, King Kurama would have killed Surzich's Sama. Well, in the case of my daughter Seraphol, despite being seriously injured, she was not killed by that young man named Julius. From what she told me, what makes us understand that they do not want them to die. Either because of the respect that King Kurama has for them according to what he said, or because if he kills them, it would cause a war, and although I believe that the Peace Empire would win, there would be hundreds if not thousands of debt on both sides. Seraphol's father Lord Citri finished speaking with a voice that noticed some annoyance at having to explain everything to the leader of the Phoenix clan, everything that was obvious to him. Since he knew that if the Peace Empire wanted a war they would have killed the Mao a long time ago. Out of history. Father is right, if the Empire wanted to destroy us, then they would have erased us. They have the power, Seraphol commented. Yes, but fortunately they didn't destroy us. They are strong and have several beings from the top 10, not to mention that the Shinto faction hasn't joined the battle yet, so we were very lucky, said Ijuka sighing, since his counterpart and that underworld were saved from destruction. Albium, Graphia and several of the brain demons nodded. They knew well that if the Empire attacked together with the Shinto faction, their destruction was 100% assured. Surzicha snorted. He was sure he could. He is the strongest demon, and no Yakai could against him, but he didn't say anything, since he didn't want to be made a fool of. Meanwhile Urza, who was reading, had a smile seeing how the Empire paralyzed the demons. She was not a fan of them, but from what she saw so far, they are idiots to massacre a clan of another race for no reason. But history. Several clan leaders including the Phoenix frowned but knew that the leader of the Citri clan was right. If war comes, they will most likely become extinct, and even worse in the state they were in, since they currently have hundreds if not thousands of casualties in their ranks, and that was very bad, since the fallen or the angels of heaven could take their opportunity to finish them off, and even other mythologies would try to do so if they saw them vulnerable. Off screen. Well, those demons are partly right, since there is heaven and the fallen who could attack them when they see them weakened, not to mention other factions that would like to get rid of the demons, Athena commented. You're right, if Kurama had destroyed and annihilated a greater number of demons, I'm sure that other factions, seeing the demons weakened, would take advantage of it and could destroy the demonic faction, Odin commented with a laugh at the end for imagining the underworld annihilated. He didn't hate demons, but of the three biblical factions, the demons were the most problematic. You have to be thankful that my counterpart had mercy, Kurama mocked. Shut up, furball, the one those demons have to thank is my Naru-chan, since we all know that my baby rules that empire, Kushina mocked. Naruto, who was hiding, smiled as he watched his mother mock Kurama and was curious to see how things would play out. The demons frowned at such an insult but said nothing. They knew that this Kyuubi, even though it wasn't the one on the screen, was clearly very strong, perhaps as strong as their Lucifer, if not stronger. But history. Well, then they know where they will meet with the leaders of the Empire of Peace, said, and asked Zeodicus Gremory to lighten the atmosphere, since he realized that there was a strong tension between several clan leaders, since some wanted peace, while others wanted to start a war for their crude defeat against the Yakai. Well, I think avoiding a war would be the best option for our leaders to meet with the king of the Empire of Peace, said Daihauser Belial calmly. Everyone looked at them in surprise, as they did not think that the champion of the raiding game, a supreme-class demon who rivaled some of the Mao of the underworld in power, and it was even said that his power was superior to that of Falbium Graphia and perhaps Seraphol, wanted peace. And why do you think you should make peace with them? Zekrom Baal, leader of the Baal house and an ultimate-class demon who in terms of power was close to that of a Satan, asked curiously and frowning. Off-screen. The old goat has already started. I bet he'll be against making peace because of his pride, Seraphol said with a snort of annoyance. Sererg Baal frowned, but he had to agree with Seraphol. His grandfather is an arrogant idiot, so he didn't comment on anything. What do you think will happen, Seraphol-sama? Ravel asked curiously. Simple, the old fossil will start saying that we are the superior race, and although we are strong, we are not the strongest race, nor the strongest faction, rolled his eyes Seraphol. Several gods agreed with the Mao, the Hindus, and the Shinto knew that the strongest race is that of the dragons, being Office, Great Red and the celestial dragons being at the top of that race, and although the demonic faction is strong, they all know that there are superior factions such as the Greek, the Hindu and the Shinto. The demons are quite arrogant, especially that old man, he reminds me of the arrogant and conceited Uchihas, said Mito with venom in her voice. She hated most of the Uchihas. There were only a few who earned her respect, but the majority of that clan is trash. Ashurama sighed and Tabarama nodded to Mito. The Uchihas are arrogant because of their eyes. He had killed dozens if not hundreds of Uchihas in his wars, and the only ones who were a threat to him were Izuna and Madara, the Senju thought. But history. Simple, even though we are a powerful faction, we are seriously weakened with a Mao still unconscious, several high, medium and low-level demons unconscious or dead, our forces have weakened considerably, we may have approximately 50% of our total army active, but if we go to war with the Peace Empire we will be completely wiped out, Daihauser Belial responded calmly. Off-screen. Now the demons are screwed, they are the biblical faction that has the largest number of soldiers, and the empire practically destroyed half of its army, where there were reincarnated demons and pure blood demons, practically the underworld is now the weakest biblical faction, Amaterasu commented, very impressed. She knew that the demonic faction is strong and had a large army, but now its army is practically at half due to the conflict with the empire. You are right, Lady Amaterasu, the empire has practically paralyzed the devil faction and weakened it to the point that it is tempting other factions to liquidate them, Auden mentioned. And not only that, but one of the four Mayu is practically out of combat, the power of the demons has dropped considerably, and as you mentioned, Auden Dono is tempting other factions to liquidate them, Athena commented. My Naruto-chan along with his empire destroys those demons, said Kushina, amused to see her baby's enemies weakened. It's surprising how weakened those demons are after facing Naruto, although it's fun to see the desperation of my son's enemies, Minato said with a smile. The demons who heard and saw the casualties were terrified, as they were not hundreds or even thousands, but half of the underworld was destroyed, and half of the army was either killed or seriously wounded. This is bad. I thought our casualties would be 20 or 30%, but now I realize our casualties are higher. Now, we are most likely the weakest among the three biblical factions in terms of soldiers, Falbium said seriously. And not only that, but now we are frowned upon by other factions, there may not be a full-scale war, but our reputation will be destroyed, Ajuka commented with a sigh. Well, take advantage of this story so you can see your mistakes and try to fix them, the author commented, then gestured to Urza to continue reading. Urza nodded and continued reading, she was curious to see what would happen. But history. Most of the clan leaders agreed with what Daihauser said, since from what they witnessed, the power of the leader of the Paz Empire was even more powerful than their Lucifer, someone who was among the most powerful beings in the supernatural world, and who even several gods feared, not for nothing was he the strongest super demon. Zekrom Bale frowned but spoke again. Well, I think in that aspect you are right. King Kurama is a formidable person, and even though we defeated him, the Yokai still possesses powerful warriors, some of them at Mao level. He is determined. Even though I do not like this, I will agree with our Lucifer and our other Mayu with the negotiations they will make with the Empire of Peace. Finished the leader of the Bale clan. All the Mayu and clan leaders nodded, some happily, others a little annoyed, since they would look weak for practically wanting to make a peace treaty. Off screen. Well, apparently that fossil has some brains to realize that peace is the best option now, Ajuka commented with a snort. You're right, Ajuka-chan, but I find it strange that this old man wants peace. I wonder if he's planning something like Mao Serafo. I highly doubt it, since the power of the empire makes us look ridiculous, and it is clear that Zekrom knows that only if the three biblical factions unite they have any chance against the Empire of Peace, so that old fossil was smart to accept peace, said Falbium. Falbium is right, I doubt Zekrom will do anything, since the power of the empire is on par with the Hindu faction, which is currently the strongest faction thanks to the Trimurti, and I doubt he wants to confront the entire empire and the Shinto, as Izel commented. And not only that, as they mention, the underworld is weakened to such an extent that it is now most likely the weakest of the three biblical factions Michael mentioned. The demons frowned, but nodded. They knew well that their faction was now the weakest among the biblical factions, but they put their thoughts aside to watch the story. Urza continues with the story, the author commented. Urza nodded sighing, she didn't like being interrupted, but she understood why those demons did it. But history. It has been a little over 2 weeks since the meeting between the leaders of the underworld, currently 3 of the 4 Mayu met with Graphia, were heading to Kuo to meet with the leaders of the Peace Empire, to try to stop the war that could be coming, and they hoped that the war would not come. Since in the previous battle the demons were defeated as if they were nothing, and that was very bad for them, the same thing happens with the leaders of the Peace Empire. They were going along with Gilgamesh and Krom Kruich's bodyguards, since none of them trusted the demons, and that better be prepared in case the negotiations become anything but peaceful. Well, King Kurama, what are you asking to stop this war? Surzich's Lucifer asked seriously, although inside he was very nervous to be in front of the strongest Kyuubi, someone who from what he saw in terms of power, was easily comparable to Lord Shiva, the god of destruction of the Hindu faction. Kurama stared at the current demon king and leader of the underworld but still replied, well Surzich's Lucifer, what I want are the heads of those responsible for the Nikasho massacre. I want everyone who participated in that massacre to be handed over to me so I can take care of them, destroying bone by bone each one involved, as well as a public apology to us and the Nikasho. I also want monetary compensation for the leader of the Nikasho. She will send them the amount, and the amount I send them will not be negotiable. And finally, what I want is that any reincarnated yokai not be treated contemptuously, because if that happens, I don't care if those yokai have reincarnated into demons, but there will be a war in which I will erase the entire underworld and every demon that inhabits it. I only want those 3 things, and if you fulfill them, I will not go to war against you, so tell me what you decide, Lucifer, leaders of the underworld. Off screen. Well, I thought the Empire wanted more, but apparently they asked for just enough, and even less than expected, as Izel commented, somewhat surprised by the Empire's demands. And apparently the Empire doesn't want war, they want peace, but they also want justice against the demons who murdered the Nakasho, Michael commented with a sigh. It's interesting how things are turning out, and apparently Naruto is very smart to take the strongest of his empire as guards, Shiva commented with a nod of approval. He knew that no matter how strong one is, it's best to be prepared, and Naruto showed him that he is prepared. But those of fate. I'm still surprised that the King of Heroes would let someone else be their leader, Mordred commented, surprised. She knew the king a little, and she never thought that someone could command him, much less a child who, although powerful, was still a child. I agree with you, it's strange to see Gilgamesh like that, Nero commented. Gilgamesh snorted, he didn't care what they said, so far the brat Naruto showed himself to be a worthy king, and gave a nod of approval, since they took him to that meeting with the demons where he knew that if those demons attacked Naruto, he could erase that demonic trash from existence. Artoria looked at Gilgamesh attentively and was surprised that he didn't answer Nero or Mordred and wondered to herself if the arrogant king saw Naruto as an equal, which surprised her a little. But those of the elemental nations. Jiraiya frowned at the screen but at the same time somewhat fearful. He knew that his godson from that dimension had powerful beings under his command, and now he feared for the other Konoha, since his godson wanted revenge on his beloved village. Kushina and Minato nodded in approval. Their son was smart to bring that dragon and the King of Heroes, since from what they saw, each one is strong in their own right, so if something happens, those two would protect their baby. But history. I think that is reasonable. There are 4 requests that are acceptable to us and requests that can be fulfilled, although there will be some difficulty with the last one, but I know that it can be done, Ajuka replied seriously and sighing in a tired manner, but we also want you to fulfill 2 small things for us, just like you. Both Hisoka, Naruto and Kurama looked at each other and nodded, which made the Mayu understand that they could continue to ask for what they wanted, since the 3 Akai of the top 10 were somewhat curious to know what the demons wanted. Off screen. I wonder what that demon wants, Kurama said to himself, somewhat curious. They most likely want Kuo's territory, Yasaka replied, shrugging her shoulders. She didn't quite understand why they necessarily wanted Kuo. Kurama looked at Yasaka curiously, but continued looking at the screen, curious to see what exactly those demons wanted. But history. Well, what we ask is that the Kuo Academy and part of the territory that is near the place can remain under our command. Of course we will rent this territory, and the second thing we ask is that what they did to Falbium be discarded. Since despite the fact that he is already physically healed, he still does not wake up, and that worries me. I do not know what is happening to him, but I know that something happened to him in the battle, and I know that you can fix it, Surzich's Lucifer said seriously, but inside he implored Lucifer to accept his demands, especially to solve what left his friend Falbium and one of the 4 Mayu practically incapacitated, since without him his faction would be weakened, and that was bad for the demons. Since other factions could take advantage of it. Hisoka and Kurama looked at Naruto, and our younger Redeed sighed tiredly, but he still responded to the demons that he disliked for the stupidity they did to the Nakasho. Naruto. Well, I'm going to solve the problem with the Mayu Falbium leaders of the underworld. It will be easy, while in the case of the Kuo territory and its surroundings, I have no problem renting the territory to you, as long as our faction enters without yours offending or attacking them in any way. Because if they did that, I will take care of liquidating every demon that stays in Kuo to quench my thirst for blood, finished the Redeed with his power rising, forming a 10-tailed beast behind this one that had purple eyes with blades and a smile of total evil. Off screen. Those from the various dimensions stirred uncomfortably at Naruto's power, most of them were terrified, and the strongest ones like Gilgamesh, Zeref, Acnologia, Shiva, Office among others, were somewhat curious and uncomfortable by the killing intent and power that the boy emanated. The power that Naruto exudes is very terrifying, said the only Senju alive and the Goddamn Hokage with some nerves. Jiraiya's thoughts. Naruto can't be that strong, he's just a weapon to use and kill. If he's too strong, it will be impossible to control him. The cage of the various villages watched the power of the former Uzumaki curiously and nervously, since the power that came out of Naruto easily surpasses any of the 9 Biju. But history. The 3 Mayu looked at each other and then looked at Naruto in terror, since the power that the son of the leaders of the Empire of Peace emanated was terrifying. His power was definitely on par with Shiva, the god of destruction, if not superior to that god, and he was the top 3, which made them understand the potential of the boy, and the Mayu and Graphia did not know how such a terrifying beast was formed behind the boy, but just as the feeling of death and the beast appeared, they also left. Which made all the Mayu sigh in relief, since the power that the boy emanated was very terrifying. Surziches. Fine Lady Yasaka, Lord Kurama, Lord Naruto, we accept your demands. I promise that nothing will happen in Kuo, I give you my word, and you have no reason to worry. I know the consequences if what you said is not fulfilled. Yasaka. Sounds perfect to me. Then I think this will be a deal, Surziches. I hope everything is fulfilled according to the contract that will be sent to you in a few days, so we can reach a peace and a neutrality treaty. Kurama. And I hope for everyone's sake that the agreement is fulfilled, since we do not want another confrontation between the demons and the Empire of Peace to arise again. Naruto. Because if that happens there will be no mercy for anyone, there will be no mercy for any demon, whether they are guilty or not of causing another war. I do not like to kill, but I will erase your entire faction if something like that happens again. Prom Cruach. If that happens, the dragons will attack the entire underworld and no demon will be able to stop us. Gilgamesh. Although if they do, I hope they entertain me, half-breeds, since it would be interesting to fight against the 4 leaders of the underworld at the same time, Kukuku. After saying that, the 5 individuals in the top 10 raised their power by forming their auras behind them, but, just as they formed, their auras disappeared, causing the demons who were tense to sigh and nod, not wanting a war to break out, since if that happened, they knew they had no chance against 5 beings who were in the top 10 of the strongest beings. Off-screen. But the elemental nations, they watched with their mouths open and with terror, the power that Naruto and his fellow devils expelled. The power of each of those beings far exceeds that of the Kyuubi, devils thought all of Naruto's enemies. Naruto's power is enormous. Mito laughed with joy at being able to see Uzumaki impose his presence against the pathetic demons. My baby is a worthy king, so he imposes his will against those pathetic demons, Kushina mocked. You're right, Kushi-chan, the power they all give off is enormous, far surpassing that of the Kyuubi, said Minato, amazed by the demonstration of power of his son and his companions. Devil, not even he in his time as Hokage was so imposing. The boy is strong and is a good leader, since he put a stop to the demons, and despite wanting peace, he is not a fool who thinks that peace comes only by talking, but young Naruto knows that if he does not impose his power, the demons would attack them again, commented Tobirama. Hashirama frowned, as he believed Naruto should not have threatened the demons, as it could trigger a new war. Ibijuu looked at the screen in surprise at how imposing those beings and the counterpart of their brother devils, each of them, was easily at the level of the Jubi or even superior to the 10-tailed beast. Meanwhile with those of fate. Well, I must say that each one of them is very imposing, commented Mordred, somewhat nervous about the power that each one of those beings was releasing. She never imagined being able to see so many first-level beings. She knew that she was strong, even stronger than those pathetic demons, but Naruto and his people surpass her by far. It is very interesting how they imposed their will and how they reached peace, commented Nero, somewhat surprised by the power of Naruto and Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh looked at the screen somewhat surprised, since the power of each of those beings equaled him and even surpassed him, but he also liked seeing how his counterpart commands respect before those pathetic demons. Well, what do you think if we continue reading? I assure you that what follows will be very interesting, commented the author. Urza nodded and continued reading. But history. Ajuka. You have no need to worry about the demands you wish to have fulfilled, since your power is obvious, and we do not wish a war against beings of your level. Serafal. I agree with Ajuka-chan, the demands will be met, Lord Kurama, Lady Yasaka, Lord Naruto. I promise you as the Mao Leviathan, I will make sure that all the demands you ask for are met. Naruto. Perfect leaders of the underworld, then it's time for us to go in a few days. I will send you the contract, just sign it, and the agreement will be made. After Naruto said that, he snapped his fingers, and everyone disappeared in a red flash towards the Empire of Peace. Off-screen. Well, at least they were on acceptable terms, Azazel said, sighing, as he didn't want a war to happen. I wonder what will happen next, Surfin Gabriel wondered. It will be interesting to see what happens from now on, Amaterasu commented, paying closer attention to the screen. But history. It's been almost a month since the Peace Empire and the Demon faction ceased fire and made an agreement in which the war ceased to the relief of all factions. In this time the Mao Falbium was able to recover thanks to Naruto curing him of the mental damage that he did to the Mao, despite the fact that some clan leaders in the underworld did not agree with the peace since they wanted revenge against the empire, but they did nothing with Kurama or his growing empire. Since these clan leaders were a minority, so they did not have enough power to attack the yokai of the empire, in addition to that those responsible for the Nakasho massacre, or at least the majority who were captured by the Mao, were handed over to the leaders of the Peace Empire, and they were cruelly tortured and then publicly executed, ceasing the bloodlust of the Peace Empire towards the demons and the other Mao, thus fulfilling the deal they made to the Peace Empire. On the other hand, the other factions and their leaders, they sighed in relief that the Peace Empire and the Demon faction had come to an agreement not to go to war, as they all knew that if both sides went to war, other factions would most likely get involved, and that would be bad for anyone, since if the war escalated it would affect everyone. Off screen. Obviously we will breathe a sigh of relief. A war between factions of such a magnitude would be disastrous for the human world, and at some point other factions would have intervened, Auden commented seriously. You're right, although I wonder what else the Empire is going to do, since we all know they won't stay still, Hades mentioned. I wonder what top-level beings Naruto will release, since we all know the boy won't stay still, Zeref commented, somewhat curious to see the story. It will be interesting to see the future of young Naruto, Irene commented with a giggle. My Naruto-chan is a spectacular leader, said Kushina with joy in her voice to see her son be a born leader and a catastrophic level of power. Several of the women who wanted to be with Naruto nodded and paid attention to the screen, as they wanted to see what other disasters Naruto was going to do. But history. Flashback in heaven and in Grigori. Michael, the leader of the angels who are in heaven, was sighing in relief that the leaders of the Empire of Peace and the leaders of the demons at least have reached a neutrality treaty and are not going to war, since if that happened, heaven would be involved, and if not, thousands of angels would die, and that would be bad, since God was not alive and they could not make new angels. Brother, what are you thinking about? Gabriel asked curiously, as he had never seen his brother so distracted since the Great War of the Three Factions. Well, dear simple sister, I am happy that the demons and the Empire of Peace are not going to war. You know well that if both sides fought there would be thousands of casualties and all of us would be involved and it would cause hundreds of our brothers to die in the conflict, Michael replied. Yes, I know Oni-chan, I understand that it was good that the war stopped, but unfortunately hundreds of demons if not thousands of these and dozens of yokai died in the conflict that happened recently, and not only that, but the underworld was almost completely destroyed, said Gabriel sadly. Since she did not hate demons, for her demons were living beings like any other, and it made her sad to know that hundreds have died in the conflict, hundreds of beings that her brother Lucifer cared for. She knew that war was bad, and recently she saw it again with the death of hundreds of lives. Michael looked at her sadly and sighed tiredly, but he still responded to his little sister with a sad smile. Michael. Well, Gabriel, at least the leader of the Empire of Peace, even though as you said hundreds of demons died, maybe thousands of these demons and dozens of yokai in the conflict of both sides, I will only say this: better a few hundred than several million, sister, and I am grateful that both sides have leaders who do not want war. Since you and the entire supernatural world know that if the war between both happened, most likely that several factions would get involved, and that harms everyone. Gabriel nodded, although he was still saddened by the hundreds of deaths that occurred in the conflict on both sides. Off-screen. Gabriel off-screen nodded that she didn't hate demons, so she was saddened by the death of those thousands of demons and all those yokai. She also sighed in relief that the Empire would not continue with the war. Well, apparently heaven reacted positively to the peace that was given, Amaterasu commented with a sigh. She wanted the war to continue and leave the underworld destroyed. Let's hope peace continues, because if there's another war it would be disastrous, Michael commented with a deep sigh. I suppose that for the moment things will calm down between both sides. It will be interesting to see what happens, Zeref mentioned curiously, since he wanted to see what Naruto and his counterpart were going to do. But history. Metatron and Azrael, when will they return? Asked Gabriel, sadly remembering his brothers who left heaven not because they had been exiled, but because Azrael, the angel of death, his sister, was excluded for being the angel of death, and that made him sad. Well, Metatron did not agree with what the church did to some humans. She did not agree either, but she could not do much. She was not God, she was not a father, but even so she would do everything possible so that what happened with the Excalibur project never happens again. Michael frowned and sighed tiredly as he remembered his two brothers who, despite not being fallen angels, knew well that they were not august in heaven due to the way each of them thought. He only hoped that none of them would make any mistake that would harm the angels. Michael. I know where Azrael is, but Metatron, I have no idea of his location, but I know that he is loyal to heaven. We do not have to pressure him. You know well that in power we cannot force him, since he surpasses us. It is not for nothing that he is the strongest angel. The same with Azrael, she is powerful and feared by several gods. Off-screen. Well, that's interesting, so Azrael and Metatron are so strong that even the gods fear them. This is very interesting. I suppose that in terms of power, at the very least, those angels must be at the level of the tomato or at the level of the celestial dragons, Amaterasu commented. I wonder how strong they will be to say that those two angels are feared even by the gods. At least, they must be in the top 20 to be feared in the supernatural world. Hades mentioned something curious about those two angels and to see if they will be a nuisance in the future. But now the question is why those two angels who are even stronger than the leader of heaven are not in his faction, but outside his territory is strange, although they say they are loyal to heaven, I'm not sure about that, said Auden. But from what I understood, that Azrael was discriminated against for being the angel of death, Zeref commented with a frown. The Jinchuriki nodded with frowns while the Bijuu rolled their eyes at those hypocritical angels. Michael frowned at what everyone had said, but he didn't say anything, knowing that if he offended any of them his faction could be liquidated. But history. While in Grigori Azazel was smiling, since despite the fact that there were hundreds of deaths in the conflict between the faction of the demons and the Empire of Peace, I see that you are happy, Azazel. What is due? Asked a boy of approximately 13 years. This was Vali Lucifer, descendant of the true Lucifer, and the current White Emperor. The leader of Grigori looked at Vali with a smile, but in the same way he answered the boy that he was considering a son. Well, Vali.kun simple, I am happy. Since there will be no war between the Empire of Peace and the faction of the demons, Vali was surprised, and what happened, so that a war does not happen. If you informed me that most likely there will be war after the demons killed the Nakasho who lived in the underworld, asked Vali, interested to know what happened. Well, I'll tell you everything, little boy, said Azazel. Vali developed a craving for being considered a little boy when he was already a man with power that was easily on par with high and supreme class demons, but he indicated to Azazel to continue. Azazel nodded and spoke. Off screen. Vali snorted, he wasn't a kid, he was strong enough to fight a Mayu. He didn't understand why Azazel was so annoying, but he dismissed it. Now he was curious to see what happened in the story. But history. Azazel. Well, what happened was that after the massacre, Nakasho appeared along with 3 Mayu. They completely destroyed dozens of high-level demons and rescued one of the last survivors of the Nakasho. In addition to that, they faced the current Lucifer, Ajuka, one of the 4 Mayu, and Graphia, the strongest queen of the underworld, who is someone of the Mayu level. Vali opened his eyes in surprise and with a face of disbelief, since he knew how strong the current Lucifer and Ajuka were. They were 2 entities that were above any demon, devils, those 2 together according to his calculations, and those of Azazel could easily face a celestial dragon, according to the rumors of his power, and that someone from the Yokai who is on par if not superior, is impressive, and not only that, but defeating and humiliating the entire demonic faction. Off screen. Well, I understand why Vali is surprised, since if someone tells me that the strongest Mayu along with several high-level demons were destroyed by a Yokai, it would be hard to believe, commented Athena. You're right, I don't blame the brat, the question is what is Azazel going to do, Amaterasu wondered, somewhat curious. Several leaders from the various dimensions nodded while Urza watched everything with a frown, since they kept interrupting her, and that made her increasingly angry. Vali snorted, but he was curious to see what would happen. He wondered if his counterpart would have a fight with that kid. Naruto was curious to see how he would fare in a battle with one of the strongest beings. But history. Azazel realized what Vali was thinking and smiled as he knew that for the boy to know that the demon faction was defeated, and especially the current Lucifer humiliated and done nothing by the Yokai, who were supposed to be one of the weakest beings, was unreal, and Azazel realized that since Kurama took power, and the Yokai had become much more powerful, and his power increased since the Empire of Peace was formed, and its leaders were no game, he knew it well, with several beings in the top 10 guiding. The Empire being Yasaka Otsutsuki, Kurama Otsutsuki and Naruto Otsutsuki, 3 of the strongest in the Empire if not the strongest in the Empire, without counting the 2 strongest Dragon Kings. Off screen. Well, my counterpart is right, with several beings in the top 10, it would be very difficult to defeat that faction, especially if those beings are in the upper part of the top 10, having Yasaka Otsutsuki, Kurama Otsutsuki and Naruto Otsutsuki, and that we are not counting the other powerful beings like Gilgamesh or Lady Amaterasu, commented Azazel somewhat nervously. You're right, Raven, the Empire is very powerful. I would say that in terms of power, it may even be stronger than the Hindu faction. It will be interesting to see what those Yokai are going to do, Hades commented with a smile, seeing how that empire recently destroyed the demons. Azazel snorted at Hades' insult, but said nothing. He knew that god was strong, heck, he's the strongest god on Olympus. I wonder what Vali Naya is going to do. Knowing him, he'll look for a fight with the Empire, just to prove that he's the strongest, Kuroka commented with a tired sigh. In my opinion, Vali will get Azazel's crow into a lot of trouble, knowing the battle madman is capable of going to the Empire and challenging the strongest just to prove that he is the strongest, Biku commented. Several of Vali's acquaintances nodded, even Albion nodded, since he knew how idiotic his bearer could be sometimes. Vali Bufo, but he didn't say anything and continued watching the screen. He wanted to see how the story developed. He hoped that his counterpart could fight with that Naruto. It would be interesting to test himself against such a strong being. But history. Azazel. I know what you're thinking, but don't talk, let me finish. After the battle between the leaders of both sides intensified, three figures appeared. One was the Witch of Infinity Merlin, the strongest sorceress who was thought dead. This woman is dangerous, the previous Lucifer, and even God was careful with her. The second figure was a young man with black hair with blonde. I do not know his name, but from what I investigated he has a power comparable to that of the Mayu if not superior, and the third figure was their leader, and from what is known he is the most dangerous. This was Otsutsuki, Naruto, son of Kurama and Yasaka, the leaders of the Yokai. Bali was surprised that the Witch of Infinity was alive. He heard stories of how powerful she was, and that now apparently she serves the Yokai. It is really impressive, he supposed, but he came out of his ramblings when Azazel continued recounting what happened. As soon as the Vali trio appeared, the battle stopped for two reasons. One is to see the Witch of Infinity from the Yokai, and two, these three brought the two remaining Mayu unconscious and in bad condition. Vali opened his eyes in surprise, but said nothing. He gestured for Azazel to continue, which he told again after that the boy made King Kurama and the others back down and threatened the underworld to hand over those responsible for the massacre, and before leaving, he launched a meteor shower at them, killing hundreds of demons and destroying much of the underworld. The worst thing is that the boy is even younger than you. Since from what I know he is approximately 10 years old, which makes me understand that he has not yet reached his full potential. Vali opened his eyes in shock. Vali? You mean to tell me that a 10-year-old brat destroyed the underworld and practically declared war on them? Shit, that's intense, Vali thought. Off screen. Well, I would also be like Vali, hysterical if I found out that a 10-year-old boy destroyed and declared war on the underworld, Kuroka commented somewhat nervously. You're right, although it will be interesting to see what Vali does, since knowing him he is capable of going to the Empire to fight against Lord Naruto. Biku commented seriously and speaking with great respect for Naruto, since what that boy did is something that very few beings would do. I wonder what that demon brat is going to do, Yusaka asked herself, curious to see what Vali was going to do, since she realized that the boy was interested in meeting Naruto to challenge him to a battle. The demon child will most likely challenge Naruto, huffing. Kurama knew that Naruto would easily finish off that demon if they made him angry. I wonder what Azazel is going to do. It's clear he's interested in Naruto, Gabriel asked herself, somewhat curious to see what her crazy brother is going to do. Azazel Bufo, he was not going to do anything, he was just someone curious, but he didn't say anything since he was more curious to see the screen. The author, seeing that everything had calmed down, signaled to Urza to continue reading. The reader nodded, somewhat annoyed that she was always interrupted. But history. The leader of the fallen angels nodded and replied that is true, and not only that, after they withdrew weeks later they attacked the demons again, since they failed to deliver those responsible for the Nikasho massacre to them, and the leaders of the Paz Empire fought with several of the leaders of the underworld, and apparently the Empire of Light won. Since King Kurama completely defeated the current Lucifer, leaving him unconscious for days after that, the demons met with the leaders of the Paz Empire and handed over or executed those responsible for the Nikasho massacre. As far as I understand the truth, I am amazed at everything that happened and happy that there has not been a war between both sides, since that will most likely cause Heaven and Grigori to also intervene despite not wanting to. Vali nodded, knowing well that if the war between both sides intensified, it would drag the humans and many of the factions into it, and despite wanting to have good battles, he was not an idiot. He was not yet ready to fight with first-class beings. Vali. And what do you plan to do with the Empire of Peace? Azazel, you know well that the power of that empire is enormous, and in terms of power, it may be on par with the Hindu faction led by Shiva, the god of destruction. Off-screen. He's right about that. I think the empire would be on par with the Hindu faction, having beings who are in the top 10, Auden commented. They even have the King of Heroes and Lord Naruto, who are beings that even equal or surpass the Infinity Dragon, said Hades. Shiva frowned but sighed. He knew well that the empire was the only faction that equaled his, although he thought better of it. Perhaps in the story he could see a battle between him and Naruto. He was interested in seeing the full power of that yokai or yokai god, since it undoubtedly surpassed the power of an ordinary yokai, but he dismissed the idea for the moment and continued watching the screen. That dimension was interesting. But history. The leader of the Grigori smiled and answered simply, Vali.kun, I want an alliance or at least be on good terms with them, since you know well that my faction has several deserters, and the truth is I'm worried that they will do something to the Empire of Peace, and I will pay for that. Vali nodded, knowing well that Azazel would not want a war with King Kurama and his growing empire, and deep down Vali knew that that king was easily in the top 10 of the strongest beings, and despite being crazy about battle he knew that he was still weak compared to any of the Mayu. Well, as I was saying, we will go Ubarakiel. We will meet with the leaders of the Empire of Peace in a week. Also, I know that you are curious about how strong Yasaka's son is, so when we go, you will be able to meet him. Who knows, maybe you will become friends with the boy. I will just tell you this, do not offend him. Since the child is easily in the top of the top 10 of the strongest beings, said Azazel with a mocking smile, but seriousness could be heard in the words of the fallen leader. Ali. Lose Azazel, that Naruto guy may be at the top of the strongest beings, I know that I am still no match for a Mayu, even less would I be for him, so you have nothing to worry about, I will not do anything to harm you Azazel. Off screen. Haha little volley, your counterpart admitted that he is weak compared to Naruto, that is unexpected, commented Azazel amused, he did not think that his protege would admit that there is another stronger brat. That's right, I thought you would still be just as arrogant, Naya. I wonder what your counterpart would think, Naya Kuroka commented mockingly. Ikuo opened his mouth in surprise, he didn't think Volley would admit defeat so easily without knowing Naruto, for him it was very unexpected. He looked at the screen in surprise. He knows Volley a little, and didn't think he would admit defeat just by knowing everything Naruto did. Volley snorted at the teasing, but didn't say anything. He was more curious to see the story. But history. Azazel. I hope so Volley, I will go with you so you can meet high-powered beings and see that there will be beings stronger than even the celestial dragons, and I will tell you this, Lucifer and God were entities that were superior to the celestial dragons. I am not saying that the dragons are weak, what I am saying is that there are beings that surpass them, so I hope you put aside that arrogance for carrying the white dragon, otherwise you will die by a superior predator. Volley frowned at what Azazel said while Albion nodded. The white dragon knew that Lucifer and the biblical god were very strong, and he knew that there was one or another god stronger than them that not even he could defeat. He knew that they were one of the strongest beings, but as the crow said, there are stronger beings. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day bye.